Chapter 1. Awakening of the Base. Beneath him lay a thick layer of decaying leaves, teeming with countless unknown insects all around towered trees reaching heights of dozens to even hundreds of meters, their trunks so thick that it would take several people to embrace one. Coiling around these giants were various vines, thicker than a man's waist. The dense foliage blotted out the sunlight, casting a gloomy pall over the environment. Drops of water occasionally fell from above, and in the distance, the roars of fierce beasts echoed ominously. Zhang Feng cautiously hid in the branches of a massive tree, seated upon a limb nearly 2 meters in diameter, gripping 2 more vines that were over a meter thick. He curled his body tightly, striving to conceal himself within the gaps between the vines, his face contorted in fear. Not long ago, a monstrous beast with fiery red eyes, nostrils flaring with smoke, and covered in crimson-scaled armor had passed beneath him. It was clear from its appearance that it was not a creature to be trifled with. Thankfully, Zhang Feng had wisely climbed the tree, and he still felt grateful for that astute decision. Though the branch was several meters off the ground, it offered him no sense of security. Zhang Feng, a 26-year-old man, had fumbled through his high school exams and spent years at a mediocre university before graduating without a job. He had returned home, proudly embracing the role of a hermit, immersing himself in the virtual realms of the internet. One day, after an all-night gaming session, exhausted and ready to collapse in a bed, he heard a voice shouting outside. "Look, a meteor shower!" Curiosity piqued. Zhang Feng rushed to the balcony. Curious cats, after all, do fall into misfortune. The sky was indeed ablaze with beautiful meteors. Suddenly, one of them, trailing an elongated tail, hurtled directly towards this hapless recluse. When Zhang Feng next awoke, he found himself in a primordial forest that seemed utterly alien to Earth. Aside from the filthy pajamas he had been wearing for days, he was seated upon a strange stone, which he suspected might be the very meteor that had struck him. With no food or water in this unknown wilderness, how could a timid student like him survive? Damn it, it's all your fault for being curious. Why the hell did you bother to watch that meteor shower? Zhang Feng slapped himself twice, filled with regret. If he hadn't been so foolish, he would still be nestled comfortably in his warm bed, rather than here, trembling and starving. His stomach grumbled in a synchrony of discomfort, reminding him that he hadn't eaten anything since his all-night gaming binge. And now, hours later in this new world, he was in dire straits. If he lingered here any longer, he would inevitably starve. Damn it, he thought, I have to take action. The gnawing hunger outweighed his fear of the environment. He peered cautiously between the vines, ensuring the vicinity was safe before he began to slide down the tree. His destination was clear. A patch of mushrooms he had spotted some distance away, just several dozen meters from the tree. He vaguely recalled that there had been no mushrooms when he first climbed the tree somehow. A dense grove had sprouted in such a short time. These mushrooms were impressive, reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters, resembling tiny houses. But beneath the canopy of odd flora and fauna, they seemed entirely normalized. Of course, there were smaller ones too, densely clustered and appearing rather delectable. Those were Zhang Feng's intended quarry. They'll figure out if they're poisonous later. I need to gather them first. He gulped, surveying his surroundings one last time. Suddenly, for creatures that stood about half a meter tall, resembling tiny dinosaurs, scuttled nearby. Zhang Feng's heart sank. These little dinosaurs might seem harmless, but he remembered witnessing a massive black panther torn apart by their assault just over an hour ago. The memory sent chills down his spine. If they spotted him, Zhang Feng shivered, instinctively halting his descent, petrified of making even the slightest sound that might attract the creature's attention. Fortune smiled upon him, as the little dinosaurs passed without noticing him, swiftly reaching the mushroom grove several dozen meters away. Zhang Feng finally exhaled cautiously. If he waited just a few more minutes for them to move on, he could descend and harvest mushrooms. Just then, disaster struck. A gigantic centipede darted from the mushroom grove, effortlessly biting one of the little dinosaurs in its jaws. The remaining 3 creatures, witnessing this horror, didn't even dare to fight back. They sprang away into the underbrush, vanishing in an instant. Eek! The unfortunate dinosaur struggled in the centipede's grasp, emitting cries of distress. The massive centipede took its time, crunching down on its prey with a satisfying crunch, silencing its cries. The gruesome sound of bones being crushed echoed through the woods, a striking display of the centipede's unapologetic ferocity. After devouring the dinosaur, the centipede lifted its head, glancing around with apparent satisfaction before retreating back into the mushroom grove. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle left Zhang Feng nearly paralyzed with fear. He felt icy dread grip his limbs, and his body trembled uncontrollably. "Mommy, I just want to go home. What the hell is this place? Half-meter-tall dinosaurs can take down panthers? And that cow with its fiery shell? Not to mention that centipede could be 30 meters long. How is anyone supposed to survive here?" The hapless recluse muttered to himself, not even daring to vocalize his fears. With a shudder, he crawled back up to the larger branch of the tree, vowing to starve rather than risk descending again. Amidst the terror and hunger, the poor hermit dozed off, resting his head on the strange stone. In his dreams, he found himself back in the warmth of his cozy room, facing a freshly roasted duck he had bought from downstairs, steam rising and the golden brown meat looking irresistibly tantalizing. Zhang Feng grinned foolishly, drool pooling at the corner of his mouth and spilling onto the stone he used as a pillow. At that moment, if anyone had been watching, they would have seen the stone undergoing an extraordinary transformation. The drool seemed to seep inside, as if it were not a stone, but rather a sponge. As the drool permeated deeper, a small red dot appeared on the stone, growing larger until it turned into a glowing orb of crimson light. Atlantis Civilization Inheritance Base number 356, initiating startup, analyzing biological fluids. Beep beep. Results indicate the life form is a descendant of the Atlantis people with a genetic match of 99.97, eligible for inheritance. Beep beep. Continue scanning. Beep beep. No other life forms matching the inheritance criteria detected in the vicinity. Per civilization inheritance regulations, this life form will be automatically remade as our civilization's heir. Inheritance process commencing. Base number 356 acknowledges its master. At this inflection, a crystal the size of a baby's fist suddenly shot out from the stone, striking Zhang Feng squarely in the chest like a bullet. "Ah!" The dreaming hermit screamed in agony, the sudden pain curling him into a tight ball, resembling a shrimp in a hot frying pan. Beep beep. Inheritance pearl energy released, beginning transformation of the inheritor's body. "Ah!" By now, Zhang Feng was fully awake, bewilderedly clutching his chest where the inheritance pearl had penetrated. What was happening? Had he been bitten by some poisonous creature in his sleep? Or had some toxic insect burrowed into his body? His mind raced with terrifying possibilities. The searing pain drained color from his face, and as convulsions overtook his body, he found himself unable to move, forced to endure this torturous experience. From within the inheritance pearl, an invisible energy flowed like liquid, saturating his flesh and merging into his veins and cells, gradually pushing out the useless waste lingering in his body. Beep beep. Transformation of the inheritor's body complete. Current strength, level 1. Commencing knowledge inheritance. With that pronouncement, an enormous influx of information surged from the inheritance pearl into Zhang Feng's mind. Ah! This time, the hermit did not succumb to much pain after a brief scream. He collapsed into unconsciousness. When Zhang Feng opened his eyes again, a bright, full moon hung in the sky, and the forest was alive with the sounds of chirping insects. Below him, the dark ground was dotted with flickering green lights, definitely the eyes of unknown creatures. The unfortunate recluse silently prayed that they were benign, peaceful creatures like rabbits. But his last hope was shattered by a distant howl of a wolf. Sitting upright and steadying himself, Zhang Feng felt relieved that the branch beneath him was as thick as it was and that the nearby vines provided some shielding. Otherwise, he would have surely fallen during the earlier agony. At this height of several meters, he hardly believed he would stand a chance of surviving a fall. Moreover, observing the myriad green lights shimmering through the forest, each flicker promising a grim fate of bones left behind, made his heart tremble. Thanks to the inheritance he had just undergone, Zhang Feng now understood precisely what the stone was. Atlantis was a terror-inducing race that had ruled countless intelligent creatures across the universe, harnessing technology to create a civilization lasting millions of years. Throughout the development of their civilization, the Atlanteans faced many formidable foes, with the insectoids proving to be the most troublesome. The insectoids, driven by insatiable resource plundering, left destruction in their wake. They were indeed the bane of all civilizations. Having encountered the insectoids at an advanced stage of development, the Atlanteans ultimately failed after millennia of resistance, leading to the destruction of their entire civilization. As their home world faced annihilation, the Atlanteans launched numerous inheritance bases across the cosmos. These bases would activate upon encountering any being of Atlantean descent, but if captured by enemies, they would self-destruct. Looks like there is some truth to the tales of humans being descendants of Atlantis. Zhang Feng mused momentarily, but he quickly turned his attention back to the stone, commanding it. Activate Atlantis Civilization Inheritance Base. Chapter 2. The Emergence of the Primary Combat Units Beep. At the command of Zhang Feng, a stone began to emanate a crimson glow, followed by a resonant hum, as it levitated down to the ground beneath a tree. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as it transformed into a magnificent, jet-black crystalline structure, completely enveloping the vacant space below. The abrupt appearance of this colossal entity startled the surrounding wildlife, inciting a panicked retreat of the little green lanterns. Driven by their instinctive fear of the unknown, especially of a creature of such immense proportions. "Wow, that's incredible!" exclaimed Zhang Feng, who promptly descended from the tree and dashed towards the heritage base, drawing upon the memories acquired through the inheritance. He commanded the opening of a half-elliptical grand entrance, stepping inside. This was the primary main base, its internal space modest yet adequate for habitation. The exterior's imposing presence belied its true nature, as most of its volume was dedicated to production space for manufacturing mechanical units. Primary main base activated. Current energy reserves, 100 units. Ordinary metal, 100 million tons. Synthetic metal, 10 million tons. Production capacity, 150 basic mechanical units per day. The main base possesses limited aerial and terrestrial defensive capabilities. Currently producible mechanical units include Mineral Engineering Vehicle, capable of extracting minerals and transporting them back to the base for conversion into metal resources. Suitable for both terrestrial and aquatic operations. Possesses minimal defensive strength and lacks offensive capabilities. Requires combat units for protective support during operations. Production time, 10 minutes. Production costs, 10 energy units. 200 tons of ordinary metal and 50 tons of synthetic metal. Mechanical insect, capable of harvesting energy and returning it to the base for conversion into essential energy. Can fly within planetary atmospheres and operate underwater. Possesses minimal defensive strength and lacks offensive capabilities. Requires combat units for protective support during operations. Production time, 10 minutes. Production costs, 10 energy units. 10 kilograms of ordinary metal and 1 kilogram of synthetic metal. Rapid mechanical worm. Basic unit of Atlantean ground combat, possessing strong close combat abilities and commendable speed. Production time, 10 minutes. Production costs, 10 energy units. 10 tons of ordinary metal and 1 ton of synthetic metal. Mechanical prospecting ant, designed for exploring planetary minerals. Capable of operating in both terrestrial and aquatic environments. Lacks offensive capabilities and possesses minimal defensive strength. Produced in large quantities at a low cost. Does not require combat units for protective support during operations. Production time, 10 units per minute, and can be produced simultaneously while creating other mechanical units. Production costs, 0.001 energy units and 50 grams of synthetic metal. Establishing a subbase requires 5,000 energy units, 10,000 tons of ordinary metal, and 5,000 tons of synthetic metal. Upgrading the base to the next level requires 10,000 energy units and 100 kilograms of mithril. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Feng processed this information. According to the theory of constraints, the capacity of a barrel is determined by its shortest stave. The production of robots at the main base necessitates energy, ordinary metal, and synthetic metal, of which the limiting factor is undoubtedly the scant reserve of 100 energy units that in contrast, the vast quantities of metals, over 100 million tons, are more than sufficient for extended use. This heritage base had drifted through the cosmos for billions of years, its energy reserves having long been depleted, and maintaining even 100 units is commendable. As for the mechanical prospecting ants, They can be produced in limitless quantities. Produce 2 mineral engineering vehicles, 2 mechanical insects, and 6 rapid mechanical worms, while simultaneously producing mechanical prospecting ants without limit. Without further hesitation, Zhang Feng issued the command to commence production. Beep! The main base emitted a gentle sound, signaling the initiation of operations. Zhang Feng believed this allocation to be quite rational. The multitude of mechanical prospecting ants would scatter to uncover all mineral resources within the vicinity. The 2 mineral engineering vehicles and 2 mechanical insects would ensure the influx of minerals and energy, vital for the base's further development. The 6 rapid mechanical worms would serve as the bastion of the base's safety. Zhang Feng was acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the jungle. The first to emerge, naturally, were the mechanical prospecting ants, which required a mere 6 seconds for production. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to their biological counterparts, with dark brown bodies, chewing mouthparts, robust mandibles, and elongated antennae. Unlike biological ants, which utilize their antennae for communication, these were designed to emit and receive detection waves. The main base produced mechanical prospecting ants at an astonishing speed, and within moments, dozens had amassed on the ground, creating an impressive, dark swarm. Zhang Feng scrutinized them closely, finding it difficult to discern that these were mechanical constructs. The antennae of the little creatures wavered, lending them an almost lifelike appearance. According to the inherited memories, their defensive capabilities are exceedingly weak, and they possess no offensive power. However, an ant swarm can indeed be quite formidable. If I were to produce billions of mechanical prospecting ants for combat, Zhang Feng chuckled mischievously. Moreover, being made of alloy, how weak could their defenses truly be? Out of curiosity, Zhang Feng extended a finger towards one of the mechanical prospecting ants and pressed down. Z. A mechanical voice resonated from the main base. Mechanical prospecting ant no. ZKTS 0936-829 destroyed. Would you like to initiate recovery? Is it this fragile? By the gods! Is this truly crafted from alloy? Zhang Feng's expression darkened. Indeed, the mechanical prospecting ants are entirely alloy-based. However, their production costs are exceedingly low, and their internal structure is simplistic, lacking shock absorption measures. Consequently, pressure directly affects the internal structure, leading to easy incapacitation, the main base clarified. Ah, I see, recover, Zhang Feng commanded, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Although a single mechanical prospecting ant weighed merely 50 grams. Even the smallest of morsels holds value. Losing interest in the mechanical prospecting ants, Zhang Feng turned his attention to the production of the rapid mechanical worms and other combat units. The production time for a combat unit was a mere 10 minutes. Yet Zhang Feng felt each moment stretched on interminably. According to the inherited memories, these combat units were supposed to be exceptionally formidable, but without witnessing them firsthand, he felt a lingering unease that at long last. The production concluded with another beep, and a side door of the base opened to reveal a creature resembling a spider, yet more aerodynamically designed. That it was entirely black, its shell gleaming, exuding an aura of invincibility. Its powerful pincers and razor-sharp teeth were evident to the naked eye, marking it as a truly fearsome weapon of destruction. The Atlanteans based their weaponry on biomimicry, and this rapid mechanical worm was born from their encounters with one of the most terrifying species during their cosmic conquests, an offshoot of the insectoid race. After incurring great costs to eradicate this insectoid branch, the astute Atlanteans developed the rapid mechanical worm, which became their fundamental ground combat unit. Gazing at this mechanical black creature, Zhang Feng felt an unprecedented elation. Chapter 3. Devastating Harvesting Crouch. Zhang Feng attempted to issue a command. Clack! The rapid mechanical worm curled several of its legs in an amusingly awkward manner, settling into a crouch. Stand up! Clack! The rapid mechanical worm immediately rose to its feet. Jump 3 times. Clack! Clack, clack! The rapid mechanical worm's legs flexed slightly as it leapt 3 times. Cut down that large tree. That vine over there? Zhang Feng hesitated momentarily, realizing the potential commotion a towering tree could cause if it fell during the night. A rather imprudent thought. Instead, he pointed to a nearby vine, roughly as thick as two embracing hands. Whoosh! No sooner had he spoken than the rapid mechanical worm sprang into action, its pincers raised, and with a decisive crack, it severed the vine in twain. Gahaha! Zhang Feng exuberantly leaped from the main base, his hands caressing the glossy exterior of the rapid mechanical worm, feeling an irresistible fondness that in contrast to the feeble mechanical prospecting ants, this magnificent creature was undoubtedly a source of great satisfaction. So obedient and fierce. Absolutely splendid. Observing his robust subordinate, Zhang Feng suppressed the urge to further test its prowess and commanded to venture forth for hunting. Instead, he ordered, stand guard in place and eliminate any foes that dare approach the main base. It was the dead of night, evidently not an opportune time for excursions. The forest teemed with numerous monsters during the day. One could only imagine the horrors that lurked in the darkness, while the rapid mechanical worm was formidable. It might not stand a chance against the massive centipede. Besides, even if it triumphed, there would be no edible spoils. Should it fail, his own life would be at stake. There was no rush. He could wait until dawn. By then, he would have 10 combat units at his disposal, significantly increasing his odds. With that thought, Zhang Feng swallowed hard, patting his stomach, which had long since pressed against his back, and remarked, "Oh, stomach, you'll have to wait for your reward until tomorrow." He then climbed back into the narrow survival pod of the main base, enduring his hunger as he closed his eyes. Having been roused from slumber just a short while ago, he now found himself within the main base, guarded by a rapid mechanical worm. The environment felt relatively secure, and a wave of overwhelming fatigue washed over him, quickly lulling him into a deep sleep. Upon waking, he discovered that daylight had already broken. The surroundings remained shrouded in the eerie gloom of the forest. Through the glass windows of the main base, several ominous black war machines lay lined up on the ground outside. The most astonishing sight was that of the two mineral engineering vehicles. Towering at heights of 7 to 8 meters, extending 16 to 17 meters in length, and nearly 10 meters in width. Each wheel alone stood 4 to 5 meters high, a true behemoth if placed on Earth. Fortunately, in this bizarre forest, it appeared that even the most ordinary tree reached dizzying heights of dozens or even hundreds of meters, rendering the main base, which stood at over 10 meters, rather inconspicuous, let alone these colossal engineering vehicles. Despite this, Zhang Feng could hardly close his mouth in astonishment. These formidable machines must have a carrying capacity of at least 500 to 600 tons. Moreover, with their robust mechanical arms and shovels, there would be no doubt about their ability to excavate any obstacle in their path. Damn. Such impressive machines were constructed overnight. It seems one could be completed in merely 10 minutes, if I ever return to Earth. I could become a millionaire just by selling heavy-duty trucks, living a life of sun-soaked beaches and beautiful mistresses, Zhang Feng mused as he stepped out of the main base, next to the mineral engineering vehicles. 6 swift mechanical insects were assembled, while beside them hovered 2 bee-like entities, equally gleaming black, with 6 transparent wings, mechanical insects, indeed. These mechanical beings were exquisitely crafted, exuding an undeniable beauty. Not far off, the mushroom grove remained visible. Zhang Feng silently thanked his fortune that the activation of the main base and the production of combat units had not stirred the giant centipede lurking nearby, although he now had several seemingly powerful subordinates. He had no desire to engage in a deadly struggle with such an overwhelmingly large creature. Winning might not guarantee any benefits, while losing could cost him his life. Such a thankless endeavor was best left to fools. He even regretted not having considered this more carefully the previous night. Otherwise, he would have ensured the main base was constructed far from the mushroom grove. Now, with such an evidently unfriendly neighbor nearby, he felt a persistent unease. Resolving this thought, Zhang Feng promptly set his developmental objective toward the direction opposite the mushroom grove. That moment, the main base unexpectedly prompted him. Please select an energy collection mode. A. Destructive collection. B. Sustainable collection. Zhang Feng paused, inquiring, "What is destructive collection? What is sustainable collection?" Destructive collection involves harvesting all materials within the vicinity that can be converted into energy, leaving no trace behind. Sustainable collection adheres to principles of sustainable development. Selectively harvesting energy. Zhang Feng was certainly no environmentalist. Moreover, in this peculiar locale, what did it matter if the environment was damaged? Who cared? However, he preferred to leave the towering trees standing. That it was not out of compassion for their towering forms, but rather the noise generated from felling them would undoubtedly attract all manner of creatures nearby. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose, for the next 200 meters, destructive collection, leaving no trace, but take care not to disturb these large trees. Can you manage that? No problem. Master. Upon completing the transmission, the main base began to address Zhang Feng as master. The mechanical voice responded, and the mechanical insects immediately sprang into action. They surged toward the surrounding flora, regardless of whether it was grass tall enough for a person to stand in or other bizarre shrubs. The mechanical insects swiftly bit through them and dragged them back to the main base, depositing them into a cavity that housed a powerful energy conversion furnace capable of transforming nearly any material into energy. That, of course, materials like soil had exorbitant conversion costs, making it unworthy of collection. Thus, the mechanical insects would forego such resources. Countless massive plants were discarded into the furnace, and astonishingly, the small cavity showed no signs of filling. Zhang Feng harbored deep suspicions regarding the existence of another space within the main base. For it was illogical that such a small piece of meteorite could transform into such an expansive base, with over 10,000 tons of material reserves. Beyond these plants, the forest teemed with rich animal life, with various venomous insects, mosquitoes, and other small creatures being consumed by the mechanical insects and delivered to the energy conversion furnace. Under the diligent efforts of the mechanical insects, Zhang Feng watched as the energy levels began to rise. With energy secured, and coupled with the nearly endless array of metals stored in the vault, he had no worries regarding the production of various units. Yet, Zhang Feng was preoccupied with a more pressing concern: his hunger. With a mere thought, two swift mechanical insects received their orders and stealthily ventured into the jungle ahead. "I hope you won't let me down." Zhang Feng licked his lips, filled with anticipation. Chapter 4. The first attack before long. The direction from which the two swift mechanical insects had vanished erupted with the sounds of beastly roars. Just as Zhang Feng found himself torn between anxiety over victory or defeat, he heard a rustle in the nearby bushes, and two black swift mechanical insects returned, each clutching a bloodied animal resembling a hyena in their jaws. "Ha ha ha, mechanical insects! I adore you!" Zhang Feng exclaimed in excitement, rushing over to seize one of the hyenas, its weight substantial yet manageable. Gazing at the bloodied prey, Zhang Feng felt his hunger rise, yet he hesitated to partake. "Gather a pile of dry twigs," he commanded, and several swift mechanical insects immediately sprang into action, using their claw-like pincers to gather dry twigs from the ground, presenting a sizable bundle. "Ignite it," Zhang Feng instructed the main base, according to the transmitted memories. The main base possessed the capability to breathe fire. A beam of light struck the dry twigs, igniting them instantly, and they crackled to life. "Wow, this is incredibly convenient," Zhang Feng chuckled maliciously, preparing to roast the meat over the flames. However, upon hearing the distant roars of larger creatures, he abandoned the thought. Who knew what kind of beast the aroma of roasting meat might attract? It was no idle concern. That giant centipede, and even those fearsome small dinosaurs, could very well exceed his current capabilities. "Damn it, for the sake of survival, I'll endure." Zhang Feng cursed in disappointment. The hyena had been slain by the swift mechanical insects, its blood still gushing from the wound. Without further hesitation, he leaned down and drank from the gaping wound. The taste was horrid. Zhang Feng grimaced, forcing himself to swallow. After a few mouthfuls of warm blood, he felt a surge of warmth and a sense of relief. "Main base, I require a sharp blade." Faced with the entire hyena, Zhang Feng was at a loss for how to proceed. "Yes," transmitter came the mechanical voice, and within seconds he heard a ding as the hatch of the main base opened, and a swift mechanical insect approached, carrying a short knife of considerable length. Zhang Feng grasped the blade, its cold gleam indicating its extraordinary sharpness. Heh! A short knife forged with the technology of Atlantis. The quality is indeed impressive. Using the short knife, he sliced off a piece of meat, cutting it into strips to chew, but his good mood quickly dissipated. The taste of raw meat was decidedly unpalatable. After consuming just a small piece to stave off hunger, Zhang Feng set down the knife, disinclined to continue. When will this existence come to an end? It seems I must hasten my development. Once I have hundreds of swift mechanical insects, I won't fear those giant centipedes, and I can enjoy roasted meat without a care. As he pondered this, he commanded the main base. Utilize the collected energy to commence production of mechanical insects and swift mechanical insects. At a ratio of 1:1. Yes, master, the main base responded, initiating production. Meanwhile, the mechanical insects diligently gathered energy within the designated area. The biological resources of the forest were exceedingly abundant, but within less than 20 minutes of tireless labor from 2 mechanical insects, the area had been thoroughly harvested. Expand the range and continue advancing with this method of collection. Under Zhang Feng's orders, the mechanical insects labored diligently, converting all biological resources within the vicinity into standard energy, which was then utilized to produce more combat units. In a short span, his combat units had increased to 6 mechanical insects, 10 swift mechanical insects, and 2 mineral engineering vehicles. This arrangement significantly enhanced the efficiency of energy collection, establishing a virtuous cycle. Unbeknownst to Zhang Feng, pairs of glowing green eyes were watching intently from the nearby bushes. One mechanical insect felled a thicket of low trees and prepared to drag it back. 2 hyenas suddenly leaped from the adjacent underbrush, their sharp claws striking the mechanical insect down. In an instant, their hefty bodies lunged forward, jaws open wide, biting down on the mechanical insect, sending sparks flying. Ding! Mechanical insect KSVNGH 0946271 has been attacked and destroyed, the mechanical voice of the main base announced immediately. By the heavens, if that giant centipede wasn't enough, now a pack of hyenas dares to challenge me. Swift mechanical insects, eliminate them, Zhang Feng commanded while retreating, hastily diving back into the main base, following his orders. 10 swift mechanical insects charged forward like lightning. Before the 2 hyenas could comprehend the situation, they were already pierced by the sharp claws of a swift mechanical insect. Following this, the pincers snapped shut with a resounding crunch, severing the hyenas in half. Woo! Around 20 hyenas surged forth, encircling the swift mechanical insects with a chorus of low growls and snarls, their teeth bared and repulsive drool dripping down. Any human caught in such an environment would have quailed in fear. However, the swift mechanical insects were devoid of such emotions. Not only would they remain unfazed by the pack of hyenas, but even if surrounded by a horde of monsters, they would feel nothing. Robots are impervious to fear. It seems you are well prepared. Could it be that you seek vengeance for your fallen comrade? Zhang Feng recalled the hyena that had previously regarded him as a meal. Crack, crack! The giant, spider-like swift mechanical insects brandished their claws and pincers in a display of dominance. The hyenas, perceiving this as a provocation, lunged forward with ferocious roars. The swift mechanical insects met them with lightning speed. Ow! 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 A cacophony of anguished cries erupted. In terms of speed, defense, and offense, the swift mechanical insects were undeniably superior. The hyenas had no capacity to resist against their powerful pincers and razor-sharp teeth. With a single collision, the claws of the swift mechanical insects plunged deeply into a hyena's body, blood splattering everywhere. Occasionally, 1 or 2 hyenas managed to strike the swift mechanical insects with their claws. But they could not breach their defenses. The glossy black exoskeleton bore not even a mark, while a swift mechanical insect retaliated, crushing the skull of a hyena. Its brain matter splattered across the ground. Despite the hardness of canines' foreheads, they shattered under the force of such an attack, illustrating the remarkable sharpness of the swift mechanical insect's offensive capabilities. Although the hyenas had the numerical advantage, 7 or 8 fell swiftly, while the swift mechanical insects sustained no losses. Perceiving the tide of battle turning against them, the remaining hyenas howled in despair and scattered in all directions. No need to pursue, Zhang Feng quickly commanded. The jungle was fraught with dangers, and he did not wish to jeopardize the meager resources he had painstakingly gathered through carelessness. Shall we recover mechanical insect number KSVNGH 0946271? came the mechanical voice from the main base. "Recover it. Set the status to autonomous retrieval." "Understood, Master." Once the status was set to autonomous retrieval, the main base could autonomously assess damaged mechanical units, recovering them unless their retrieval was impossible or the cost prohibitive. This not only facilitated resource recycling, but also served the imperative of preventing technology leakage from Atlantis' combat units. Chapter 5. Territorial Expansion. "Hey, I am not seeking trouble with you, yet you dare to come after me. Oomph. Once I have more soldiers at my command, I will surely storm your den and slaughter every last one of your pups." The sudden assault by the hyenas infuriated Zhang Feng, that he had always harbored a distaste for such creatures. Having gleaned insights from programs like Man and Nature, now having been unexpectedly attacked, his resolve to annihilate them for retribution only strengthened. That it was perhaps due to the energy of this world that these hyenas appeared significantly more robust than their earthly counterparts. Search for the latest updates at the swift mechanical insects clean the battlefield, burying all bloodied remnants. Mechanical insects continue to gather energy, and the main base produces according to the predetermined ratio. The hyenas slain by the swift mechanical insects met a gruesome end, although their carcasses were cast into the energy conversion furnace. The bloodstains left scattered across the ground would undoubtedly attract formidable carnivores if not buried deep enough. This brief encounter further illuminated for Zhang Feng the brutal realities of the jungle law. Had the swift mechanical insects not been so powerful, he, as a newly arrived inheritor, might have met a grim fate. That as the afternoon waned into evening, Zhang Feng had amassed a total of 45 mechanical insects and 50 swift mechanical insects. The mechanical mining ants swarmed in abundance, totaling 1,000, already dispersed throughout the jungle in search of usable minerals. Moreover, as the number of mechanical insects increased, the efficiency of energy collection rose correspondingly, leaving a surplus beyond what was needed for production. The energy reserves of the main base soared to 1,000 units, much to Zhang Feng's delight. The main base itself was a formidable combat unit, and with sufficient energy, the main cannon, secondary cannon, and smaller guns could be activated. However, Zhang Feng was disheartened by the energy demands for firing the artillery, that a single shot from the small cannon consumed 100 units of energy. The secondary cannon required 1,000 units per shot, and the main cannon demanded an astonishing 10,000 units. This meant that the energy accumulated in a single day barely sufficed for one shot from the secondary cannon. Of course, this was largely due to the current scarcity of mechanical insects. But it nonetheless underscored the issue. The pain of energy scarcity stifled Zhang Feng's desire to test the firepower of the base's artillery. "Energy, oh energy, you are always my greatest anguish. When will I have sufficient energy to wield my power with pride?" Zhang Feng lamented. The production capacity of the main base is woefully inadequate, generating but one combat unit every 10 minutes. At this rate, how long will it take to amass a formidable force? It seems I must hasten the construction of a sub-base. There are still ample metals available. As soon as energy accumulates to 5,000 units, I can establish a sub-base. Though he yearned desperately for energy, Zhang Feng was acutely aware of the perils that nightfall brought to the forest. His 50 swift mechanical insects were not yet invincible. The appearance of a formidable monster could spell their doom. All mechanical insects and swift mechanical insects return to the vicinity of the main base, cease operations, and maintain strict defense to eliminate any creatures approaching the main base. The main base will continue production as planned. After issuing this command, Zhang Feng furrowed his brow and consumed some raw meat before retreating into the main base to sleep. The night passed with the ominous green lanterns moving about, but fortunately, the combat units of Atlantis were not living entities. The metallic constructs posed little allure to those unknown creatures, and instead, their fear of the unknown deterred them from attacking. After all, both the main base and the mineral engineering vehicle were sufficiently large. Following a peaceful night, Zhang Feng awoke to find nearly 200 mechanical insects and swift mechanical insects lined up before him on the flat ground. With these formidable allies, his confidence swelled considerably. However, he still lacked the courage to challenge the giant centipede of the mushroom forest. "I'll wait until the sub-base is established before considering that. There's no need to take such risks now." The production and defensive capabilities of a level 1 sub-base are identical to those of a level 1 main base. The only distinction lies in the fact that the main base can produce subbases, while subbases cannot. Should the main base be destroyed, the subbase chosen by the inheritor would upgrade to a new main base. Thus, with the establishment of a subbase, the security of the civilization's inheritance would be greatly enhanced. Report to the inheritor. The mechanical mining ants have discovered 2 mineral sites, announced the main base. Oh, so soon. Where are they? Are they far from here? Zhang Feng inquired eagerly, glancing at the bulky mineral engineering vehicles and pondering their difficulties traversing the jungle, silently praying that the 2 mineral sites were not too distant. One mineral site lies to the east, at a distance of kilometers, the other to the west, also at a distance of kilometers. What? The eastern site is kilometers away. In just one day, can the mechanical mining ants, being so small, really cover such distances? It was no wonder Zhang Feng was skeptical. It seemed implausible for tiny ant-like creatures to traverse 200 or 300 kilometers in a single day. The mechanical mining ants can attach themselves to other organisms and have now spread across a range of several hundred kilometers nearby, the main base clarified. Ah, I see. Zhang Feng understood, likening it to the dispersal method of plants like burdock. With no time to ponder further, he deliberated briefly before issuing the command. Let us advance eastward. Though the western mineral site was closer, it was obstructed by the mushroom forest. Zhang Feng had resolved not to disturb that area until the sub-base was established. He had climbed a tree to observe and found the mushroom forest to appear boundless. Perhaps the giant centipede was no longer nearby. Otherwise, such a commotion would surely have drawn its attention. Yet, Zhang Feng was unwilling to take risks. If a giant centipede could inhabit the mushroom forest, there might be a second or third lurking within. With the main base so close, if he provoked such a creature and it destroyed the base, he would lose the very foundation of his survival in this world. The ordinary forest to the east also harbored dangers, but they were comparatively lesser. Moreover, as the energy collection resources proliferated, the number of mechanical insects under his command would continue to grow, enhancing his capacity to survive in this forest. Following the command, all mechanical insects began to expand into the eastern forest, while the swift mechanical insects automatically divided into 2 groups. One half remained to guard the main base, while the other half accompanied the mechanical insects, clearing obstacles encountered along the way. This primordial forest was teeming with diverse species, yet before the ever-increasing number of swift mechanical insects, they met only a fate of being torn to shreds. Dozens of swift mechanical insects encircled a massive python, as thick as a water bucket and several meters long, which was incessantly thrashing its sharp claws. Had the great python ever encountered such provocation? Its ferocity surged, and it opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of venom. Sizzle. The venom splattered against the shell of the swift mechanical insects, creating a faint sound as it corroded the glossy exterior, leaving a series of mottled holes, an evident testament to its potency. Fortunately, the mechanical entities were impervious to toxins. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic at that moment, with its most formidable attack rendered ineffective. The giant python lunged forward with lightning speed, seizing one of the swift mechanical insects in its jaws. Chapter 6. Evolution. Level 2 Swift mechanical insect. In a flash of electric light, the swift mechanical insect was rendered inoperative. Seizing the opportunity, the surrounding swift mechanical insects pounced, but the great python was exceptionally fierce. With a powerful sweep of its massive tail, 3 or 4 swift mechanical insects were caught off guard and sent crashing into a nearby tree, instantly obliterated. The once mighty swift mechanical insects now appeared as mere toys before the formidable serpent. Fortunately, the other insects took advantage of the chaos, their sharp claws digging fiercely into the great python's flesh. Securing themselves firmly upon in an instant, the python was besieged by a multitude of swift mechanical insects. Countless strong pincers and razor-sharp teeth launched simultaneous assaults, causing the python to writhe in agony upon the ground. Its tremendous tail sweeping through the air and toppling several trees, the sound echoing thunderously. Yet, in the briefest of moments, the great serpent was nearly cleaved in 2, its stark white bones exposed, lying motionless on the ground. This time, the swift mechanical insects did not immediately process the carcass. Instead, they advanced to rummage through the python's head, quickly retrieving an orange, crystal-like object with their mandibles and presenting it to Zhang Feng. The voice of the main base resonated within Zhang Feng's mind. Primary power source, capable of being installed on combat units, granting them evolutionary abilities, no longer constrained by the main base's level. The maximum evolutionary level of the primary power source is level 10. Combat units, such as the swift mechanical insects, possess the ability to evolve again, typically after undergoing modifications at the main or sub-bases. However, the requirements for evolution at the main base were exceedingly stringent, demanding an energy supply of 10,000 units and 100 kilograms of mithril. Energy was manageable, as long as the mechanical insects worked diligently, but mithril was an enigma to Zhang Feng. He had never even heard of it, let alone ascertain its existence on this planet. Upon installing the power source, combat units could evolve independently, presenting the possibility of acquiring formidable individual soldiers, which naturally delighted Zhang Feng. According to the legacy memories, there existed an even more advanced energy crystal in the universe, known as the Source of Life, which could endow combat units with intelligence, transforming them into mechanical life forms. This thought immediately conjured images of transformers in Zhang Feng's mind, that in other words, as long as he possessed sufficient sources of life, he could instantly evolve a legion of transformer-like beings. How exhilarating! Select a swift mechanical insect and install this power source upon it. At this moment, Zhang Feng's most pressing need was indeed a powerful swift mechanical insect. As for mineral engineering vehicles or mechanical insects, their numerical advantage could compensate for any deficiencies in rank. Only the swift mechanical insects, as combat units, could not always compensate for a lack of rank with sheer numbers. At your command, Master, the main base responded promptly, absorbing a standard swift mechanical insect. Zhang Feng's heart raced with anticipation, akin to the moment he awaited the production of the swift mechanical insect for the first time. What alterations would occur once the power source was installed? The transformation time mirrored the production time, both lasting 10 minutes. Though 10 minutes may seem brief, to Zhang Feng, it felt interminably long. Finally, a ding echoed from the main base as the doors opened, revealing the newly evolved swift mechanical insect, marching forth with resolute pride. It appeared unchanged, still entirely black, resembling its ordinary counterparts but with a sleeker, more aerodynamic form, gleaming shell, robust pincers, and razor-sharp teeth. Only its size was significantly larger, approximately 1.5 times that of a Level 1 swift mechanical insect. Level 2 swift mechanical insect. Atlantis Land Combat Basic Unit, possessing considerable melee capabilities and commendable speed, with combat prowess 5 times that of a Level 1 swift mechanical insect, that IT has evolved through the installation of a primary power source. With a maximum evolutionary potential of Level 10. Further evolution can be achieved by consuming other mechanical entities or high-grade materials, the main base timely announced. Combat power 5 times greater than that of a Level 1 swift mechanical insect. Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled. This was indeed a substantial improvement. Can it evolve by consuming other mechanical entities? Would consuming a Level 1 swift mechanical insect suffice for evolution? He inquired. Affirmative, Master, the main base replied. Zhang Feng nodded, commanding, bring forth 5 Level 1 swift mechanical insects to besiege this Level 2 swift mechanical insect. In no time, 5 Level 1 swift mechanical insects encircled the newly evolved Level 2 swift mechanical insect. Click, click. The swift mechanical insects brandished their pincers and sharp claws menacingly, their long, pointed teeth snapping open and shut. Commence! With Zhang Feng's command, all 6 swift mechanical insects sprang into action. Clang! The Level 2 swift mechanical insect struck first, colliding with one of its Level 1 counterparts, toppling it to the ground and breaking free from the encirclement. Simultaneously, 2 massive pincers seized the unfortunate Level 1 swift mechanical insect, and with a single powerful squeeze, its glossy metallic shell was torn apart as if it were mere paper. Then, leveraging its significantly greater speed compared to a Level 1 swift mechanical insect, the Level 2 swift mechanical insect propelled itself towards a second Level 1 swift mechanical insect, slicing it in two with a sharp clang. At that moment, a third Level 1 swift mechanical insect lunged forward. But the Level 2 swift mechanical insect swiftly turned, its pincers striking with lightning speed, firmly capturing its adversary. "Stop!" Zhang Feng shouted urgently. In the blink of an eye, 2 level 1 swift mechanical insects had been destroyed. Had he not intervened in time, the count could have risen to 3, while the level 1 swift mechanical insects had barely managed to catch a glimpse of their opponent. The outcome was abundantly clear at this juncture. Splendid insect. Now possessing over 100 level 1 swift mechanical insects, the loss of 2 did not cause Zhang Feng significant distress. As for the 2 damaged remains, there was no need to recover them. After all, the time required to manufacture new combat units was nearly equivalent to that needed for repairs. "Consume those 2 level 1 swift mechanical insects," Zhang Feng commanded. The level 2 swift mechanical insect's eyes glimmered with red light as it stepped towards the 2 mangled remains. Its body pressed against one. The contact point between the 2 mechanical insects appeared to melt, gradually assimilating the wreckage. Approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, this process concluded. Following the same method, the second damaged level 1 swift mechanical insect was absorbed. After consuming the 2 substantial level 1 swift mechanical insects, the level 2 swift mechanical insect remained unchanged, exhibiting neither growth nor any other transformation, leaving Zhang Feng perplexed. Where had all that metal gone? What is the meaning of this? No changes whatsoever. Zhang Feng inquired in bewilderment. The consumed material was insufficient to trigger evolution. It requires the absorption of 10 level 1 swift mechanical insects to evolve to the next level, the main base clarified. So that's how it is, Zhang Feng mused. However, at present, he was rather reluctant to part with 10 level 1 swift mechanical insects and could only postpone the matter. For Zhang Feng, who had long grappled with insecurity, having the most formidable combat units by his side was paramount. The forces guarding the main base had now swelled to 50 level 1 swift mechanical insects and 1 level 2 swift mechanical insect, creating an imposing presence. Chapter 7. Establishing a Subbase Creek. Creak, boom. The forest reverberated with such immense sounds as towering trees were felled and dragged to the main base, where they were dismantled into ordinary energy. The number of swift mechanical insects surpassed 1,000. Zhang Feng's confidence surged. He no longer felt the need to fear the wolves behind him or the tigers in front, emboldened to take action against the surrounding colossal trees. Result. The efficiency of energy collection indeed multiplied. The strength of the mechanical insects was astonishing. A single mechanical insect could easily drag back a tree as thick as several human arms, leaving Zhang Feng in awe. The energy conversion furnace at the main base resembled a bottomless pit, effortlessly devouring whatever was cast into it. During this time, several waves of audacious beasts attempted to provoke a fight, only to be overwhelmed by the swift mechanical insects, employing their swarm tactics to triumph through sheer numbers. Among the most formidable were 6 small dinosaur-like creatures, which, despite their modest size, exhibited astonishing speed. Indeed, they were even swifter than the level 2 swift mechanical insects. It is worth noting that the swift mechanical insects were known for their velocity. Their design was inspired by the fastest combat unit among the insectoid species in the universe. Fortunately, the 6 small dinosaurs approached in 2 batches of 3. Even so, Zhang Feng suffered a loss of over 40 level 1 swift mechanical insects, and combined with the casualties from encounters with other beasts, the total losses had nearly reached 100 swift mechanical insects, a sum that even the financially generous Zhang Feng found distressing. In return, he acquired 36 primary energy sources, comprising 18 white, 10 yellow, and 8 orange. The energy contained within is predominantly orange, while yellow is the least abundant, aligning with the strength of those ferocious beasts. Experiments have revealed that regardless of the amount of energy within the energy sources, the evolved rapid mechanical insects are uniformly classified as level 2, leaving Zhang Feng perplexed. According to the main base, all belong to the primary energy sources, and the variations in energy quantity do not signify a qualitative change. During the process of exploration, it has become increasingly evident that the more formidable the beast, the more challenging it is to eliminate. This is not only due to their formidable combat capabilities, but also because those with greater strength appear to possess higher intelligence, instinctively recognizing the threat posed by these mechanical entities and thus avoiding them early on. In contrast, the weaker creatures, oblivious to the danger, surge forward, unperturbed by the intimidating presence of the rapid mechanical insects. The results are predictable. With a newfound ability for self-preservation, the first thing Zhang Feng does is to ignite a fire for roasting meat. The mushroom forest to the west has withered and regrown several times over the past few days, yet no significant monsters have been sighted. Perhaps the giant centipede has wandered off to another location? Zhang Feng feels considerably relieved. He selects what appears to be the most delectable, a peculiar wild boar with bluish fur, and carves a substantial chunk of meat from its thigh to roast. As the fat sizzles and drips onto the charcoal below, the meat gradually turns a golden hue, causing Zhang Feng to salivate uncontrollably. When a mouthful of the fragrant roasted meat reaches his lips, tears of joy well up in his eyes. After nearly 10 days of a meager existence, the ordeal is finally concluded. Though devoid of any seasoning, this roasted meat tastes unprecedentedly sweet to him. A glance at the bloody raw meat nearby fills him with revulsion. Zhang Feng silently vows to make earnest efforts to ensure he never consumes raw meat again, even if he finds himself in this unknown and eerie place. He aspires to pursue a better life. Utilizing the 36 primary energy sources at his disposal, Zhang Feng evolves 34 Level 2 rapid mechanical insects, bringing the total to 35 when combined with the initial one. He also produces 1 Level 2 mechanical insect and 1 mineral engineering vehicle. Similar to the evolution of the rapid mechanical insects, these two new units exhibit no visible changes in appearance, merely growing larger, particularly the mineral engineering vehicle, which has increased from 7 to 8 meters in height to nearly 10 meters, exuding an imposing presence, although the mineral engineering vehicle lacks offensive capabilities. Its sheer size means that even moderately powerful beasts would struggle to withstand a direct collision. The collection method of the Level 2 mechanical insect has transformed. They now seem to have specialized roles. This solitary Level 2 mechanical insect solely focuses on larger trees, not severing them for transport, but instead extending a long, straw-like appendage from its segmented mouth, which it plunges into the trunk. Trees that several people could barely encircle with their arms rapidly wither before the naked eye, disintegrating into ash within mere seconds. After absorbing energy from a dozen trees, it swiftly selects its next target, only returning to the main base to insert its appendage into a small opening beside the energy conversion furnace and output the energy before continuing its collection. As the diligent work of the mechanical insects progresses, the value of ordinary energy skyrockets, reaching an impressive 12,000 units in exchange. The area within several kilometers east of the main base has been completely stripped bare. 2 mineral engineering vehicles, under the protection of 20 rapid mechanical insects, have arrived at the foot of a mountain several kilometers away, where mechanical arms and shovels are set in motion, excavating a cave 2 to 300 meters deep and over 20 meters high within a single day. If engineers on Earth were to witness such work efficiency, they would surely feel embarrassed. Zhang Feng inspects the cave personally and feels immensely satisfied. Commence the establishment of a subbase. Producing Level 1 subbase will require 5,000 units of energy, 10,000 tons of ordinary metal, and 5,000 tons of synthetic metal. Production time for the subbase will be 24 hours. During this period, the production of all other units will cease. Do you wish to proceed with the subbase production? Inquired the mechanical voice of the main base. Initiate production, Zhang Feng declared without hesitation. Sharpening 1S tools does not delay the work, although the 24-hour delay will impede the production of over 100 units. The establishment of a subbase will double productivity, significantly improving his survival prospects in this world. A tremendous bargain. The next day, Zhang Feng enters the cave he had excavated the previous day, clutching an object resembling a meteorite. Hey, this seems to resemble the main base before activation, doesn't it? The Atlanteans were quite imaginative in designing the newly produced base to appear this way. As he speaks, he places the meteorite at the center of the cave. Subbase No. 1, activate. Beep. At Zhang Feng's command, the meteorite emits a soft sound, followed by a flash of red light, and then it hums to life, levitating, transforming into a fantastical black, crystalline circular structure. The entire process mirrors that of the main base's activation. Even from an external perspective, it is indistinguishable from the main base. Subbase number 1, Energy reserves, 0. Ordinary metal reserves, 0. Synthetic metal reserves, 0. Production capacity, 150 basic combat units per day. Possesses certain ground and aerial defense capabilities. Connected to the main base via a wormhole, a temporal conduit linking distant regions of the universe, allowing for free transit between the two. Resources may be freely allocated between the main base and sub-base, with direct transport through spatial connection points. Chapter 8. Advancing into the mushroom forest, the mechanical voice relays a series of data reports, causing Zhang Feng to nod in agreement, particularly pleased with the last point. The ability to move freely between the main base and sub-base is simply fantastic. Now, as long as not all bases are destroyed, my life is not in danger. The sole drawback is that the activity space within the main base is exceedingly limited, merely sufficient for shelter. This issue must be resolved through upgrades. However, upgrades require 100 kilograms of mithril. What on earth is mithril? What if it doesn't exist on this planet? That would be dreadful. No time to worry about that. Let us have the main base transfer all the resources here. This sub-base hidden within the mountain is certainly safer than the geographical location of the main base. The metals and energy stored within the main base serve as the foundation for Zhang Feng's development. Hence, they must be kept in the safest possible place. The transfer of resources between the main base and sub-base is remarkably convenient. Within seconds of Zhang Feng's command, the mechanical voice announces the completion of the transfer. Sub-base No. 1. Energy reserves, 10,000 units. Ordinary metal reserves, 999,950 tons. Synthetic metal reserves, 99,500 tons. Main base, energy reserves, 5,532 units. Ordinary metal reserves, 12,198 tons. Synthetic metal reserves, 35,214 tons. Excellent. Main base, continue producing sub-bases. With the sub-base producing mechanical insects and rapid mechanical insects at a 1:1 ratio. Understood, Master. The production capacities of both the sub-base and main base are identical, each capable of producing 150 units per day. With the addition of a sub-base, productivity increases accordingly. A principle Zhang Feng fully comprehends that he has resolved that the main task of the main base will be to continuously produce sub-bases, at a rate of 1 sub-base per day. It won't be long before he has sub-bases scattered across the entire planet. At that point, he would be free to roam at will. Zhang Feng chuckles ominously. Suddenly, his smile falters. What does it matter if he can roam freely in this world? What significance does it hold to dominate the planet? After more than 10 days of traversing this realm, he has yet to encounter a single soul. Could it be that there are no humans in this world at all? If that is the case, it would be a true tragedy. Humans are inherently social beings, even if one were to be bestowed with tons of gold and cast into the depths of a wilderness. No one would find joy in such an existence. Zhang Feng finds himself in this very predicament, and the mere thought of potentially spending his days alone on this planet, accompanied only by a multitude of robots and countless monstrous beasts, fills his heart with bitterness that he also thinks of his family far away on Earth. His parents have nurtured him until now, and he has yet to repay them. Suddenly finding himself in this cursed place is truly infuriating. Mom, Dad, I wonder if I will ever see you again in this lifetime, that I was so foolish before, always causing you distress. Even my crossing over was sudden. I can only imagine how frantic you must be. Sigh. No need to dwell on such thoughts that I must first establish a foothold here. Perhaps beyond this primitive forest lies the world of humanity. Or perhaps, by upgrading the main base to a higher level, I could soar through the universe and eventually return to Earth. Zhang Feng reassures himself while issuing commands. Over 1,000 rapid mechanical insects promptly divide into 3 groups, with 500, including 20 level 2 rapid mechanical insects, dispersing to the mountaintop where sub-base No. 1 is located. Their black exoskeletons blend seamlessly with the rocks, some even burrowing beneath decaying leaves, disappearing without a trace. From a glance, the entire mountaintop appears tranquil, concealing the presence of hundreds of lethal assassins. 500 creatures advance towards the mushroom forest under the guidance of 15 second-tier rapid mechanical insects, while the remaining hundreds continue to expand into the eastern woods, with the strength currently at his disposal. Zhang Feng confidently believed that he could easily handle the colossal centipede. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the potential threat posed by such a formidable creature that could appear near the main base at any moment. A thought that was enough to give him a headache. The towering mushroom forest was indeed breathtaking, adorned with mushrooms of various hues: blue, purple, red, yellow, and white, exhibiting an array of peculiar shapes. However, their dense foliage obstructed visibility, prompting Zhang Feng to command the mineral engineering vehicles to lead the way. Point 2. Such vehicles pressed forward side by side, creating a 20-meter-wide path. Yet, Zhang Feng had evidently underestimated the ferocity of the creatures within the mushroom forest. Just after advancing a mere 50 meters, the large mushrooms ahead began to tremble, and a gigantic beetle, comparable in size to the mineral engineering vehicles, crawled forth, out of trepidation for the unknown creature. The massive beetle emitted a series of sharp screeches, seemingly warning the intruders that they had encroached upon its territory. The mineral engineering vehicles, oblivious to such warnings, continued on their predetermined course. This provoked the colossal beetle, which let out an enraged cry and lunged forward, its immense body crashing onto the mineral engineering vehicle that, as its sharp mandibles clamped down, the sturdy vehicle crumbled like candy, instantly rendered inoperative, without needing Zhang Feng's command. All the rapid mechanical insects immediately surged forward. The gigantic beetle proved formidable. While its wings appeared insufficient to lift its massive bulk, when unfurled, they became lethal weapons that in an instant, a dark flash sliced through the air, severing a dozen rapid mechanical insects in half, rendering them utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, more rapid mechanical insects seized the opportunity to ascend the beetle's body, with one second-tier rapid mechanical insect using its claws to carve a deep gash into the creature. Burrowing inside, the colossal beetle writhed on the ground, rolling back and forth in agony, which attracted even more rapid mechanical insects, all of whom followed suit and invaded its body in a matter of moments. The beetle lay dead upon the ground. A rapid mechanical insect emerged from the beetle's head, clutching an orange primary energy source in its jaws. The swarm tactics are indeed ruthless, such a massive creature, dispatched in mere moments. But isn't this mushroom forest the territory of the giant centipede? How could such a beetle appear here? Humph. With so many mechanical insects under my command, resorting to violence upon first encounter. This is akin to flooding the Dragon King temple. Zhang Feng chuckled as he handed the primary energy source over to Base 1, evolving another second-tier rapid mechanical insect. Thus, with the rapid mechanical insects leading the way, the mechanical insects followed to gather energy, as Zhang Feng's mechanical army advanced in both eastern and western directions. He observed that both the ordinary forest and the mushroom forest were teeming with a plethora of species, yet the types present were fundamentally different, if one were to classify them according to Earth standards. The ordinary forest was predominantly inhabited by various mammalian predators, whereas the mushroom forest was primarily home to a myriad of insects and venomous creatures of course, these species were exponentially more ferocious than their earthly counterparts. If they were to be unleashed upon Earth, Zhang Feng doubted whether humanity could still claim dominion over the world. Chapter 9. Provoking the centipede nest inside the cave of Base 1. The entrance had long been sealed off by massive boulders transported by the mineral engineering vehicles, granting Zhang Feng a sense of security. The cave and its surroundings were swarming with rapid mechanical insects, thoroughly cleansing the area of any native fauna. Not a snake, nor even an ant could escape the mechanical insects' relentless pursuit. As they were systematically converted into biological energy and fed into the energy conversion furnace, Base 1 projected several gentle beams of light, illuminating the cave that would otherwise have been shrouded in darkness. Zhang Feng set up a specially designed iron pot over a fire fueled by dry twigs, simmering venison until a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Ah, the fragrance is exquisite, he inhaled deeply, glancing at the pot to assess the cooking progress. Once he deemed it ready, he tossed in some mushrooms, which had been meticulously tested for safety, ensuring that no harmful substances remained after numerous trials with various small creatures. Mushroom stew. Truly a delicacy. Zhang Feng ladled a bowl, nearly swallowing his tongue in delight. After devouring several bowls, he patted his full belly, belching contentedly as he reclined in the living quarters of Base 1. Aside from the solitude, He felt that his current existence was rather splendid, at the very least. The gourmet delights he had savored over the past few days surpassed the total of what he had consumed in the first 20 years of his life. Perhaps it was due to the abundant spiritual energy in this place, as the animals raised here possessed exquisite flavors. For instance, the small creature resembling a roe deer, adorned with sharp antlers, had meat that was exceptionally tender and succulent, far surpassing anything found on Earth. Coupled with the natural rock salt discovered by the mechanical mining ants in a nearby cave. Ah, the taste was sublime. Oh, how wonderful it would be to live this way on Earth. Zhang Feng sighed wistfully before dozing off. The life of a recluse now revolved around slumber and indulging in the myriad of exquisite delicacies this world had to offer. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as a meteor-like object emanated a crimson glow. Hovering above the ground, with a series of clattering noises, it transformed into a fantastical metallic structure towering over 10 meters high. Base 2 activated energy reserves. 0. Ordinary metal reserves. 0. Synthetic metal reserves. 0. Production capacity. 150 basic combat units per day. Possesses certain defensive capabilities against ground and aerial threats. Connected to the main base and various sub-bases via wormholes, allowing for free passage between them. Resources can be freely allocated between the main base, sub-bases, and among sub-bases through spatial connection points. After a day of advancement, the mushroom forest had been developed to a distance of 10 kilometers. Zhang Feng's second sub-base was established within the mushroom forest that he believed that situating sub-bases in diverse environments significantly enhanced safety. Consequently, the main base continued to produce sub-bases, while the two sub-bases operated at a 1:1 ratio to produce rapid mechanical insects and mechanical insects, achieving a daily output of 300 units, equivalent to that of a single sub-base. Throughout these days of exploration, nearly 300 rapid mechanical insects and over 200 mechanical insects had perished in battle, yielding more than 60 primary energy sources. The remnants of mechanical corpses were consumed by the second-tier rapid mechanical insects. After all, the time required for manufacturing and repairing was nearly the same, making the consumption of remnants for evolution far more advantageous. Through this process of devouring and evolving, Zhang Feng amassed over 50 third-tier rapid mechanical insects. Compared to their second-tier counterparts, these new additions were larger, swifter, and boasted claws and pincers that appeared far sharper. Just as Zhang Feng basked in his satisfaction, he suddenly received an alert from the main base indicating a loss of over 60 rapid mechanical insects in the direction of the mushroom forest. A chill ran down his spine as he swiftly switched the visual feed to that location. With the main base's link as the inheritor, Zhang Feng could instantly shift his perspective to any combat unit. If he wished, he could even view through the eyes of a mechanical mining ant. However, given the small size and limited vision of the mining ants, such a perspective held little value. Upon switching the visual feed, a colossal centipede was seen rearing its front half, bearing its menacing white fangs. With a series of sharp screeches, its body was flanked by hundreds of legs. Its belly appeared pale, while its back was dark, and the legs on either side were a vibrant red. Nearby, over 30 similar giant centipedes loomed. There was no doubt. They were the culprits. Now these formidable creatures were displaying their might, lunging forward, their legs slicing through the air like countless blades, cleaving the rapid mechanical insects in twain, in the blink of an eye. Another 20 were annihilated. Zhang Feng's eyes widened in shock. Damn it! How did we provoke a centipede nest? Moreover, these creatures are far too ferocious, having lost nearly 90 units. This figure was insignificant compared to the surrounding hundreds. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the rapid mechanical insects had no means of countering the giant centipedes. Their combat relied on speed, sharp teeth, and pincers, most importantly, the swarm tactics. However, while the rapid mechanical insects were swift, the giant centipedes were swifter still. Their hundreds of blade-like legs provided impenetrable defense from all directions, coupled with the mutual support of over 30 giant centipedes. They were utterly unfazed by swarm tactics. Even more infuriating was the fact that the dark exoskeleton on their backs was exceptionally tough, rendering the claws of the rapid mechanical insects incapable of breaching their defenses. Thus far, only 2 giant centipedes had inadvertently stumbled into the encirclement of the rapid mechanical insects, meeting their end in a frenzied assault from the mechanical swarm, while the others had suffered no losses. The battle raged on, with nearly 100 rapid mechanical insects being annihilated every minute in absolute slaughter. It was a blatant waste of resources. One must realize that after establishing the sub-base, Zhang Feng's production capacity was merely 300 units per day. This loss in such a short span would require an entire day's worth of production to replenish. Zhang Feng felt a pang of anguish in his heart. How can these creatures be so monstrous? They are practically invincible. And is there no justice in the world? Zhang Feng exclaimed, nearly on the brink of despair after witnessing 5 Tier 3 rapid mechanical insects being effortlessly dispatched by a colossal centipede. He could hardly believe that the swarm he once took pride in was so utterly powerless against the giant creature. Base artillery. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Zhang Feng. Can the base artillery deal with these behemoths? In response to the master, the enemy's combat power is approximately Tier 4, as long as it hits. The base's small cannons can eliminate them. However, please be advised, Master, that the base currently lacks an energy shield for protection, making it difficult to withstand their assault, the mechanical voice replied. Damn! So, the base artillery can indeed destroy them, but they can also obliterate the base, a precarious balance of risk and opportunity. Chapter 10. The Small Cannon's Might. All combat units, retreat towards Outpost 2. Zhang Feng commanded. With over 300 rapid mechanical insects remaining, they obeyed the order and swiftly abandoned the enemy, retreating like a tidal wave. The colossal centipedes, clearly unwilling to let the irksome little insects escape, let out a screech and pursued them relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, another 40 rapid mechanical insects were annihilated. Zhang Feng's lips twitched in frustration. This was a blunder on his part. The rapid mechanical insects, upon receiving the order, had fled for their lives without mounting any resistance. Had he commanded a portion of the mechanical insects to hold the rear, the situation would have undoubtedly improved. 30 rapid mechanical insects turned back and counterattack. The rest continued to retreat. Acknowledging his error, he sought to make amends. Thus, a relentless chase ensued. Each time the colossal centipedes closed in, Zhang Feng would order a portion of the rapid mechanical insects to hold them off, buying time for the main force's retreat. At one point, the retreat was so swift that the colossal centipedes, feeling the futility in their chase, were poised to abandon in that moment. 30 rapid mechanical insects surged forward to provoke them, inciting their wrath. After sacrificing 90 rapid mechanical insects, they finally lured the colossal centipedes within the attack range of Outpost 2. Charge the small cannon. Immediately, several window-like apertures opened on the sleek, dark exterior of the outpost. Revealing 10 cannon barrels, the charging process commenced. Brilliant white light began to emanate from the barrels, growing ever brighter. The colossal centipedes seemed to sense the impending danger, ceasing their attacks and raising their bodies, revealing their jagged teeth as they screeched in alarm. Charging complete, commence attack. With a resounding zizzes, 10 beams of white light shot forth, striking the colossal centipedes squarely. Pop, pop! A series of soft sounds echoed as the projectiles detonated on the heads of the centipedes. The seemingly impenetrable exoskeletons of the colossal centipedes were rendered as fragile as paper before the laser columns of the small cannon. Instantly perforating them, 10 colossal centipedes were obliterated. Zizzes! The remaining 20 or so colossal centipedes screamed in terror, their armored plates quivering in fear. Continue charging the small cannon. Zhang Feng quickly discerned the greatest flaw of the small cannon. It charged far too slowly, taking a full 3 seconds in comparison to the speed of the colossal centipedes. 3 seconds was ample time for them to launch countless attacks, as expected. Upon seeing the barrels begin to glow once more, the colossal centipedes lunged forward. Stop them! Just as this thought crossed Zhang Feng's mind, a thunderous crash resounded as several Tier 3 rapid mechanical insects collided with the colossal centipedes, momentarily halting their advance. Measuring over 3 meters in length and constructed entirely of iron, the Tier 3 rapid mechanical insects weighed no less than 12 to 20 tons. Yet, in the presence of the 20-meter-long colossal centipedes, they appeared as mere toys, only managing to momentarily hinder their movements before being sent flying several meters away, their mechanical legs carving deep grooves into the ground. This delay allowed the small cannon to complete its second charging cycle. Zzz, the white light shot forth, precisely targeting the colossal centipedes under the control of the base's neural network, directly striking their heads. Claiming another 10 lives, this time, the remaining 10 colossal centipedes were utterly enraged. However, Zhang Feng was well prepared. Before they could launch an attack, dozens of rapid mechanical insects surged forward, unflinchingly intercepting them. Charge the small cannon. Charging complete. Prepare to attack. Beep beep. Due to our combat units being engaged in melee with the enemy, directly killing them would result in casualties among our units. However, merely injuring them could avoid such losses. Please choose, Master, the mechanical voice prompted. Directly eliminate the enemy. Zhang Feng decided without hesitation. Exchanging rapid mechanical insects for colossal centipedes was undoubtedly a lucrative trade. Zzz, the third wave of attack claimed yet another 10 colossal centipedes. 7 rapid mechanical insects happened to be caught in the trajectory of the attack and were also destroyed, including one Tier 3 rapid mechanical insect that AT that moment. The remaining 3 colossal centipedes suddenly gathered their strength, breaking through the blockade of rapid mechanical insects and advancing towards the outpost. Zzz, the colossal centipede screeched, sliding sideways and unleashing a series of razor-like attacks with their many legs. The sleek black exterior of the outpost could not withstand their assault, sustaining numerous gashes. 3 colossal centipedes, each over 20 meters long, perched atop the several-meter-high outpost, resembling giant serpents resting upon a silvery sphere. With their gaping maws, the colossal centipedes bit down with a resounding crunch, tearing away a substantial chunk from the outpost. Zzz, bang bang. The small cannon continued its assault. The massive bodies of the colossal centipedes obstructed the cannon's barrel, resulting in 2 holes being blasted through their abdomens. However, as these were not critical areas, the damage was non-lethal. Zzz, the colossal centipedes, feeling the pain, screeched in protest. Seizing the opportunity, the rapid mechanical insects surged forth, overwhelming the centipedes with sheer numbers in an absolute insect swarm tactic. With the colossal centipedes outnumbered, they could no longer coordinate their defenses as they had initially. Within moments, they were completely overrun by the rapid mechanical insects, especially as several insects infiltrated through the holes created by the small cannon, wreaking havoc within their bodies. This effectively signaled the end of the battle. The colossal centipedes writhed in agony, rolling about before eventually falling silent. A few rapid mechanical insects emerged from their heads, carrying with them red crystalline objects. Intermediate energy sources can be installed on combat units, granting them evolutionary capabilities, free from the constraints of the main base's level. The highest evolutionary tier for intermediate energy sources is Tier 15. The remaining rapid mechanical insects scoured the carcasses of the colossal centipedes, each returning with similar red crystals. With 35 colossal centipedes yielding 35 intermediate energy sources, Zhang Feng pondered whether the loss of several hundred rapid mechanical insects was worth the exchange. Outpost 2 has sustained 30 damage. Repair will require 1,000 energy units and take 10 hours. Shall we proceed with repairs? Commence repairs immediately. Zhang Feng sighed. 10 hours would significantly delay the production of combat units. Mechanical units lacking installed energy sources could not evolve through devouring. They required the base for upgrades or installations. However, units equipped with energy sources could autonomously evolve through consumption, unbound by the base's limitations. This meant that if he could allocate these intermediate energy sources to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 rapid mechanical insects, he could save a considerable amount of production time at the base. Yet, after some contemplation, Zhang Feng resolved to invest the base's production time to install these intermediate energy sources onto the Tier 1 rapid mechanical insects. After all, with the production of the main base increasing, the rate at which outposts could produce mechanical units would also rise. However, the availability of energy sources was finite, that IT would be unwise to have combat units equipped with lower-tier energy sources attempt to consume intermediate energy sources. Surely, even the dimmest of minds would recognize that folly. Chapter 11. Signs of Humanity, Tier 4 Rapid Mechanical Insects, basic combat units of Atlantis, possess formidable close combat abilities and commendable speed, with combat power 5 times that of Tier 3 rapid mechanical insects. They evolve through the installation of intermediate energy sources, with a maximum evolutionary potential of Tier 15. Evolution is achieved by consuming other mechanical entities or superior materials. Observing the imposing 4-meter-long creatures before him, Zhang Feng felt a surge of elation. With Tier 4 rapid mechanical insects at my command, I believe facing the colossal centipedes again will not be such a harrowing experience. The area where the colossal centipedes were disturbed was precisely near the mines. And after vanquishing these creatures, the rapid mechanical insects continued forward, unhindered, until they reached the mines. It seemed this region was the territory of the colossal centipedes, forbidding the presence of other monsters, which spared Zhang Feng considerable trouble. When the images from the mines were transmitted back, Zhang Feng was utterly astonished. He beheld wooden structures that had been erected, their style distinct from that of Earth, yet unmistakably designed for habitation. Nearby were several mine shafts, with dilapidated mine carts positioned at their entrances. All of this indicated signs of human activity. Zhang Feng's heart raced with excitement. Humans? Are there humans on this planet? Haha. Does that mean I am not alone? As long as there are humans, that is enough. But wait. The evidence so far only suggests the presence of intelligent life. It does not necessarily mean they are human. What if they are green-skinned aliens like E.T.? That would be disastrous. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Feng felt a mix of eagerness and trepidation. Quick, let's disperse and search diligently to see if there are indeed humans present. Sensing his master's urgency, the swift mechanical bugs and insects immediately dispersed, exploring every nook and cranny, relaying images back to him. This appears to be a small centipede beast, and no wonder the swift mechanical bugs stirred up trouble near the centipede nest. Their lair is indeed located here. Zhang Feng gazed at the densely packed hundreds of small centipedes, each over a meter long, within the mine, feeling a chill run down his spine. However, what piqued his interest even more were the human-like skeletal remains amidst the swarm of small centipedes. The centipedes crawled among the gaps of the skeletons, a horrifying sight that inexplicably brought Zhang Feng a sense of delight. Judging by the proportions of the limbs, they must be human. At that moment, the small centipedes also spotted the swift mechanical bugs and immediately displayed their ferocity, standing upright like giant centipedes and emitting a crunching sound. Eliminate them? Zhang Feng did not believe that these creatures, measuring only a meter or even just a few dozen centimeters, possessed any significant combat prowess. Crack! The swift mechanical bugs lunged forward, brandishing their large pincers, and with a single swipe, cleaved a centipede of more than a meter in half. The surrounding swift mechanical bugs received the signal and converged, launching a massacre. Indeed, the combat capabilities of the small centipedes were rather lackluster. Their legs seemed quite soft, failing to form any effective cutting edges, with their only means of offense being their mouths. Yet, the speed of the first-level swift mechanical bugs far surpassed theirs, leaving no opportunity for the centipedes to retaliate. Within a mere incense stick's burn time, the small centipedes were utterly torn to shreds. Those attempting to flee were swiftly hunted down and slain by the faster mechanical bugs. After thoroughly cleansing the mine of any harmful pests and monsters, Zhang Feng, under the protection of a group of 4th-level swift mechanical bugs, descended into the centipede lair. Looking at the skeletons beneath his feet, he felt an inexplicable fear rising from the depths of his humanity. Confronted with the remains of his fellow beings, he could not help but feel a sense of sorrow akin to that of a rabbit mourning a fox. Suppressing his inner revulsion, he bent down to pick up a bone, noticing it still bore traces of fresh crimson, suggesting it had not been long since its demise. Beside these bones lay shredded burlap and several iron tools, embedded into the earth, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Had he not come here personally, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to discern their presence. It appears the technological advancement of the indigenous people on this planet is still quite primitive. Observing the crudely crafted iron tools and burlap, Zhang Feng felt a swell of satisfaction. The more primitive the technology of the planet's natives, the more he could rely on the powers he possessed to assert his superiority. Regardless, I must hasten to develop my own strength. In any location, one must possess formidable power to secure a foothold. Humans are indeed social creatures, yet they also exhibit considerable exclusivity. Much like Earthlings dissecting extraterrestrials, if I were to appear recklessly without sufficient strength, I might face a dire fate. With this thought, Zhang Feng resolved to vigorously develop his power while continuing his search for traces of humanity. Otherwise, he would find himself devoid of any sense of security. Meanwhile, the mineral engineering vehicles commenced their operations. According to analyses, this mine was rich in magnetite, suitable for refining ordinary metals that AS for the reserves. Prior to their occupation, the mechanical prospecting ants had already detected over 10 billion tons, accompanied by a variety of other minerals suitable for synthesizing metals that in other words. With this mine, Zhang Feng would be relieved of worries regarding ordinary and synthetic metals in the short term. Subsequently, his mechanical army entered a phase of positive growth, with the main base producing a new sub-base at the rate of one per day. Each passing day saw an additional sub-base, thereby enhancing the production capacity of the mechanical army. As the number of mechanical insects and mineral engineering vehicles increased, the speed of resource collection accelerated, and apart from the consumption required for production, a surplus of energy and metals began to accumulate, with both the main base and sub-base's resource storage steadily rising. After more than 10 days, the number of Zhang Feng sub-bases reached 20, with a new sub-base and 3,000 mechanical units emerging daily, transforming the surrounding area into his territory. 20,000 first-level swift mechanical bugs, 300 second-level swift mechanical bugs, 100 third-level swift mechanical bugs, and 84th-level swift mechanical bugs, 10,000 mechanical insects, 1,000 mineral engineering vehicles. The mechanical army had begun to take shape, and Zhang Feng divided it into 100 hunting squads, simultaneously expanding in all directions. This enchanted forest was about to face its reckoning, as the mechanical army left no blade of grass untouched in their wake. Every living creature, down to the smallest blade of grass and ant, was cast into the energy conversion furnace. A monstrous, fire-red creature clad in scaled armor dashed frantically, pursued by a swarm of sleek, black mechanical insects, each brandishing sharp pincers, their 8 legs propelling them at incredible speeds that in a matter of moments. The creature faltered, collapsing under its own weight. The swift mechanical bugs surged forward, their lethal claws and teeth descending upon it, the cacophony of its anguished cries dwindling into silence. Moments later, a swift mechanical bug clutched a primary energy source in its jaws and scurried toward the nearest subbase, while other mechanical insects arrived to haul the creature's carcass away, casting it into the energy conversion furnace, with the remaining swift mechanical bugs rushing towards their next target. Such scenes were commonplace. Groups of swift mechanical bugs unleashed a frenzied slaughter upon the primitive species of the forest. Chapter 12. A bold rescue. The lifeless mechanical entities served as the finest infiltrators. Now, dozens of swift mechanical bugs lay quietly concealed within the dense underbrush, their eyes fixated on a clearing ahead. There, several humans were encircled by a pack of approximately 30 to 40 wolves, clearly on the brink of collapse, each bearing wounds. The ground was stained with pools of blood and severed limbs, seemingly narrating the struggles of the recent battle. These brutes, it appears we have little hope of escaping unscathed. Korean, we will charge through the encirclement together, and you must lead Princess Angela to safety while I and the others hold the rear. The speaker, a towering man nearly 2 meters tall, brandished a hefty sword almost equal to his height, his expression fierce. Yet a closer look revealed his pallor and trembling form, the result of a deep gash on his back that extended to his shoulder blade. No, I will not abandon the warriors of the kingdom to flee alone. I am a princess, and also a sorceress. Without my enhancing magic, your swords would scarcely penetrate the defenses of these wind-chasing wolves. The one referred to as Princess Angela was a strikingly beautiful woman of Western descent, her ample mage robes failing to conceal her curvaceous figure. Brandishing a staff, she stood ready for battle. Angela spoke bravely, yet her expression betrayed an underlying fear. Creak, creak, a chilling sound emerged nearby, the gnawing of a few ravenous wolves on human bones. Angela couldn't help but shudder. The faces of the surrounding warriors grew even paler. Brave fighters. They feared not death, but the prospect of becoming fodder for these beasts was a hard pill to swallow. Amanda, it's futile. With the speed of the wind chasing wolves, how can we possibly escape? Corian's hands trembled slightly as he spoke. The wolf pack would not grant them much time to deliberate. A silver-headed wolf, larger than its companions, howled, prompting the other hungry wolves to spring into action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of white light flashed from the wolf pack as several wind blades surged toward the humans. The wind-chasing wolves were not only swift, but also capable of unleashing wind blades. Hence their name. Zhang Feng's mechanical army had encountered them before, so he was not overly surprised as the howl echoed. Angela waved her staff, casting a yellow aura that enveloped everyone, barely deflecting the wind blades before dissipating. She then coughed up a mouthful of blood, her complexion growing even more ashen. "Your Highness!" The surrounding individuals wore expressions of alarm. Seizing the opportunity, the wolf pack surged forward, their speed overwhelming as they pounced upon them. "The barrier your Highness cast has exhausted its mana. Everyone protect the princess!" Amanda shouted, her heavy sword glowing with a yellow light as she struck down, cleaving one of the wind-chasing wolves in two, but the others quickly joined in, forming a protective circle around Angela as they clashed with the wolves. Through the images transmitted by the swift mechanical bugs, Zhang Feng observed everything with clarity. His primary interest lay not only in Angela's magic, but also in the yellow light emanating from the swords of those around her. Should I intervene to save them? Zhang Feng hesitated, having witnessed numerous instances of ingratitude in his homeland. Forget it. Who could fault me for being a good person? Besides, it would be a pity if that beautiful sorceress were to perish. Zhang Feng stroked his chin, gazing at Angela's image with desire, commanding the mechanical insects on site. Eliminate those curs and rescue these humans. In a relentless chase, Corian had been battling the wind-chasing wolves for nearly half a day, feeling his fighting spirit waning. Although Angela had successfully blocked the wolves' most formidable wind blades with her final spell, the ensuing battle was beyond his current capabilities. After injuring a wind chaser wolf, the yellow glow on his long knife faded away. Corian's expression changed dramatically as another wind chaser wolf lunged at him. With all his might, he swung the long knife, and with a resounding bang, it struck the wolf's head. The beast tumbled to the ground but remained unscathed. Almost immediately, it kicked off the ground and pounced again. Corian inwardly lamented, "It's over. That last strike didn't even utilize my fighting spirit. I couldn't even cut through the wolf's fur. And my hands are now numb, that am I to perish at the claws of these beasts." "No, Corian." Seeing her companion on the brink of death beneath the wolf's claws, Angela cried out in desperation, covering her eyes with her hands, unable to bear the sight of the impending tragedy. Yet instead of hearing Corian's cries of anguish, she was met with the wolf's piercing howl and the astonished shouts of its companions. Upon opening her eyes, Angela was taken aback by the sight before her. A swarm of enormous black insects, seemingly appearing from nowhere, was gnawing at the wind-chaser wolf's body. For these creatures, the once impenetrable wolf hide, impervious to their attacks without fighting spirit, was as fragile as paper, easily torn apart with a mere swipe. Moreover, the pack of wind-chaser wolves exhibited a clear fear of these colossal insects. Retreating the moment they appeared, after leaving behind a dozen wolf carcasses, they vanished without a trace. The black insects did not pursue, instead surrounding the group. That Angela's heart sank. Was this not a case of stepping out of the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair? These black insects were evidently far more formidable than the wind-chaser wolves, leaving her and her companions with no room for resistance. The great insects appeared to have no intention of attacking. They merely encircled the group without taking any action, which only heightened their anxiety, as if awaiting a verdict. The uncertainty was far more distressing than a known outcome. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Feng was also in a state of indecision. Should I meet them or not? Engaging with the inhabitants of this planet so recklessly could be improper. After all, they are all Caucasian. Who knows if yellow-skinned people exist in this world? What if I step out and become the only yellow-skinned person here? That would be a catastrophe. But who cares? If worst comes to worst, I can just kill them all. After all, they're all within my grasp. Ultimately, the desire to connect with society triumphed over the fear of the unknown. and the last vestiges of Zhang Feng's hesitation vanished. He commanded through the lead level 4 mechanical insect. You all, follow me to meet the master. The mechanical insect had a speaker, so communication was not an issue. Of course, they did not possess the intelligence to formulate speech themselves. The unknowing Angela and her companions jumped in surprise. Oh my goodness, this magical beast can talk. It must be at least level 6. Observing several identical companions around it, along with a greater number of slightly smaller black insects, despair began to creep in. No, this is not a magical beast, if I am not mistaken. These are all mechanical puppets, Angela suddenly exclaimed. Mechanical puppets? This reminder prompted everyone to notice the insect shells gleaming excessively, even revealing a metallic texture. Fantastic! Perhaps we won't have to die after all. With the revelation, the group felt a sense of relief, for falling into the hands of rational humans was far preferable to succumbing to unreasonable giant insects. Chapter 13. The Powerful Puppeteer. What shall we do now, Princess Angela? Must we truly follow these hideous creatures? Not everyone harbors good intentions, you know, Corian said, his gaze fixed intently on the mechanical insect while quietly inquiring to the side. Do you think we have any other options at this point? Corian, moreover, I must remind you, it was these hideous creatures that saved you from the jaws of the wind chaser wolf, Angela replied, clearly displeased, emphasizing the phrase hideous creatures with particular weight. Corian felt his face flush and murmured, you are right, Your Highness. We have no other choice, and since this puppeteer saved us, he likely means no harm. Indeed, possessing so many mechanical puppets indicates that this puppeteer is formidable. If he wished to kill us, he wouldn't need to go to such lengths. Our best option now is to follow these mechanical beasts to meet him and present Your Highness's identity. Perhaps there lies a glimmer of hope, Amanda interjected. Before they could deliberate further, the mechanical insects had already begun to move, some leading the way, while others flanked behind, effectively sandwiching the group in the middle. They had no choice but to proceed onward. Creak! 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 The mechanical insects moved with incredible speed, their mechanical limbs scraping against the ground, creating a cacophony of sounds. Angela and her companions, already injured, found it exceedingly arduous to keep up. Zhang Feng, of course, would not be so kind as to let the mechanical insects serve as mounts for them. A little discomfort would serve as a warning to ensure they maintained their respect upon encountering him. Along the way, the sight of industrious mechanical insects and throngs of astonishingly numerous mechanical insects was ubiquitous. Oh, this puppeteer is truly powerful. How could he possess so many mechanical puppets? Amanda, you truly are brawn over brains, with so many mechanical puppets. How could they possibly belong to the same puppeteer? I'd wager this is the stronghold of a puppetry sect, another remarked. Corian is right. The most powerful puppeteer I know of on the continent possesses merely 1,000 mechanical puppets. Yet we have seen at least 2,000 or 3,000 along the way. It is certainly implausible for them to belong to a single individual, that if they belong to a sect proficient in puppetry. That seems most plausible. However, to encounter such a powerful puppetry sect within the boundaries of the Bernard Kingdom's magic domain forest, and for us to be utterly oblivious to it, is truly remarkable. Upon receiving Angela's approval, Corian's chest puffed up with pride. Casting a disdainful glance at the simple-minded Amanda, they passed a mine and beheld towering mining machinery, standing 7 to 8 meters tall. The group was utterly astounded. Heavens! Such colossal mechanical puppets! In battle, merely relying on their size would make them unstoppable. If even 2 or 3 meter-long mechanical puppets can easily defeat wind chaser wolves, how powerful must these gigantic ones be? Clearly, Angela and her companions regarded the mining machinery as combat-ready mechanical entities. Look, what is that? Is that also a mechanical puppet? They pointed at a sub-base, their mouths agape in astonishment, their attention fixated on the sub-base. They entirely overlooked Zhang Feng nearby. Zhang Feng sat atop a level 4 mechanical insect, surrounded by a cadre of level 4 and level 3 mechanical insects. Here, the most elite combat units of the mechanical army had gathered. As a human encountering this world for the first time, Zhang Feng's primary concern was, of course, his own safety. Greetings, I am the ruler here, Zhang Feng. As he spoke, All eyes turned toward him. "Oh, a Stambolian!" The instinctive exclamation from one of them relieved Zhang Feng's worries. There were indeed yellow-skinned people on this planet. That was reassuring. At the very least, he would not be perceived as a monster. "Thank you, Lord Zhang Feng, for saving us. My name is Angela, and these are my friends that we are deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance and will surely repay you in the future." Angela stepped forward, bowing slightly to express her gratitude to Zhang Feng. "No need for thanks. Who are you? Why were you being pursued by those ravenous wolves?" Zhang Feng inquired. Angela smiled faintly, striving to maintain her elegance as she replied, "Esteemed Lord Zhang Feng, I am the third princess of the Bernard Kingdom, and these individuals are brave warriors from our kingdom. My companions on this journey that we ventured into the Magic Domain forest for training and inadvertently encountered a pack of wind chaser wolves. The assault we suffered has been devastating, and it seems our own strength alone will hardly suffice to escape this treacherous forest. The Bernard Kingdom has always maintained a friendly relationship with your Stambolian Empire. If the puppeteer could escort us out of the forest, I would be eternally grateful." By invoking the diplomatic ties between the two nations and expressing her profound gratitude, she hoped to elicit a favorable response. However, such an appeal was destined to fall on deaf ears, as Zhang Feng had no knowledge of the Stambolian Empire and had no intention of integrating himself into human society so recklessly. His plan was to develop sufficient strength before engaging with human society. Strength robust enough to ensure his own survival, even if his identity as an outsider were to be revealed. "I'm sorry, but I know nothing of the Bernard Kingdom or the Stambolian Empire. I only know that I belong to this forest, and I will not leave it." Zhang Feng's words left Angela and her companions utterly disheartened. To her, a puppeteer as powerful as Zhang Feng would undoubtedly hold a high position within his own country, which was why she had immediately referenced the relationship between their two nations. Little did she expect that the tone of his speech indicated a lack of regard for the empire. "What? Are you not Stambolian?" "Well, to be precise, I am unsure. Since the day I was born, I have resided in this forest with my grandfather. After his passing, I was left all alone." Zhang Feng casually fabricated a backstory that was impossible to verify. "So, you have lived here all by yourself all this time? And what about these puppet beasts?" Angela seemed to have an epiphany, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she inquired. "They are all my own," Zhang Feng replied without hesitation. "Oh my goodness, if this is indeed true, then you are the most formidable puppeteer I have ever heard of across the continent. To command so many mechanical puppets single-handedly is simply unimaginable." Angela exclaimed in awe, and others echoed her admiration. "Esteemed puppeteer, do you truly intend to live such a solitary existence in the enchanted forest? On behalf of the Bernard Kingdom, I extend to you an invitation, should you be willing to join our ranks. I, Angela, can assure you of a noble title and generous rewards." Angela immediately issued her heartfelt invitation. Chapter 14. Exiting the forest, it was unthinkable for such a powerful puppeteer to remain unattached to any faction. And Angela was certainly not about to let this opportunity slip away. The Bernard Kingdom was merely a small nation on the continent, and gaining the support of this puppeteer would be a boon for the entire realm. This expedition had resulted in significant losses for Princess Angela's entourage, marking a thorough defeat. However, if they could persuade this puppeteer to return with them, not only could they atone for their failures, but they might even earn the king's favor. Contemplating these matters, Angela's heart burned with anticipation that Corin's immediate reaction to her words was one of indignation. Despite the puppeteer's prowess, he was still just a commoner from the wilderness. How could he so easily attain a noble title? Yet he soon realized that their lives were now in this man's hands, that if they did not offer some incentive, how could they expect him to assist them earnestly? It seemed that the only way to ensure this puppeteer would genuinely escort them out of the enchanted forest was to entice him with noble status. Otherwise, if he bore them any ill will, their group could very well meet their end at the jaws of the beasts lurking within. Perhaps the princess thought along similar lines, luring him with a noble title to ensure their safe passage. And once they reached the imperial capital, whether to grant him nobility would be a matter for further consideration. With this thought, Corin's face broke into a wide grin. "Puppeteer, with your abilities, combined with the princess's support, It is entirely possible you could be directly elevated to the rank of Viscount. To attain such status at your young age through sheer merit would undoubtedly become a celebrated tale in the royal city. Corrin was confident that this bait was impossible to refuse. Just as Zhang Feng was about to decline, the mechanical voice from the main base echoed in his mind. Ding, report master, Mithril detected. Zhang Feng was taken aback, followed by a wave of ecstatic joy. Mithril. They had finally discovered Mithril. His earlier composure was quickly replaced by an expression of surprise, which did not escape the notice of Angela and the others that TO them. This was certainly the reaction expected from a commoner who had just learned of a potential elevation to nobility. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Feng's inner turmoil had nothing to do with noble status. Where was it found? Is there a mithril mine? What is the yield? Zhang Feng inquired urgently. Discovered a dozen kilometers ahead. Not from a mine, but rather in a weapon, totaling only 100 grams. The mechanical voice's response caused Zhang Feng's elation to plummet. 100 grams? A level 1 base upgrade requires 100 kilograms of mithril, or 100,000 grams. This mere 100 grams is utterly negligible. However, it matters not, for as long as mithril exists on this planet, I trust that the mechanical army will be able to acquire it. A swift mechanical worm scurried over, clutching the weapon that contained the mithril and placed it in Zhang Feng's hands. Ah, it is Lamia's staff. Angela's voice trembled with sorrow. The individual named Lamia had been a companion during their expedition, and they had shared a close bond. The staff, which had been inseparable from her, now served as a grim reminder of her demise. Zhang Feng examined the staff in his hand. It bore a different appearance from the one Angela held. Yet the style was unmistakably similar. Fresh bloodstains adorned it, indicating that its owner had perished not long ago. Oh, this sorrowful relic. Allow me to keep it, Zhang Feng said as he handed it to a nearby level 4 swift mechanical worm for safekeeping in the main base. Angela opened her mouth as if to speak, but no words came forth. Corrin felt a deep discomfort, akin to having swallowed a fly. After all, a staff was an item of considerable value. It had fallen into the hands of this commoner. The presence of mithril within the staff indicated that mithril existed in the human realm. With this revelation, Zhang Feng promptly changed his mind. Angela, what was it you said? You wish for me to escort you out of this forest. Very well. Zhang Feng disregarded her title, addressing her directly by name. His brashness drew the ire of Corrin and others, who muttered, Indeed, just a commoner, though they dared not voice such sentiments aloud, maintaining a facade of respect. Then I express my gratitude in advance, esteemed puppeteer, Angela replied with a hint of a smile. I need to make some preparations. We shall set off early tomorrow morning. You may stay here tonight, as my mechanical puppets will ensure your safety. With that, Zhang Feng turned and departed, leaving them to watch as he entered the darkened dwelling, showing no inclination to invite anyone inside. The princess has already revealed her identity. Yet he remains so arrogant. It is utterly rude, Corrin muttered. Corrin, the puppeteer has saved our lives. Is that not enough? Angela frowned, clearly displeased. Without needing to gesture, a multitude of items appeared on the ground. Amanda and the others quickly set about erecting several tents, leaving a few to stand guard while the rest began to rest and recuperate, observing the tense demeanor of the two guards outside. Zhang Feng found it amusing. If he truly harbored ill intentions, their vigilance would be in vain. And if he meant no harm, the swift mechanical worms would suffice to ensure their safety. In truth, their decision to establish guards was a laughable misstep that, of course, prior to discovering the mithril, Zhang Feng had no malevolent thoughts towards them. Among this group, he was most intrigued by Angela, particularly when she silently conjured a plethora of items. It reminded him of a wondrous artifact from the realm of fantasy, a storage ring. How splendid it would be to possess such an item. The following morning, under Zhang Feng's urging, the group set out. This time, he brought along nearly all of his level 3 and level 4 swift mechanical worms, bolstered by tens of thousands of level 1 and level 2 mechanical units, his confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. Along the way, they encountered several groups of unsuspecting magical beasts, all of which were swiftly dispatched by the overwhelming tide of mechanical worms. Even a level 5 saber-toothed tiger fell victim to their swarm tactics. The might of the mechanical puppets left an indelible impression on Angela and her companions, further solidifying the beautiful princess's resolve to win over the puppeteer. After 5 or 6 days of arduous travel, the surrounding forest began to thin, and the trees grew shorter. As the landscape transformed into something akin to Earth, a stone city emerged before them. "Oh, Victoria City, we have finally returned," Corin exclaimed, arms outstretched, reveling in the exhilarating feeling of survival. "Indeed, we traversed the forest for over a month, yet we return in just 5 or 6 days, all thanks to the esteemed puppeteer," Amanda said gratefully, bowing in appreciation. Chapter 15. Entering the city. Amanda, no need for such formality. I promise to escort you back. And I shall fulfill that promise, Zhang Feng replied. After several days of interaction, he had gained some understanding of each person's character. Amanda was straightforward, a brawny individual with a simple mind, openly expressing gratitude and never forgetting Zhang Feng's life-saving deed, making a favorable impression on him. In contrast, Corin was a duplicitous character, whose insidious nature revealed itself in his pride. Though Zhang Feng could not discern the source of that pride, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson if necessary. Throughout their journey, through various subtle tests, Zhang Feng learned that the substance within the staff was also known as mithril on this planet, and was a highly prized magical material, integral to the creation of nearly all magical weapons. Although mithril mines were scarce on the continent, they were not entirely absent. However, they were predominantly controlled by a few major powers and classified as contraband, rendering them inaccessible to the common populace. A quantity of 100 kilograms was considered a vast amount, and even the wealthiest individuals could not procure such a sum. The notion of resorting to forceful acquisition was unrealistic, given the formidable military composed primarily of warriors and mages. Amanda, for instance, was a level 4 warrior. Zhang Feng devised a reason for her to compete against his level 3 swift mechanical worms, and while Amanda triumphed over them, she found herself outmatched by the level 4 variety. However, after Angela cast a buffing spell, Amanda's combat prowess surged, allowing her to swiftly defeat a level 4 swift mechanical worm. The outcome of this contest left Zhang Feng in a state of shock. Amanda further remarked that in great powers such as the Empire of Light or the Rienal Empire, warriors of his caliber could merely be regarded as elite within the ranks of the army. Furthermore, nearly all armies in various nations are supported by a multitude of mages during combat. This is indeed a world of formidable martial prowess. Until my main base is upgraded to a sufficiently high level, it seems I cannot afford to walk with impunity. Zhang Feng sighed, resolutely deciding to align himself with Angela and her companions, hoping to secure a noble title. This way, he could utilize a legitimate human identity to procure a substantial amount of mithril. Within the vast magical forest, escorted by the swift mechanical insects, their journey progressed smoothly. However, as they ventured into human territory, complications arose. The elite mechanical army accompanying Zhang Feng consisted of 200 units, each 3 to 4 meters in length, exuding an intimidating presence. This situation was swiftly detected by patrolling human soldiers, who hastily reported back to the city, observing the sparks rising in the distance. Angela furrowed her brows, muttering inaudibly to herself. She then turned to Zhang Feng and said, "My lord puppeteer, further ahead lies the defense zone of Victoria City. The mechanical puppets you bring may cause trouble. They will likely have to remain here until your return." Are you implying that I cannot bring these mechanical puppets into the city? Of course, my lord puppeteer. Victoria City is a crucial stronghold of our Bernard Kingdom, home to over 100,000 residents and several noble families. How could we allow an undefined force to enter? Perhaps feeling emboldened by their exit from the forest, Corin spoke without restraint, and no sooner had he finished than a shadow darted before him. And with a sharp snap, his neck was caught by a swift mechanical insect, lifting him off the ground. The speed of a level 4 mechanical insect was sufficient to end his life before a level 3 human could react, or to abduct him before he could respond. And Corin happened to be a level 3 human. Corin grasped at the pincers of the mechanical insect, appearing as ridiculous as an ant attempting to shake a tree. His legs kicking frantically, his face flushed, mouth agape, in evident distress. "Corin, The others exclaimed in alarm, wanting to intervene, but were halted by a squad of swift mechanical insects. "My lord puppeteer, what are you doing?" Corin may have spoken disrespectfully, but his offense hardly merits death. Angela stepped forward, imploringly. "I merely wish to remind him never to forget that it is this undefined force that rescued you from the jaws of the wolves and returned you to the human city. Were it not for my undefined force, you would likely have long since become the dung of magical beasts. Furthermore, I am a barbarian with a rather irascible temperament, so do not provoke me." Upon concluding his statement, without issuing a command, the swift mechanical insect swung its pincers, casting the unfortunate Corin over 30 meters away with a thud. Despite his level 3 warrior constitution, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to rise with the assistance of 2 guards, that he shot a venomous glare at Zhang Feng. Limping ahead towards Victoria's City, too intimidated to utter a single harsh word. Zhang Feng's gaze turned icy. He silently sentenced this individual to death, resolutely determined to eliminate him the moment an opportunity arose. The days spent battling beasts in the forest had only heightened Zhang Feng's primal instincts, making him acutely aware that potential threats must be eradicated, or they would become ticking time bombs in his path, waiting to inflict harm. Corin, being petty and small-minded, had never acknowledged the life-saving favor Zhang Feng had extended. Instead, he had continually sought to undermine him due to Zhang Feng's humble origins. After this humiliation, it was certain that Corin would scheme for revenge. Such a person was not worth mourning. The only reason Zhang Feng refrained from killing him now was because he still aimed to enter the city. "My lord Zhang Feng, my companion Corin is the legitimate son of the current patriarch of the Moss family. The Moss family wields significant influence in Victoria's City. Having offended him, you must exercise caution upon entering," Amanda cautioned from the side. As they re-entered human civilization, their trial team effectively completed their mission and disbanded. That Amanda's warning was not treachery against a companion. Zhang Feng turned to express his gratitude for her concern, then addressed Angela. "Princess Angela, is there no way you could bring some mechanical puppets into the city, given your royal status? If it were just a few, it would certainly pose no issue. However, with the multitude you have behind you." Angela hesitated, glancing at the dense swarm of swift mechanical insects, her lovely face betraying her discomfort. "A few will not suffice," Zhang Feng firmly rejected, since understanding the combat capabilities of this world's inhabitants. He had lost confidence in his mechanical insects that if there was anything he could rely on, it was the swarm tactics. Bringing only a few swift mechanical insects into the city would be tantamount to handing his life over to others. However, it is not entirely hopeless that as a great puppeteer, surely you possess a space ring? Angela's face broke into a playful smile. Space ring? Zhang Feng instantly recalled the scene before the subbase, where Angela had effortlessly conjured a plethora of items. Indeed, a space ring. I do not possess one. Zhang Feng's single proclamation caused Angela to immediately turn pale. That if Corin were still present, he would undoubtedly wear an expression of disdain. How could a puppeteer of his caliber lack a space ring? Truly befitting the lowly origins of a mountain dweller. Zhang Feng felt no shame in this matter. Recognizing the conversation as a prime opportunity, he unabashedly proposed, "Princess Angela, as the daughter of the Bernard Kingdom, your family must possess numerous space rings. Would you consider gifting me one?" Angela appeared slightly embarrassed, hesitating as she stammered. "Well, while space rings are indeed precious, they are not particularly significant to us royals. However, your puppets are all quite large, and a typical space ring would have limited capacity, perhaps accommodating only one at best, thus rendering it of little use to you. Unless, never mind. I shall gift you this ring of mine." Angela wore one ring on each hand, a detail Zhang Feng had already noted. Now, she removed the ring from her left hand, as if having made a considerable resolution, reluctantly extending it toward him. Taking someone's treasured possession, especially that of a beautiful woman, seemed somewhat shameless. Yet Zhang Feng felt no qualm in doing, so that he instead perceived this as an excellent opportunity to forge a connection with a noble beauty. Princess Angela, as she removed the ring, Amanda and the others gasped in astonishment. Zhang Feng, indifferent to their reactions, politely said, "This seems quite important to you, princess. Would you like to reconsider?" As he spoke, he accepted it without hesitation, prompting a chorus of eye rolls from the onlookers. Angela, being a princess, only displayed a fleeting hint of reluctance before quickly regaining her composure, maintaining her elegant smile as she remarked, "My lord puppeteer, there is no need for formality. You are Angela's savior. Without you, we would have long perished at the hands of wolves that a mere ring cannot adequately express my gratitude. Then I shall express my thanks in advance, Princess Angela." Zhang Feng mentally applauded her demeanor, truly befitting a royal. Realizing the situation was irreversible, Amanda sighed. "My lord puppeteer, the space ring bestowed upon you is known as the Crescent Moon Ring, paired with the Radiant Star Ring worn on the princess's right hand. Both are Angela's most cherished possessions, and I hope you shall take good care of it." Upon uttering the words paired, Angela's face flushed, inwardly chastising herself for her previous impulsiveness that a pair of celestial rings would have possessed her to give one away. She hoped to avoid any misunderstandings. "Rest assured, princess, whatever the value of the item you have bestowed upon me, even if it were a mere straw, I would cherish it as I would my own eyes." Zhang Feng's casual remark made Angela's cheeks redden further. He examined the antiquely styled ring in his hand, growing increasingly satisfied. However, when he attempted to wear it, he found himself at a loss that he awkwardly turned to Angela. I would appreciate your guidance on how to use this ring." Upon uttering this question, Zhang Feng could distinctly sense the shift in the gazes of those around him. If an ordinary individual asked such a question, it might have been forgiven. However, the one asking was a puppeteer, an exceedingly powerful one at that. This was utterly intolerable. Only much later did Zhang Feng realize that storage rings and bracelets were exceptionally valuable to ordinary people, yet were considered essential tools for puppeteers. Any capable puppeteer would typically equip themselves with a storage ring of considerable size, enabling them to carry large mechanical puppets that, of course, there exist some puppeteers who are less fortunate and cannot afford such spatial rings. However, the status of puppeteers on the continent is exceedingly high, making such individuals the exception rather than the rule, that if one does not even know how to utilize a spatial ring. Observing Zhang Feng's demeanor, which did not suggest he was jesting, Angela could only shake her head in exasperation and say, "The Star Moon Ring comes in pairs, and for some reason, an individual can only bond with one of them. Therefore, the one you possess is yet to be attuned to me. This simplifies matters considerably. All you need to do is drip a drop of your blood on it, and you will become its master. Then, focus your attention on the ring, and you will be able to sense the space within and control the retrieval and storage of items." I see, Zhang Feng thought to himself, realizing that this was precisely as described in the fantasy novels he had read. If it weren't for his fear of pain, he would have already tried a drop of blood, thus avoiding such an embarrassing inquiry that he cut his finger on the claw of a nearby mechanical insect, letting his blood drip onto the moonlight ring, which immediately absorbed it. Suddenly, Zhang Feng felt a newfound affinity with the ring and attempted to concentrate as Angela had instructed. In his mind, an expansive space measuring 10 meters in width, length, and height appeared. This sensation was extraordinary. Although there was nothing before him, he could vividly envision it in his mind, with a surge of excitement. He rubbed the ring against another mechanical insect, making it vanish into thin AI or in the next moment. Within that thin space, a solitary mechanical insect measuring over 4 meters in length stood there. "Wow! The Star Moon Ring is truly impressive. It can accommodate such a large mechanical puppet," exclaimed a nearby guard. "Ha ha! Splendid! This item is indeed convenient that in the future I can carry so many mechanical insects with me, hiding them away and releasing them unexpectedly during battles. Ha ha ha!" Zhang Feng laughed heartily and then stored another mechanical insect inside the ring. "Oh, you've stored another one. It is said that the Star Moon Ring has a vast space, and it appears to be true." The guards murmured in admiration. Zhang Feng mused that there was nothing astonishing about it. A 10-meter cubic space is neither excessively large nor small, and if he stacked items within, the capacity would be quite substantial. Soon, the third, fourth, and fifth mechanical insects disappeared one after another. At this point, not only the guards but even Amanda's eyes widened in astonishment. After managing to store nearly 50 insects, the storage ring was filled to its capacity and could hold no more. Scratching his head, Zhang Feng lamented, "This ring is indeed excellent, but the space within is somewhat limited. What? Limited space. Do you know what the largest storage rings available in the magical goods shops of the city measure? They are less than half a meter on each side. Even if a puppeteer spends a fortune to have a custom-made storage ring from a renowned craftsman, the typical space will not exceed 1 or 2 meters on each side. We all witnessed you store 50 of these sizable mechanical puppets, and you still find it lacking? Amanda's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. However, recalling that this puppeteer had previously been unaware of how to use a spatial ring, Amanda forgave his ignorance. Zhang Feng wore an expression of realization, chuckling. It seems I have misunderstood. However, if I had another ring of similar capacity to carry an additional 50 puppets, that would be even more perfect. While speaking, his shifty eyes fixated greedily on the star ring in Angela's possession. Dream on. Seeing the insatiable greed of the puppeteer, even someone as noble as Angela nearly uttered an expletive. Realizing this might be undignified, she quickly smoothed her hair and remarked, "This way, you can carry 50 mechanical puppets, and as long as you stay within our party, entering the city should pose no issue. With 50 mechanical puppets to protect you, you ought to have little to worry about." Zhang Feng considered this and finally nodded that he did not wish to forfeit the opportunity to enter the city for a chance at prestige. Otherwise, as a mere wildling, who knew how long it would take him to amass sufficient mithril, with a command, the remaining mechanical insects immediately scattered into the nearby forest, with more than half burrowing underground. Hidden securely, given their proximity to Victoria City, they could return at his command within a short span of time. Unnoticed by anyone, one of the fourth-tier mechanical insects, clutching a meteorite-like object in its jaws, burrowed underground. Once everyone had departed, the mechanical insects that had burrowed underground began excavating, and in just half a day's time, they had unearthed a substantial space. The meteorite then emitted a mechanical sound, declaring, "Base 23 activated." With all matters settled, the group continued onward. Not long after, they encountered a contingent of soldiers approaching. These warriors were half archers, half sword and shield bearers. Upon spotting the approaching group, they immediately assumed a defensive posture. Without Angela needing to issue orders, Amanda proactively stepped forward to speak, and after revealing their identities, the leader of the contingent promptly approached to pay his respects. "Your Highness the Princess, I am the captain of the City Defense Forces. We received a warning of a large horde of magical beasts in the vicinity, so we came to investigate. There are approximately 200 of these beasts, though we cannot ascertain their specific types. We can only roughly estimate that they resemble magical insects. This area is unsafe, and I implore you to return to the city at once." Clearly, the captain had mistaken Zhang Feng's mechanical insects for the magical insects that roamed the forest of monsters. Amanda's expression contorted with indignation as she declared with authority, "What? A horde of magical insects has managed to reach within dozens of miles of Victoria City. What is your city defense forces doing?" "Fortunately, we have not encountered them. Had anything happened to Her Highness, you should be wary for your necks. Moreover, the fact that the princess must evade a horde of magical insects within her own kingdom's defense perimeter. What would that say if it were to spread?" After Amanda's scolding, the captain immediately broke into a cold sweat, bowing his head and stammering, "Your Highness, forgive me. In truth, our Victoria defense area is usually quite safe and has never suffered an incursion from magical beasts. What occurred today was purely an anomaly." An anomaly? Feigning another round of reprimands, Amanda then instructed a squad of soldiers to escort Angela and her party toward Victoria City. Zhang Feng was utterly taken aback. Amanda, who typically appeared rough and uncouth, exuded such commanding presence when roused. Sensing Zhang Feng's thoughts, Angela smiled and said, "Though Amanda seems coarse, he hails from the Nord family. His father is a highly respected old earl in the kingdom, and he himself is the legitimate heir. While the captain may hold a higher title, in the presence of true nobility, he is hardly significant." Wow! So this is the power of nobility. Zhang Feng's heart began to race. In the society he had previously known, at least on the surface, equality was proclaimed, and he had not deeply grasped the concept of nobility. After his transition here, he had not even encountered human society. Now, witnessing Amanda's commanding presence, Zhang Feng felt a stirring ambition within him. This was the life a man ought to lead, to chastise those who displeased him without fear of reprisal. This exhilarating feeling could never be matched by tussling with magical beasts in the forest alongside a horde of mechanical insects. In that moment, Zhang Feng resolved to become a nobleman. With the soldiers' protection, the group strode confidently through the city gates to the entrance. Zhang Feng observed a line of individuals awaiting inspection to enter the city. Occasionally, some elegantly dressed individuals passed by, and the soldiers merely inquired briefly before allowing them to proceed. As for Zhang Feng's party, with Angela present, the soldiers treated them with utmost respect. Once inside the city, the escorting soldiers were dismissed by Angela. With these individuals following us, we would be unable to do anything, were the princess's exact words. Master Puppeteer, I have already sent a message to my father regarding your situation. I believe he will greatly appreciate and thank you for saving Angela's life. Your Highness, you are too kind. It is only right. Angela smiled gently. Now, we shall wait for news in Victoria's City. It may take 2 or 3 days to receive a response from my father. In the meantime, shall we visit the magic goods shop? This outing has consumed a vast quantity of magical potions, and we are completely out of magical scrolls, so we need to replenish our supplies. Certainly, I defer to your arrangements, Your Highness, Zhang Feng replied, his eyes sparkling. The legendary magic shop had long been a place of his aspirations, that he had witnessed the wonders of magical items in this world firsthand. When he had rescued Amanda and the others, their injuries had been grievous, and he had doubted whether they could survive without a hospital. Yet, by the time they were set to depart the following day, they appeared vibrant and full of life. After inquiring, he learned it was due to the miraculous effects of the magical potions. According to the traditions of memory, once the main base is upgraded to level 2, nutrient pods will emerge, proving to be remarkably effective in treating injuries. It seems that as long as one still breathes after entering, they will soon emerge lively and energetic. I wonder how this effect compares to that of magical potions. Zhang Feng is filled with anticipation regarding the nutrient pods. The great forest of Demon Realm is fraught with dangers, yet it is equally brimming with opportunities. The diverse array of magical beasts and plants serves as both lethal demons and mobile treasure troves. For countless adventurers over the millennia, driven by dreams of wealth and power, this place has been regarded as paradise. Victoria's City has flourished, relying on its proximity to the great forest of Demon Realm. Adventurers from hundreds of miles around typically come to Victoria's City to purchase the necessary equipment for entering the forest or to recuperate after their ventures within, contributing to the city's extraordinary prosperity. Chapter 18. Edson's Magical Supplies Store. If the capital city of Aruz serves as the political heart of the Bernard Kingdom, then Victoria's City can undoubtedly be considered its economic center. The city's architecture, reminiscent of medieval stone castles on Earth, imbues the entire locale with an ancient charm. As one strolls along the streets, formidable warriors are a common sight. Even the seldom-seen wizards can occasionally be spotted here. Turning down 2 main streets, a group of individuals enters an alleyway. The alley's entrance stands a sign adorned with dazzling characters, Bailashi Alley. Here, the foot traffic is noticeably sparse, creating an empty feeling compared to the bustling streets just moments ago. Those who do pass by are draped in robes of magic. Are they all wizards? Zhang Feng inquires, puzzled. He had previously heard that wizards were exceedingly rare, yet here they seem as common as cabbages. Indeed, this is the renowned street for magical supplies in Victoria's City. Without the identity of a wizard, even the wealthy would not dare to tread here lightly. For any passerby is a formidable wizard, and a wealthy individual's carelessness could lead to troubles beyond their means to handle. Angela elucidates that it's the largest chain of magical supply stores on Limit Continent. Edson's Magical Supplies Store boasts branches in nearly every nation. It is only natural to find its presence in illustrious streets like Bailashi Alley. The most bustling section of Bailashi Alley stands a super luxurious storefront, towering over 20 meters and occupying an area of 2,000 to 3,000 square meters. This is the flagship store of Edson's Magical Supplies in Victoria's City. It is worth noting that the land prices in Bailashi Alley are incredibly steep. The lifetime savings of an ordinary family could scarcely purchase a single square meter here. The mere footprint of Edson's store attests to its immense wealth. Stepping onto the specially paved stone floor, they ascend the steps. The entrance to Edson's Magical Supplies store features a uniform design. crafted from jade stone quarried from the main mountain range of the Great Forest of Demon Realm. The most notable characteristic of jade stone is its exquisite patterns, making it the most esteemed building material among the nobility of Limit Continent. Even the grandest edifices of the Radiant Empire's clergy frequently incorporate jade stone. Beyond its aesthetic appeal, jade stone can absorb a small amount of magic and effectively block prying consciousness, which further endears it to the masses. Gazing at the jade stone entrance of Edson's magical supplies store, one can discern that, despite utilizing lower-quality veins from the edges of the main mountain range, the uniformity of its global branches reveals the formidable nature of this magical supply chain. The facade of Edson's store is both beautiful and imposing, with two slender, long-haired beauties in red brocade gowns standing at the entrance, their enticing figures accentuated by the tight-fitting waists. Zhang Feng quickly notices the white badges adorned on their chests, each featuring a star-like design. "Oh, the badges they seem quite similar to yours," Zhang Feng observes curiously, pointing at Angela's white badge. That is the wizard certification badge, with a single star indicating they are first-level wizards. Employing two first-level wizards as greeters is a remarkable display of Edson's audacity among the many businesses in Victoria City, Angela explains. "The badge on my chest signifies that I am a fourth-level wizard. According to badge regulations, a staff represents third level and a star denotes first-level. My badge, therefore, consists of one staff and one star, indicating my fourth-level status." Angela continues to elaborate. Zhang Feng nods in understanding, though he had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate Princess Angela would be a fourth-level wizard. It is important to note that the classification of human wizards mirrors that of magical beasts, which means Angela's combat prowess is comparable to that of a fourth-level swift mechanical worm. A thought that is undeniably terrifying. The first-floor hall is already bustling with activity, where the typically proud wizards appear as inconspicuous as refuse, chatting in small groups or haggling with sales clerks at various counters. The scene reminds Zhang Feng of a bustling shopping mall during a festive season on Earth. "Ah, honored Princess Angela, Edson's magical supplies store welcomes you." At that moment, a clean-cut young man approaches them. As a competent sales associate, knowing the local nobility is essential. Though Angela does not reside in Victoria City, she had recently visited to procure supplies for her expedition into the Great Forest of Demon Realm. So the young sales associate naturally recognizes her. Zhang Feng takes note of his badge, which bears 2 stars, indicating that the young man is a second-level wizard. With utmost respect, the young man greets Angela. Yet she does not return even a smile, striding past him with her head held high, akin to an imperious peacock. Amanda and the others follow closely behind, their expressions serious and respectful, in contrast to the earlier light-hearted banter. This sudden shift in demeanor leaves Zhang Feng feeling somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, he is not oblivious to the situation, understanding that adopting a similarly haughty demeanor is the best course of action. He lifts his head slightly and walks forward alongside Angela. Angela shows no interest in the items on the first floor, heading directly for the staircase. Meanwhile, the young second-level wizard maintains a respectful smile, leading the way while stating, "Given your Highness Angela's status, the merchandise on the first floor is certainly beneath your notice. Please, allow me to escort you to the second floor." This level of service, when compared to the so-called first-class public relations personnel of the 21st century, seems utterly subpar. While Angela is accustomed to such treatment, Zhang Feng finds himself feeling somewhat elated. Truly, the feeling of being treated like a VIP is delightful. "Isn't that Princess Angela? I heard she returned from her trial in the Great Forest of Demon Realm." "Indeed." "Oh, who is that young man walking beside her?" "Anyone who can walk alongside the princess must surely be a prince from some duchy." "Certainly. Did you not see how he holds his head high, exuding an air of arrogance? I heard Princess Angela has yet to settle on a betrothed. Could this young prince possibly be her paramour? They truly seem to be a match made in heaven." "How enviable." As Angela and her entourage ascend the stairs, the crowd in the hall begins to murmur. The princess's charming visage flushes slightly at the whispers, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. But she quickly regains her composure. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, remains unfazed. Having previously been an inconspicuous recluse, now being the center of attention, especially in connection with such a beautiful princess, is something he does not mind in the least. Chapter 19. Do you have mithril? Upon reaching the second floor, a portly middle-aged man with a pair of mustaches replaces the young sales associate, and he greets them with an exaggeratedly enthusiastic smile. Ah, Princess Angela. Your presence is truly an honor for Edson's magical supply store. That I am Adamson, your VIP attendant. We require some restorative potions and magical scrolls, Angela states, her expression as frosty as ever. Certainly, Your Highness. Please follow me, Adamson replies, leading the way as the group ascends to the third floor. Unlike the bustling first floor and the spacious second floor, the third floor exudes an air of elegance and tranquility that it is unclear what methods they employed. But the noise from the first and second floors does not penetrate this serene space. Beneath their feet lies a carpet resembling a lush lawn, flanked by various delicate flowers, while overhead is not a ceiling but a vast expanse of azure sky. The VIP area of Edson's magical supplies store employs an illusion array for its ceiling, consuming energy daily sufficient to bankrupt an ordinary household. However, for the financially robust Edson, this is hardly a concern, Angela whispers, elucidating the situation to Zhang Feng. Upon entering the VIP area, there are no counters. Instead, there are individually partitioned rooms designed for esteemed clients. This stratified service illustrates the mature business strategy of Edson's magical supply store. Once inside a private room, only Angela, Amanda, and Zhang Feng take their seats, while the remaining guards stand vigil at the side. Aside from Adamson, who was specifically tasked with serving Angela and her entourage. Each VIP room was attended by 2 enchanting maidens. Although they bore no mage badges upon their chests, their beauty was truly exceptional. Their revealing attire, too, sparked the imagination. The maidens presented a green beverage, and Zhang Feng, intrigued, lifted it to his lips. The aroma was delightful, and upon entering his stomach, a wave of warmth swirled within him, offering an indescribable comfort that in this world, where spiritual energy abounds, both flora and fauna are rich in vitality. Even a single cup of tea far surpasses its earthly counterpart. And regular consumption undoubtedly contributes to longevity. Moments later, a row of maidens entered, each bearing a tray laden with glass vials, each a riot of colors, each distinct. Your Highness Angela, this is a batch of magical potions just dispatched from our Victoria branch, Adamson announced. Please, do take a look and see which ones you require. As he spoke, the maidens stepped forward in turn, bowing respectfully before Adamson began to introduce the potions they held. Dragon Blood Orchid Restoration Potion. A 5th-tier magical potion, primarily composed of dragon blood orchids harvested from Dragon Island, known for its exceptional efficacy in treating injuries. Domat's Mental Restoration Potion, a 5th-tier magical concoction crafted through decades of effort by the Grand Sorcerer Domat. With its meticulously balanced formula, it can restore 50% of a person's mental energy in a short span, making it an indispensable item for adventurers. Miguel's Vitality Restoration Potion, a 5th-tier magical elixir. Adamson continued to elaborate on several more potions, which range from restoring fighting spirit to magical energy, as well as healing injuries. The selection was vast, predominantly featuring 5th-tier potions, with the occasional exquisite 4th-tier variant that boasted unique effects or specialized healing properties. Magical potions are categorized into 9 tiers, with higher tiers containing denser energy, albeit at a steeper price. Legendary 9th-tier holy potions, for instance, cannot simply be purchased with wealth alone. Generally, one would prepare merely a few 1st or 2nd-tier potions for their journeys. Recommending 5th-tier potions to Angela was entirely befitting of her status as a royal princess. After all, such items are consumables with high demand. While high-tier potions are indeed effective, their exorbitant costs render them less practical. Following the potions, there were magical scrolls. Various types such as teleportation scrolls, enhancement scrolls, and blessing scrolls. Initially, Zhang Feng listened with keen interest, but as these scrolls required magical energy to activate, rendering them unusable for most, his enthusiasm waned. Ultimately, Angela selected the Dragon Blood Orchid Restoration Potion, Domat's Mental Restoration Potion, Miguel's Vitality Restoration Potion, and numerous magical scrolls. I would like 50 units of the Sacred Blessing Potion, along with 200 units of other 3rd-tier potions, Angela added. Adamson's eyes sparkled, his smile widening. For the Edson Magical Supplies store, Angela's purchase was not particularly remarkable, but for Adamson personally, the commission from this transaction would yield a handsome profit. Ah, Your Highness Angela, you are indeed discerning. Our Sacred Blessing Potion is specially tailored by the Church of Light. Its efficacy below the 7th tier is indistinguishable from that used by the Church itself, and certainly surpasses what other shops offer. We have always trusted Edson's various products, Angela nodded. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. The total comes to 538,600 magic crystals. At this juncture, the total had been calculated. Angela, unfazed, extended a purple card emblazoned with a lengthy string of digits. Zhang Feng took note. It appeared to be a 9-digit number. Adamson accepted the card and swiped it across a crystalline panel beside him, which instantly displayed the number 538600, while the corresponding amount was deducted from Angela's card. Pray tell, Adamson, do you happen to have any mithril? Zhang Feng, seizing the chance, inquired about the matter that most piqued his interest. Mithril? Adamson paused. Though he did not recognize the gentleman, he surmised that anyone accompanying Princess Angela must possess a noteworthy status. However, the nobleman's question was somewhat, esteemed sir, we certainly do have mithril in stock. If you require it, I would be more than happy to procure some on behalf of the Edson Magical Supplies store. Adamson responded swiftly. Oh, that would be tremendously appreciated. I require 100 kilograms, Zhang Feng stated without hesitation. At this moment, the entire VIP room fell into a stunned silence. Mithril? 100 kilograms? What a jest! Such materials are typically measured in grams. Moreover, as a requisite for crafting magical items, they are never sold in their raw form. Adamson's earlier remarks were merely a courtesy to Princess Angela. Yet, this gentleman had boldly requested 100 kilograms. This was akin to causing a ruckus. The smile on Adamson's face froze, and his mouth twitched slightly. There is no need to take this seriously. Adamson, my friend here simply enjoys jesting. Angela interjected, breaking the awkward tension. Ha! I see. Indeed, mithril is prohibited from being sold indiscriminately in any nation that if you require a few dozen grams for crafting magical weapons. We might be able to consider alternatives. Adamson chuckled uneasily. Zhang Feng scratched his head, realizing that acquiring 100 kilograms through purchase was utterly implausible. Chapter 20. You wish for my demise. I shall precede you in death. Naturally, Zhang Feng had his share of magical potions and scrolls, but he felt no psychological burden in accepting Angela's gifts. One must seize opportunities when they arise. Furthermore, given that he had saved the life of the opposing party, it was only reasonable to expect some recompense. Having obtained the items, as he stepped out of the VIP room, a group of individuals approached him. Angela, I cannot believe it is truly you, just now. I heard someone announce your arrival upstairs, and I was somewhat incredulous. Spoke a handsome, yet scheming young man clad in an ornate long robe adorned with star-like embellishments that a second-generation air. A pretty boy. Such was Zhang Feng's assessment of him. For reasons unknown, Zhang Feng felt an instant disdain upon first sight. Moreover, the young man's gaze, as it passed over Zhang Feng, was rife with hostility. That it was evident that this young man was the ringleader among the group. Ah! It is Mr. Trey's greetings. Angela's tone was tepid, clearly indifferent to the other party. Oh, Angela, why so formal? I prefer you call me Miguel, Trey's replied, completely disregarding the boundaries. Angela offered a slight smile, choosing not to engage further. Trey's seemed accustomed to Angela's aloofness and bore no offense. However, when he turned his attention to Zhang Feng, his expression soured, particularly as his gaze fell upon the radiant moon ring adorning Zhang Feng's hand, darkening with palpable malice. This gentleman appears unfamiliar. Might I inquire as to which noble family from the Bernard Kingdom you hail from? If memory serves, I do not believe any Stamborans have been ennobled in your realm. Trey's spoke haughtily, revealing Zhang Feng's racial identity through his physical features. Before Zhang Feng could respond, one of Trey's associates interjected. Young lord, this individual is not a noble from our Bernard Kingdom. None of us recognize him. Moreover, no rumors have circulated among the Bernard elite regarding any liaison with Stamborans, which was a clear derision implying that Zhang Feng was less than a bastard child. Oh, so, this is a commoner? When did a commoner gain the privilege to stand beside Her Highness the Princess? Trazes' words dripped with sarcasm, and the surrounding individuals erupted into laughter. Zhang Feng's countenance darkened. How absurd! He was merely strolling along when a mad dog leapt forth to bite him. Truly revolting. Besides, Trazes was merely a young lord, and with Princess Angela's backing, augmented by the 50 level 4 swift mechanical insects within his spatial ring for intimidation, he had no reason to fear. Having grasped this rationale, Zhang Feng cast aside his reservations, allowing a mocking expression to surface on his face that he casually dug into his ear and remarked, "What was that noise just now?" It sounded as though a mad dog was barking. Silence. An immediate hush fell over the vicinity. In this stillness, Trazes' complexion shifted from pale to green, growing increasingly ghastly, his expression a portrait of barely contained fury. Before he could unleash his wrath, a young man beside him leapt forth, bellowing, "Audacious, you, a commoner, dare to insult the young lord. Your death will not suffice to atone for such transgression. Your family shall bear the consequences of your recklessness. Kill him! Kill him!" Several others joined in, two brandishing wands while the rest drew swords, revealing their identities as both mages and warriors. "Vidya, your highness is present. Your reckless actions show a blatant disregard for her." Amanda swiftly unsheathed her broadsword, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhang Feng. "Amanda, you would do well to refrain from intervening in this matter, that we harbor no disrespect towards the princess. However, this Stamboran has so egregiously insulted the young lord that only blood can cleanse this offense. Amanda, you must carefully consider the consequences of opposing the young lord. Not only you, but even your Nord family is but a mere trifle in the presence of the young lord. To offend the young lord for the sake of an inconsequential Stamborian, do ponder whether it is worth it. Amanda, do not become a sinner of the Nord family." At the reprimand of those few, Amanda's complexion turned a deep shade of purple, yet no matter how furious he felt, he dared not retort. Instead, he withered away, retracting his heavy sword and turning to Zhang Feng, saying, "Master Puppeteer, I apologize. You saved Amanda's life, yet Amanda cannot assist you now. It is not that I lack gratitude, but offending the young lord would bring calamity upon my family. Selling my life to you would not matter, but I must consider my family." Amanda's face was a portrait of shame. "Do not take it to heart, Amanda," Zhang Feng said, feigning magnanimity as he patted the other's shoulder. Though inwardly he felt a chill, it seemed the other's identity was not as straightforward as he had presumed. However, the die was cast, and retreat was no longer an option. Moreover, even if he were to withdraw, the other would undoubtedly not relent. The more Zhang Feng displayed his forbearance, the greater Amanda's shame became. To Angela's expression turned icy as she said, "Trazes, do you not extend even a modicum of leniency?" "My friend merely misspoke." "Friend, huh?" At Angela's plea, Miguel Trazes' countenance grew even more menacing as he signaled to those around him, simultaneously retreating, that he had resolved to eliminate this Stamborian first. In such circumstances, how could Zhang Feng remain oblivious? Although he sensed that this young lord surely harbored a complex identity, he would not sit idly by that. "If you wish for my demise, I shall ensure your end first." With a flicker of thought, 5 level 4 rapid mechanical bugs materialized and swiftly lunged at the group ahead. The individuals in the front were utterly unprepared for such an occurrence and had no time to react. Screams of terror echoed as the weakest among them, the few mages, were struck down first. The rapid mechanical bugs attacked with precision. Their sharp appendages pierced through their chests, emerging from their backs. And then they were hoisted high into the air and flung several meters away. The warriors reacted quickly, immediately channeling their energy, their swords glowing with a yellow light. One with the swiftest reflexes launched a counterattack. Bringing his sword down. Clang! The sound rang out as a white mark appeared on the sleek black shell of the rapid mechanical bug. Simultaneously, its massive pincers snapped out, seizing the opponent's body, and with a crunch, it decapitated him in the blink of an eye. Only Trazes remained. The gruesome scene had left the young lord petrified. The rapid mechanical bugs showed no regard for the opponent's noble status, as long as their master did not give the command to cease. They would not relent. Point one rapid mechanical bug transformed into a blur, lunging toward Trazes, and it seemed this arrogant figure was about to meet a bloody end. Suddenly, a yellow barrier flashed, intercepting the fatal blow. Chapter 21. Aftermath. A lean, middle-aged man clad in a black wizard's robe, adorned with an emblem featuring a staff and 2 stars, stepped forward, brandishing his staff to shield the others. Clearly, the yellow barrier had emanated from him. A level 5 mage. Zhang Feng's heart sank. This was the highest-ranking mage he had encountered since arriving in this world. The stout Adamson hurried over, wearing his ever-annoying grin. Ahem, everyone, please remain calm. For the sake of our Edson family. Shall we not resolve our grievances after we exit? Zhang Feng's expression darkened. Just moments ago, Trazes' group had been aggressively threatening him, and now that Zhang Feng had shown his strength, Adamson appeared eager to smooth things over. It was evident to any discerning eye where this little rotund man's loyalties lay. Is he one of your Edson family? Zhang Feng inquired, pointing at the black-robed mage. Ah, yes, this is our Edson's mage. Elaine quickly apologized to this esteemed gentleman. Elaine's face was icy as she nodded slightly, yet she remained silent. Hee, Elaine has that temperament. I hope our esteemed guest will not take offense, Adamson continued to placate, maintaining his smile. Just then, a gust of wind was heard from downstairs as a dozen individuals rushed up, encircling Trazes protectively. Young master, are you well? Among them were 8 warriors and 4 mages, 3 of whom were level 4. And one, surprisingly, was also a level 5. That the one who had spoken was the level 5 mage, addressing Trazes as young master, indicating he was indeed Trazes' servant. Herbert, kill him, Miguel Trazes shouted, clutching the sleeve of the level 5 mage in a frenzy. Yet Herbert, the level 5 mage, exercised caution, chanting a series of incantations while his staff glowed with yellow light, enveloping Miguel's form until he was assured of his master's safety before he sighed in relief. With their appearance, Zhang Feng realized he had missed the prime opportunity to eliminate the second-generation heir. With a thought, he commanded the 5 rapid mechanical bugs to retreat and position themselves in front of him. Still feeling uneasy, he summoned another 5, surrounding himself with 10 rapid mechanical bugs, which offered him a sense of security. Aside from Angela and her cohort, the others were startled by the presence of the 10 mechanical behemoths. 10 mechanical puppets. You are a puppeteer. Such a powerful puppeteer cannot possibly be a mere nobody. May I inquire as to your esteemed lineage? Inquired the level 5 mage Herbert. Zhang Feng scoffed, neither confirming nor denying that a flicker of malice crossed Trazes' face as he spoke. Regardless of whether you are a puppeteer, offending me today will ensure your demise without question. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. If you provoke me, I shall return it in kind. Zhang Feng retorted without hesitation. Trazes laughed in rage. Very well. Long ago, someone spoke to me in a similar tone, but those individuals have since turned to dust. That I hope your fortune fares better than theirs. Just as Zhang Feng prepared to deliver a sarcastic retort, Angela interjected, Young Master Trazes, the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. Why dwell on it? Moreover, the individuals who perished were all nobles from our Bernard kingdom, which is already troublesome enough. Do you not wish to let it go? Upon hearing this, a smile replaced the malice on Trazes' face. Indeed. Though these fellows are of little worth, they are nonetheless nobles of your Bernard kingdom. Let me see, there are heirs from the Moss family, the Campbell family, and the Woomart family. This certainly complicates matters that I trust this esteemed puppeteer can smooth things over. Miguel Trazes recognized that with Angela intervening and being in the esteemed area of Edson's magic shop, he could not afford to escalate matters further. Having initiated the conflict himself, and with Adamson's intervention, he had already received assistance. Should he act again, the other party might not show him any consideration. After all, the headquarters of Edson's magic shop was in the Renal Empire, and its influence was not to be trifled with compared to the Trazes family. Their relationship could be deemed equitable. Understanding this, Miguel resolved to swallow his indignation for the time being and settle the score later. With that, he laughed heartily and descended the stairs, followed by his entourage. Though he spoke lightly, the resentment simmering within him was palpable. The scion of the Trezes family, who had never endured any slight, had been humiliated by a commoner, especially in front of the beautiful and noble Princess Angela. This was utterly intolerable. That despicable Corin. That commoner is a puppeteer. Such crucial information, and he dared to conceal it, nearly costing me my life. Reflecting on the previous peril, it appeared that the commoner indeed intended to kill him. In that moment, he distinctly felt the chill of death that he had assumed that being in the esteemed area of Edson's magic shop would guarantee his safety, hence allowing his guards to remain downstairs. He never anticipated such a turn of events. Miguel now realized that even the lives of noble offspring were as fragile as those of common folk, though the nobles of Bernard Kingdom could hardly be considered true nobility. Yet within Bernard, they held the highest status. Moreover, the families of those individuals could be said to dominate the political arena of the kingdom. Their words were such that even the king would dare not openly defy them. For that puppeteer to kill without hesitation, he must either be deranged or possess substantial backing. Yes, this Stamborian must have some formidable support, emboldening him to act without fear. No matter what backing you have, you are doomed this time. Though those individuals were worthless, it is not your place to kill them. If I do not seek retribution, how shall I navigate my future? To be humiliated in a mere small kingdom would surely invite ridicule upon my return to the Renal Empire. Herbert, find someone to keep watch on this Stamborian. The moment he leaves the city, gather forces to eliminate him. Yes, young master, Herbert replied respectfully. The uproar in the VIP area on the third floor attracted the attention of the wizards gathered at the staircase on the first and second floors. However, due to the magical barrier, they remained unaware of the specifics of the commotion above. Upon seeing Miguel and his party descend, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Look, it's the young lord of the Trezes family. The young lord does not look well. I wonder who has offended him. That person is truly unfortunate. Indeed, given the young lord's temperament, anyone who provokes him will surely face dire consequences. Under normal circumstances, Miguel would have merely chuckled at such remarks, even taking pride in his family's reputation. However, having just suffered a setback, these words struck him as mockery, igniting his fury as he bellowed, "Get lost!" With a wave of his staff, a blade of wind surged towards a nearby individual, swiftly slicing open their throat. Thud. The corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. The surrounding wizards hastily retreated, their faces contorted with anger, clearly taken aback by the young lord's unprovoked brutality. Yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Chapter 22. Becoming the kingdom's public enemy. Clatter, clatter. A series of footsteps echoed as the plump Adamson rushed down from the upper floor. Upon grasping the situation, his expression morphed into one of profound dismay. Young Master Trezes. You are making things quite difficult for me. Just moments ago in the VIP area, we were exceedingly accommodating to you, showing due respect to the Trezes family. Yet, you cannot repeatedly provoke the bottom line of our Edson family. Do you truly believe that our Edson Magic Supplies store fears your Trezes family? The incident in the shop would undoubtedly tarnish the Edson family's reputation, that I asked the manager of the VIP area. Adamson bore significant responsibility, and any repercussions he faced could not be compensated for by Angela's large order. Reflecting on the troublemaking Miguel, Adamson's ire flared, causing his tone to lose its usual politeness. This revelation jolted Miguel Trezes into a clearer mindset, that I in the Renal Empire, the Edson family, founders and operators of the Edson Magic Supply Store, stood as equals to the Trezes family, with both families enjoying a cordial relationship. Miguel's actions in the VIP area undoubtedly constituted a blatant provocation. Had it been anyone else, they would have certainly faced retribution from the Edsons. Yet the Edsons chose to risk their own reputation to protect Miguel, demonstrating their commitment to the familial bond. Miguel's subsequent act of senseless murder, however, crossed a line. The relationship between the Edson and Trezes families could afford a minor reputational compromise in this vassal city, but it could not allow the Edsons to wholly forsake their honor, continuously and unconditionally aiding Miguel. Realizing this, Miguel's demeanor softened as he turned to Adamson, stating, "Rest assured, I shall provide an explanation for the events here. Even if I, Miguel Trezes, owe a favor to the Edsons, there will surely be a time for repayment." Hearing this, a smile returned to Adamson's face. Miguel's promise of accountability was personal. I would provide the explanation. As opposed to the Trey's family, a subtlety that Adamson keenly perceived. Nevertheless, such a minor favor did not warrant the Trey's family accruing a debt as the legitimate heir and designated successor of the Trey's family. Miguel's assurance was indeed valuable. Young Master Trey's is truly reasonable. With your word, I can at least provide an account. Adamson continued to prattle on, but Miguel, disinterested in further dialogue, turned and departed with his entourage. Meanwhile, in the third-floor VIP area, Zhang Feng and the others did not share in the victor's elation. Master Puppeteer, you may have stirred up considerable trouble, Amanda remarked gravely. It is not I who have caused the trouble, but rather the trouble that has sought me. If they wish to kill me, I might as simply await my demise. Zhang Feng responded nonchalantly, accepting the situation as it stood. Moreover, he harbored no regrets about his actions. Given another chance, he would undoubtedly choose to resist and fight back again. That if he had any regret, it would be that he failed to eliminate Miguel Trey's on the spot, leaving a lingering threat for the future. What puzzles me, however, is why this Trey's, merely a young lord, seems to regard Princess Angela with such disdain, as though his rank supersedes hers. That it is truly perplexing. Angela cast a glance at Zhang Feng and replied, You need not provoke. The Trey's family is one of the oldest lineages in the Rienal Empire, and their patriarch holds a hereditary marquisate within the empire. The Rienal Empire is one of the mightiest nations on the continent, having once rivaled the Radiant Empire at its peak, though it has since declined. It is still far beyond our Bernard Kingdom. The Bernard Kingdom is merely a vassal state, and even my father must receive their endorsement to be deemed legitimate. Miguel Trey's, as the direct heir of the Trey's family, possesses a status that surpasses my own. His demeanor is already quite courteous. Faced with the exposure of his petty scheme, even Zhang Feng, whose composure was as solid as a fortress, felt a flush of embarrassment. Princess Angela, you misunderstand. I was merely curious, with no ulterior motives. Observing Zhang Feng's awkwardness, Angela smiled and continued, But rest assured, I will stand by your side in this matter, that I have long found Miguel to be insufferable. This spoiled scion, leveraging his status as the Trey's family's heir, has been tyrannizing our Bernard Kingdom and harbors designs upon me. Given the opportunity, I would not hesitate to eliminate him. However, should anything happen to him within our realm, the Rienal Empire would surely seize the excuse to invade our kingdom. As Angela spoke, she shot Zhang Feng a sidelong glance, seemingly hinting at something. She was acutely aware of the puppeteer's formidable abilities, with his legion of mechanical puppets. It would not be impossible for him to dispatch Miguel. Understanding that Zhang Feng hailed from humble origins, Amanda elaborated, The Rienal Empire is one of the major powers of the Limerick continent, neighboring our Bernard Kingdom, and has long harbored ambitions of annexation. However, since the Bernard Kingdom is currently a vassal state, any unwarranted annexation would likely incite panic among other vassal states, prompting them to seek refuge with neighboring powers. Therefore, we must tread carefully, ensuring we provide them no pretext for invasion. Overwhelmed by the complexities of politics, Zhang Feng found little interest in such matters. That in this regard, he adhered to a singular conviction: power is paramount. With absolute strength, no matter the intricacies of the opponent's maneuvers, one could always prevail. Recognizing Zhang Feng's disinterest, the others refrained from pursuing the topic further. One more significant issue, Master Puppeteer. Do you know who those you just killed were? Angela gestured to the scattered corpses, her expression tinged with a wry smile. Zhang Feng scratched his head. They all seem to be noble scions of your kingdom. That fellow Miguel mentioned something about the heirs of the Moss family, the Cambet family, and the Warmat family. Moreover, from his words, it appears these families possess the clout to shake the entire kingdom with a stamp of their feet. Indeed, Angela nodded, her face growing grave. By slaying members of these families, you have rendered yourself an enemy of the Bernard Kingdom. Even if I, Angela, bear gratitude for your life-saving intervention, and even if my father seeks to bestow titles upon you, this reality cannot be altered. For these families, united, wield enough influence to control a significant portion of the kingdom's power. Just when he had been contemplating the prospect of being ennobled, he suddenly found himself branded as the kingdom's public enemy. a stark contrast that was quite jarring. Chapter 23. I only accept secret silver, not magic crystals. Having offended a substantial portion of the Bernard Kingdom's noble circle, Zhang Feng could only retreat to the magic domain forest to continue his solitary existence. However, before departing, he intended to make the most of his opportunity to gather as much secret silver as possible. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng's eyes glinted as he called out, "Adamson, coming." A plump figure rolled over, panting yet maintaining a stereotypical smile on his face. "Adamson, at your service. May I ask what the esteemed sir requires?" "Adamson, we were attacked in the Edson VIP area and nearly lost our lives. Does your esteemed shop not wish to provide an explanation?" Zhang Feng was no benevolent soul. During the earlier confrontation, it was clear that Adamson had favored Miguel Trezes, and while Zhang Feng could not yet confront him due to the disparity in power, he was not inclined to let the matter slide easily. Seizing upon Adamson's vulnerability to demand some form of compensation was certainly within reason. Surely, the Edson Magic Supplies store would not refuse to part with a bit of blood for the sake of its reputation. Adamson immediately grasped Zhang Feng's intent, wearing a visibly troubled expression as he said, "Esteemed sir, the individuals who perished today all fell by the hands of your subordinates. They are not mere commoners. This has already brought considerable trouble to our establishment, and if..." Before he could finish his sentence, Angela interjected, "Oh, so you mean to say that while we patronize your establishment, we are attacked without protection? Is it wrong to defend ourselves? If that is indeed the case, upon my return to the royal capital, I shall have a thorough discussion with my father about the necessity of continuing our procurement from Edson." Who is Angela? Sharp-witted and astute, she understood Zhang Feng's intent the moment he spoke, and naturally responded accordingly. Adamson wiped the sweat from his brow, while he could disregard the words of the unknown puppeteer. He could not afford to ignore the words of Princess Angela. Having already offended Her Highness, he needed to find a way to make amends, even if he could somewhat justify it as directed at the puppeteer. "Your Highness, you have misunderstood. Adamson did not mean that. Regarding today's incident, we at Edson will certainly provide compensation that will satisfy everyone." "Good. I wonder what you intend to offer as compensation." Zhang Feng quickly chimed in. Adamson's face turned dark with worry. He never expected that this esteemed gentleman would genuinely accept compensation. Typically, after regaining their face, noble youths would consider matters settled, but if he were to truly offer compensation, it would be a concession. "How about mithril? Whatever quantity you have, you may compensate me with that. Of course, if you deem it too disadvantageous, I can offer you money. Princess Angela, may I borrow your magic crystal card for a moment? I find myself somewhat short on funds at the moment. You can lend me some money, and I shall repay you once my situation improves." Zhang Feng's words left everyone around him astounded. Sir, esteemed sir," Adamson could not help but interrupt Zhang Feng. Such a situation was nearly unprecedented for an exemplary steward of fine guests. You see, mithril is an essential material for crafting magical items and cannot be sold casually. Therefore, Adamson wore a troubled expression that he was acutely aware of the puppeteer's insatiable appetite, asking for 100 kilograms as if mithril were mere scrap metal. He quickly added, "However, esteemed sir, please rest assured, while we cannot provide you with much mithril, we can offer you some other fine items, such as this armor, crafted from the shell of the foot iron centipede, capable of withstanding level 5 combat energy attacks, and this silver phosphor python inner armor, which boasts a 65% immunity to magical attacks." As Adamson continued to point out the surrounding merchandise, Zhang Feng's attention was drawn to the brief descriptions beside the two pieces of armor. The armor had been tanned and processed to the point where the original material was unrecognizable, yet simple descriptions accompanied by images were displayed. The more Zhang Feng gazed at the image of the foot iron centipede, the more familiar it appeared. It resembled the 30 or so gigantic centipedes slain near the mines by the mechanical army. Is this armor truly made from the shell of the foot iron centipede? Indeed. The items sold by Edson are of unparalleled quality, so please rest assured. Then, the shell of the foot iron centipede must be quite valuable, I presume? Absolutely. This set of armor is valued at 15,000 magic crystals, with the value of the foot iron centipede shell constituting 80% of the cost. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng's mouth twitched involuntarily. After slaying those gigantic centipedes, he had carelessly disposed of their shells into the energy transformation furnace. Moreover, it seemed that the energy contained within those shells was not particularly substantial, comparable to that of a large tree. What a waste! What a waste! Zhang Feng felt his heart bleed. And this silver phosphor python inner armor. Of course, it is crafted from the skin of the silver phosphor python and contains no artificial components whatsoever. You can rest assured, esteemed puppeteer. What about this blanket? Oh, are you referring to that? This flying carpet is woven from the fur of the wind chaser wolf and is of exceptional quality, originally priced at 12,000 magic crystals, that if you desire it, we could offer it as a gift. Of course, if you choose this flying carpet, then the armor cannot be included as a gift. However, I could extend a special courtesy from Edson, offering you a 20% discount. After surveying the first floor, Zhang Feng gained a general understanding of the various magical items, that he realized that these items were crafted from materials sourced from magical beasts, and the costs were largely derived from these raw materials. This meant that the prices of magical beast furs, bones, and even flesh were exceedingly high. With this knowledge, Zhang Feng first felt a pang of regret, followed by overwhelming joy, although he had previously squandered numerous magical beast materials. The mechanical army was vast, and during the expansion of their territory, they were capable of hunting large quantities of magical beasts daily, that if he began accumulating materials from now on, he would soon possess an abundance of magical beast resources, which would translate into boundless wealth. With this realization, Zhang Feng promptly changed his mind, wearing a beaming smile as he looked at Adamson and said, Adamson, I have a business proposition for you. I wonder if you have the authority to consider it? A hint of pride instantly appeared on Adamson's face as he replied, Esteemed guest, rest assured. Adamson is the chief representative of Edson's magical goods store in Victoria City. Whatever business you wish to discuss, please feel free to share. Very well. Zhang Feng feigned an expression of reassurance. Since you claim that these magical items are all produced by Edson, you must require a considerable amount of magical beast materials, yes? I happen to have some magical beast materials on hand. Would you be interested in purchasing them? The fact that Edson's magical goods store not only sold magical items, but also acquired magical beast materials was common knowledge. Some adventurers specifically entered the magical domain forest to hunt magical beasts and then sold them to Edson as a means of livelihood. This was not unusual. Edson had a dedicated acquisition point nearby, and the puppeteer's choice to approach him instead was, in Adamson's view, simply an attempt to negotiate a better price. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Magical beast materials were always scarce, and demand consistently exceeded supply. Coupled with Princess Angela's influence, it would be difficult to turn down the offer. Of course. May I inquire as to which types of magical beast materials you wish to sell? What levels of beasts do you have? I have various magical beast materials, ranging from level 1 to level 4, that if the price you offer is reasonable, level 5 materials could also be possible. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Adamson immediately leapt up, but then seemed to remember something, his expression turning doubtful. Esteemed sir, you are not still harboring resentment over the earlier incident and seeking to toy with Adamson, are you? Certainly not. As a dignified puppeteer, I am not so petty. Princess Angela can attest to this. The magical beast materials I possess are indeed plentiful. Seeing Adamson's gaze turn toward her, Angela nodded affirmatively. Yes, I can confirm. Anyone aware of the vast number of mechanical puppets under Zhang Feng's command would have no reason to doubt this claim. That is simply marvelous. Esteemed sir, if you truly possess such a wealth of magical beast materials, then pricing will certainly not be an issue. Adamson suddenly became exceedingly enthusiastic. The magical beast materials in my possession will surely satisfy you. However, I have one condition. During our transaction, I will only accept mithril, not magic crystals. Chapter 24. The transaction and the calm before the storm as Zhang Feng exited the magical domain forest. He conversed with Amanda and the others, learning an important piece of information. Although mithril is precious, it is not particularly scarce, and on the contrary, the mithril output on the continent of Limik is substantial. However, mithril is essential for crafting magical scrolls, staves, and magic crystal cannons, making its significance undeniable. Throughout millions of years of war and resource allocation, all mithril mines have fallen under the control of several major powers on the continent. To maintain their dominion, these powers have formed alliances, strictly regulating the output of mithril, resulting in an acute scarcity across Limerick. The Edson family, capable of establishing magical goods stores throughout the continent, ranks among the top 100 powers on the continent. And within their jurisdiction lies a mithril mine. Although it is a relatively small mine, its output suffices to meet the Edson family's daily manufacturing needs for magical goods and still allows for some reserves. Thus, Zhang Feng's insistence on mithril is not entirely unfounded. 100 kilograms of mithril sounds like an enormous quantity. For a typical magician, a common power, or even an ordinary kingdom, this would be an astronomical figure. However, for the Edson family, which possesses a mithril mine, it is quite manageable. Adamson blinked his little eyes, seemingly contemplating the credibility of this puppeteer's claims. One must consider that Her Highness Angela is willing to vouch for him. He must possess significant merit. Furthermore, the quantity of magical beast materials mentioned by the other party is extraordinarily vast, presenting an irresistible temptation that even a mere steward like him could hardly withstand. In the realm of Limerick, mithril is indeed precious, yet magical beast materials are equally, if not more, invaluable. Both are essential for the crafting of high-grade magical items. In fact, the rarity of magical beast materials surpasses that of mithril. While mithril can be continuously sourced from mithril mines, obtaining magical beast materials necessitates perilous hunts in the perilous Great Forest of Beasts. The costs associated with hunting these beasts are exorbitantly high. Many adventuring teams have met their demise, becoming prey themselves. Even successful hunts incur substantial expenses for magical potions, scrolls, and other items. This cumulative burden results in a scarcity of magical beast materials and their elevated costs. The Edson family has long struggled with insufficient quantities and subpar quality of magical beast materials, hampering their ability to produce a wider array of magical goods. This has become a notable Achilles heel in the development of their magical goods store, that if they could procure a substantial supply of magical beast materials, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. Proposing a trade involving mithril is not out of the question. With this thought in mind, Adamson exchanged a knowing glance, prompting Elaine to raise her staff, conjuring a protective white dome that enveloped the gathering, instilling an immediate hush. I hope this esteemed gentleman does not mind. The matters we are about to discuss are rather delicate and not suitable for outside ears. Thus, I have requested Elaine to employ a minor enchantment, a magical soundproof barrier that I trust the esteemed puppeteer does not object. Adamson said with a grin. Not at all. Zhang Feng nodded in understanding. The esteemed puppeteer's proposal can certainly be relayed to headquarters for consideration. While mithril is exceedingly difficult for ordinary humans to acquire, it holds little weight for us Edsons. However, controlling mithril is a decision made collectively by several powerful factions, and we Edsons dare not openly defy it. Therefore, Adamson has two requests that I implore the esteemed puppeteer to consider seriously. Otherwise, our dealings must regrettably cease. Please go on. Adamson's tone remained exceedingly courteous, eliciting no aversion. Otherwise, Zhang Feng would never acquiesce to coercion. Thank you for your understanding. Esteemed puppeteer, Adamson continued with his signature smile. First, our discussions must remain confidential. No one must know. Should this information leak, even we Edsons would find ourselves in significant trouble. Of course, Zhang Feng nodded, as this was precisely what he sought, a quiet acquisition of mithril, a clandestine strengthening of his power, and the secret creation of a formidable mechanical army. Such a strategy is undeniably ideal. Secondly, while I am merely submitting this request to headquarters, for them to resolve to take the risk of trading mithril, we require a substantial quantity of magical beast materials from you. You need not worry about the magical beast materials. I can initially offer you a batch free of charge to demonstrate my sincerity, thereby enhancing your influence at headquarters. In the future, I can provide you with a steady supply of magical beast materials. You merely need to remember that all transactions must be conducted using mithril, Zhang Feng baited, emphasizing his point. Indeed, upon hearing this, Adamson's eyes lit up. If that is the case, I am immensely grateful to the esteemed puppeteer. Establishing a long-term supply channel for magical beast materials for the Edson family would be a monumental contribution. Adamson was merely a distant relative of the Edson family, and there were countless individuals like him within the family. Had it not been for his astuteness, he would not have even attained the position of city overseer in this small kingdom. Furthermore, now that he was the overseer of Victoria City, elevating his status further would be a formidable challenge. Thus, during the earlier conflict, he had strived to align himself with Trezes solely to secure a powerful ally. Although Miguel was the legitimate son of the Trezes family, as an outsider, he could not meddle in Edson matters. However, the situation had shifted that if what this puppeteer claimed was true, and he could indeed provide a consistent and ample supply of magical beast materials, then Adamson's handling of the matter would surely earn him accolades from the Edson family, potentially paving his way back to the grand cities of the empire as an overseer, or even back to the imperial capital. Adamson found himself regretting his prior alignment with Trezes. The dynamics between the Edson and Trezes families were of little concern to him. Securing personal advantage was paramount. Unbeknownst to Zhang Feng, who continued, Adamson is far too courteous. The batch of magical beast materials I will dispatch to the Eastern City Gate tomorrow afternoon that I hope you will expedite your discussions with headquarters. Absolutely. Absolutely. After finalizing the specifics, Zhang Feng achieved his objective, and the group exited Edson. Concurrently, the events unfolding at the Edson Magical Goods Store in Victoria City began to circulate. The deaths of several noble scions, intertwined with the involvement of Her Highness the Princess and the legitimate son of the Trezes family, constituted a grave matter. A misstep could plunge the Bernard Kingdom into chaos, providing the Reynal Empire with ample justification to launch an incursion into Bernard. The situation had escalated beyond the capacity of the city lord of Victoria to manage and required urgent reporting. Representatives from various families in Victoria City hastily shattered precious communication scrolls to relay the news back to their family headquarters. The Moss family, the Campbell family, the Warmat family, those who had lost legitimate heirs in the conflict, wary of Her Highness Angela and Amanda, dared not act recklessly. They merely dispatched agents to shadow the group and awaited instructions from their families. Various factions promptly restrained their subordinates, resulting in an air of eerie tranquility throughout Victoria City, with even the usual incidents of brawls and thefts vanishing completely. The most pleased among them was undoubtedly the despicable and shameless Cory Moss. Well done, you lowly Stambo peasant, relying on a few mechanical puppets. You dare to insult me so brazenly. Now you understand the severity of your situation. I merely uttered a few words, and you became a thorn in the side of young Master Miguel Trezes. You now find yourself in dire straits, having slain so many noble scions of the kingdom. Even Her Highness Angela cannot save you now. The treacherous little man laughed maniacally. Chapter 25. Ambush outside the city, Your Highness Angela. I must take my leave. On the street, Zhang Feng slightly bowed to Angela, performing a courteous gesture. I deeply apologize, esteemed puppeteer. You have saved my life, and I ought to repay you. Yet it seems my association with Angela has inadvertently embroiled you in turmoil, which weighs heavily on my conscience. Miguel Trezes' provocation toward Zhang Feng stemmed from his association with Angela. Angela, being exceptionally astute, discerned this immediately. Your Highness need not blame yourself. A mere Trezes family cannot threaten my life. Zhang Feng replied with a smile. Angela fell into speechlessness, realizing that few across the continent could afford to overlook the Trezes family. Yet, considering the vast number of mechanical puppets under his command, he perhaps had the right to make such statements. Amanda, who had been silently trailing alongside, suddenly seemed resolute as they approached the city gate, exclaiming, Esteemed puppeteer, I wish to accompany you as your attendant and protector. Zhang Feng was taken aback, not expecting Amanda to make such a decision. This would mean opposing the Trezes family and several noble families of the Bernard Kingdom. Are you not concerned about jeopardizing your own family? Not at all. As long as I publicly sever ties with my family here, no one can contest my decision. The Nord family has a legacy spanning thousands of years and a robust foundation, unless absolutely necessary. I believe no one would wish to provoke our family lightly. Amanda's words radiated confidence and pride in her lineage. After a brief pause, she continued, In noble disputes, it is rare for one scion's actions to endanger the entire family. This is an unwritten rule passed down through generations. After all, in ancient families with millennia of history, which one has not produced unworthy descendants? If one scion's actions could imperil the entire family, then every noble family would be living in constant fear. Zhang Feng acknowledged the validity of her reasoning but pressed, "Are you truly willing to sever ties with your family for my sake?" "Indeed. You have saved my life, esteemed sir, and now you find yourself in peril. Should I abandon you, I would never find peace in this life. Furthermore, I have faith in your abilities, believing that you will navigate through these dangers and achieve great success. I am convinced that following you will present a brighter future for my family. They will comprehend my heartfelt intentions." Amanda stated candidly that a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Zhang Feng's eyes. After days of interaction, he had developed a favorable impression of this forthright individual. Moreover, as he ventured into the perilous great forest of beasts and navigated interactions with the human realm, it was evident that assistance would be required. Understanding this, Zhang Feng nodded, "Very well. From this moment forth, you shall be my attendant, that I assure you, you will never regret the choice you have made today." "Thank you, my lord," Amanda proclaimed, using her sword as a support. Kneeling on one knee in a show of respect. Rising, she bowed once more to Angela. "Your Highness, Amanda shall no longer be at your side henceforth." Angela sighed. "Since you have made your decision, I shall respect your choice." Amanda slightly inclined her body, rising to face the bustling street that moment. It was a splendid afternoon, with throngs of people traversing the thoroughfare. Amanda then declared in a resonant voice, "Esteemed citizens of Victoria City, bear witness. Today I, Amanda, hereby announce my formal departure from the Nord family to serve as Lord Zhang Feng's attendant. Henceforth, all my actions shall be entirely disconnected from the Nord family." With that proclamation, disregarding the uproar from the crowd, she bid farewell to Angela and strode away alongside Zhang Feng. Unbeknownst to them, behind the city walls, an individual adorned with a second-tier magical insignia quietly crushed a magical scroll, transmitting the events that had just transpired. Once outside the city gates, Zhang Feng unleashed 10 swift mechanical insects. 2 served as mounts while the remaining 8 acted as guardians. Moving in grand procession towards the demonic forest, Amanda, embodying the spirit of a loyal guard, proposed to walk. However, Zhang Feng countered her suggestion, reasoning that she should conserve her strength for the potential battles ahead. Amanda, not being obstinate, readily acquiesced. "My lord, Miguel Trezes is spiteful and vengeful. Given that you have crossed him, exercise caution that he will not allow our departure to be so unchallenged. Fear not, if he does not come. It shall be well. Should he dare to approach, I shall ensure he leaves with a memorable reminder." Zhang Feng replied with feigned nonchalance, though an undercurrent of unease lingered in his heart. Reflecting on the formidable Trezes family, and recalling that even a mere associate of Miguel, known as Herbert, possessed 5th-tier strength, Zhang Feng resolved to bolster his defenses. Life was paramount. He must secure his safety at all costs. Otherwise, having traversed into this world and acquired such formidable power, it would be utterly lamentable to be vanquished before experiencing the joys of life. With a fleeting thought, he established contact with the main base, mobilizing the mechanical army to greet him. During the acceptance of the Atlantis civilization's legacy, the legacy pearl had embedded itself in Zhang Feng's chest, forging an enduring connection with the main base. While in Victoria City, Zhang Feng had conducted experiments, discovering that he could indeed command the main base from a distance. "All swift mechanical insects, converge upon my location," he commanded. "Beep!" At Zhang Feng's directive, the main base responded with a subtle sound. Within the dense jungle, hundreds of swift mechanical insects encircled a pack of wind-chasing wolves. The wind-chasing wolves excelled in 2 aspects: wind blades and speed. Yet before these swift mechanical insects, both advantages were rendered ineffective. The wind blades could not penetrate the gleaming, sturdy exoskeleton of the insects, and their speed paled in comparison. As the wolves began to fall one by one, the lead wolf, overwhelmed with anxiety, prepared for the annihilation of its kind. Suddenly, the eyes of all swift mechanical insects glowed red, and they simultaneously ceased their assault, abandoning the wind-chasing wolves and retreating into the distance. The lead wolf, possessing a modicum of intelligence, paused in astonishment. Followed by an overwhelming sense of joy, it did not linger long. With a howl, the robust wolves dispatched their gravely injured companions and resolutely fled deeper into the jungle. Such scenes unfolded simultaneously in several locations within the forest. All swift mechanical insects, whether engaged in battle or lurking, abandoned their current pursuits and hastened toward Zhang Feng's direction. The over 100 swift mechanical insects left outside the city were merely a few dozen miles away, expected to converge in approximately 10 minutes as for the main force. Given the distance, it would take at least 3 days for them to arrive solely by travel. Fortunately, I had established a sub-base outside the city prior to entering. Base 23, which will allow the swift mechanical insects to be transported directly through the connected wormholes. This means that once I reach Base 23, my safety is assured. While contemplating this, Zhang Feng directed the swift mechanical insects to advance with all haste. Suddenly, Amanda cried out, "My lord, be careful!" Before Zhang Feng could react, countless spikes erupted from the ground. Boom! 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 10 swift mechanical insects fell victim to the trap, overturned and incapacitated. The hard exoskeleton of the swift mechanical insects had a vulnerable abdomen. And in this wave of assault, 6 were utterly destroyed. Zhang Feng's own mount met a similar fate, sending him tumbling to the ground. Yet before he could hit the earth, a thought surged through him, and the radiant light of the moonlight ring flickered, releasing 40 swift mechanical insects. Among them, one was particularly massive, exceeding 5 meters in length. It swiftly positioned itself to shield Zhang Feng beneath its form. "Ha! Stambren, do you still wish to flee? Now that you have fallen into my hands, you shall learn that the dignity of nobility is not to be trifled with." With that laughter, hundreds emerged from the adjacent woods, led by none other than Miguel Trezes. Chapter 26. The Cat-and-Mouse Game. Zhang Feng's gaze hardened, fury igniting within him. It was this very individual who had instigated the conflict at Edson's magic supplies store. Now, this ambush had nearly cost him his life. This was an unending cycle. The urge to extinguish Miguel's life surged within Zhang Feng. He had never felt such a fervent desire for someone's demise. The murderous intent he once felt towards Corin had been fleeting. The other had escaped, leaving him with only a twinge of regret. But now, Zhang Feng felt a suffocating pressure within him, and to not kill would be insufficient to release it. "You seek death." Zhang Feng's eyes blazed red as he glared at Miguel Trezes with palpable hatred. "Ha ha! On the brink of death, you still dare to speak defiantly. I seek death. What gives you the right to kill me? Is it merely these mechanical puppets at your command? Had I not known your capabilities, would I have taken such risks so lightly? Now, I shall make you aware of the consequences of provoking the Trezes family." Miguel laughed heartily, waving his hand, and the over 300 warriors behind him unleashed a brilliant glow from their swords, charging towards a swarm of swift mechanical insects. Simultaneously, dozens of mages waved their staffs, enhancing the luminous aura around the warriors' swords. Over 200 additional mages stood by, observing the scene, ensuring Zhang Feng had no opportunity for a counterattack. Enhancement spells. Zhang Feng was no longer a fledgling. He could grasp the subtleties of the situation, yet he found himself utterly powerless to intervene, forced to watch as the adversaries enacted their strategy. The 40-plus swift mechanical insects surged forward. Their speed clearly outmatched that of the warriors. Sharp claws tore through the air, and soon the scent of blood permeated the atmosphere, in a single clash. Several warriors were disemboweled, their dismembered remains strewn about. However, simultaneously, several powerful warriors wielding their swords cleaved through the black, hard exoskeleton of the swift mechanical insects as though it were mere tofu, sparks flying as several swift mechanical insects were rendered inoperative. Zhang Feng's eyes widened. The sheer power of his opponents exceeded his expectations that a head-on confrontation was futile. He needed to break through. The greatest strength of the swift mechanical insects lay in their swarm tactics. Only by leveraging their overwhelming numbers could they maximize their speed and piercing attacks. In one-on-one combat, the mechanical insects, lacking sentience, employed simplistic strategies, making it easy for the enemy to exploit weaknesses and eliminate them. Now, faced with an enemy force greater in number than the mechanical swarm, a direct confrontation was out of the question. Zhang Feng made a swift decision, vaulting onto the back of the single fifth-tier swift mechanical insect, gripping its sharp protrusions to secure himself. Amanda, join me! During the spike ambush, Amanda had only sustained minor injuries due to the protection of her mount. Hearing the call, she leaped onto the back of the fifth-tier swift mechanical insect, positioning herself in front of Zhang Feng. My companion, I shall rely on you from here on. Zhang Feng patted the back of the fifth-tier swift mechanical insect. Through mental commands, all swift mechanical insects coordinated seamlessly, charging in unison towards a common target. Yet those warriors, being of third or fourth tier, bolstered by enhancement spells, had their combat prowess elevated to fourth or even fifth tier, and their numbers vastly outnumbered the mechanical army. Were it not for the inherent combat design of the swift mechanical insects, they would have been utterly decimated long ago. Their lithe forms moved swiftly, with 8 long legs delivering sharp attacks. Additionally, the robust vitality of the swift mechanical insects posed significant challenges to their foes. A fourth-tier warrior swung his sword, severing a swift mechanical insect's claw, but before he could revel in his success, the insect's lethal appendage descended, impaling him through the chest, leaving him lifeless. Miguel Trezes's eyes widened in disbelief. In a mere moment, over 60 warriors had perished, while the mechanical puppets had sustained only a loss of 20 or so. These warriors constitute nearly the entirety of Trezes's elite forces in the city of Victoria, with a portion even summoned through magical scrolls from the capital of the Bernard Duchy, Yaluz. Should they sustain severe damage, the Trezes family's strategic position within the kingdom of Bernard would be jeopardized. More critically, the mechanical puppet army that Corin spoke of concealed beyond the city limits has yet to make its appearance that he cannot believe that a mere noble from such a small kingdom would dare deceive him. To have slain so many of us, that wretch deserves 1,000 deaths. Miguel spat through gritted teeth, completely overlooking the fact that it was he who had instigated the trouble that on the battlefield, the relentless assault of the swift mechanical insects, despite incurring tremendous losses, has successfully shattered the formation of the warriors. This is primarily due to the insects' fearlessness and their formidable vitality. Their massive bodies, even upon death, would collapse forward, using the sheer weight of their several tons to crush a path through. As the mechanical puppets threatened to break free from the encirclement, Herb raised his staff, chanting an incantation that unleashed a torrent of white light. Zhang Feng felt a blinding curtain of white envelop him, causing the speed of the swift mechanical insects to falter. Even that fifth-level insect's pace reduced to less than half of its original swiftness, while the remaining fourth-level insects slowed to about 30% of their speed. "It's the slow spell?" Amanda exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that the main force of swift mechanical insects would take another 4 to 5 minutes to arrive. Given their current pace, it would be challenging to maintain their positions for that long. Although the swift mechanical insects excel in burrowing, Zhang Feng feared that should he attempt to escape underground, he might suffocate or be crushed by the earth's pressure that in a moment of hesitation. The warriors behind them surged forward. Having lost their speed advantage, the swift mechanical insects became mere oversized targets, falling one after another under the relentless assault of the warriors, with all fourth-level insects eliminated. Zhang Feng and Amanda made a desperate dash aboard a fifth-level swift mechanical insect. Though affected by the slow spell, its velocity remained remarkably high, allowing them to flee several hundred meters while the warriors were preoccupied with dispatching the fourth-level insects. As the white light enveloping the swift mechanical insect began to fade, signaling its imminent dispersal, Zhang Feng sensed a noticeable acceleration in their speed. Just as he felt a flicker of hope, a new beam of white light descended from above, causing the fifth-level insect's recently regained speed to plummet once more. Looking up, he saw Miguel and Herb hovering overhead on a magical carpet, their faces adorned with mocking expressions as they observed his frantic escape. The phrase cat and mouse flashed through Zhang Feng's mind, a sly smile creeping onto his face. "Very well, since you wish to play. I shall indulge you until the end. My mechanical army is nearly upon you. Let us see how long you can maintain your laughter." Chapter 27. Decisive Annihilation. The swift mechanical insects were engineered based on the principles of biomimicry, modeled after a branch of the insect race. The Atlanteans traversed the cosmos to discover this species, optimal for terrestrial combat and renowned for its speed, thus assimilating its advantageous traits. Naturally, the speed of the swift mechanical insects far surpasses that of comparable warriors. Even under the effects of the slow spell, a fifth-level swift mechanical insect retains a significant edge over most warriors that in the midst of the pursuit. The distance between the trailing warriors and Zhang Feng's group quickly widened. The higher-ranked, speedier individuals surged ahead, while those of lesser rank lagged behind, with a cadre of mages bringing up the rear. Zhang Feng continuously gauged the distance to the approaching swarm of swift mechanical insects. 5 kilometers. 4 kilometers. 3 kilometers. 2 kilometers. On the magical carpet, Trazes and Herb had also taken notice. Young master, the mechanical puppet army of the Stambos has arrived, Herb respectfully informed. Do you think that wretch realizes that his mechanical reinforcements are on their way? Miguel Traces nere. Powerful puppeteers possess a sense of connection with their mechanical creations. The moment this Stambo was ambushed, a plethora of puppets would hasten to his aid. He must be aware, Herb replied. Regardless of his awareness, I shall provide him with the illusion of salvation, allowing him to reunite with those mechanical puppets. Only for us to strike with lethal force, obliterating those puppets in an instant. Just imagine the expression on that wretch's face. To believe he has been saved, only to fall into our hands once more. This fleeting hope dashed into despair is the most delightful spectacle. I revel in witnessing such expressions. Miguel's laughter contorted his face in a grotesque manner. Herb, accustomed to his young master's temperament, remained silent, confident that with him present, no mishap could occur. However, at this moment, Zhang Feng was on the brink of panic. Upon exiting the forest, he had started with 200 swift mechanical insects, over 80 of which were 4th level, while the remainder were 3rd level, that he had subsequently slain a 5th-level saber-toothed tiger, using its crystal core to evolve one of his swift mechanical insects to the 5th level. Thanks to this 5th-level insect, he and Amanda managed to break through the encirclement and reach this point. Unfortunately, the 54th-level insects he had brought into the city had perished entirely. Thus, the first reinforcement batch would consist of 150 insects, predominantly 3rd level, with only around 30 being 4th level. This implied that the combat prowess of these 150 insects would be inferior to that of the original 50, in essence. Even if the first reinforcements arrived, they would be no match for the warriors, let alone the 200 mages following closely behind. Sensing the distance, he noted that the swift mechanical insects arriving via wormhole from Base 23 were still several miles away. Serving as the vanguard of the main force, flee. He must continue fleeing. Only by rejoining the main force could he secure his safety, and perhaps even retaliate against Miguel Trazes in an instant. Zhang Feng analyzed the situation with unwavering resolve, urging his 5th-level swift mechanical insect to its maximum speed. Look, he's accelerated. That wretch must believe he is on the brink of salvation. I can hardly wait to witness the despair etched on his face. Miguel laughed. Nearly collapsing from mirth, a smile flickered across Herb's lips. His young master was indeed mischievous. Herb remembered how notorious Miguel's antics had become in the imperial capital of Zechariah, recalling the time he had just mastered transformation magic, frequently elongating the noses of servants or transforming children into puppies. There was an instance when he even sought out pregnant women, altering the fetuses within their wombs into frogs, eager to see if the spell had succeeded. Such mischief was indeed remarkable. Fortunately, the women chosen were lower class, causing no ensuing trouble. Having watched Miguel grow up, Herb felt a deep affection for the young master, resolutely supporting whatever brought him joy. The swift mechanical insects traversed the terrain with remarkable speed, covering 1 or 2 kilometers in the blink of an EYET. This juncture, an astonishing event unfolded that left Miguel and Herb utterly flabbergasted. Contrary to their expectations, the Stambo wretch did not conceal himself among the mechanical puppets as anticipated, but instead charged through them, continuing his forward flight. Meanwhile, the advancing swarm of swift mechanical insects had collided with the warriors. The first wave consisted of over 30, each measuring more than 4 meters in length. Empowered by magic, the warriors proved nearly unstoppable, effortlessly dispatching these large black insects. However, the warriors suffered heavy casualties, with their losses nearly twice that of the swift mechanical insects. Consequently, including prior losses, over 300 warriors had already incurred a third of their numbers, leaving just over 200. Swift mechanical insects are inherently designed for combat, with few rivals in terrestrial melee engagements that if they could form a swarm, they often annihilate vast numbers of enemies at minimal cost. Currently, their numbers were insufficient, leading to their swift demise. Following closely were over 100 third-level swift mechanical insects, a dark mass surging forward. Before they could engage, they were met with a barrage of magical attacks. The mages unleashed spells, earth spikes, fireballs, ice shards, raining down upon the swarm. Before any confrontation, the swift mechanical insects suffered severe losses, with only 40 or so surviving to engage with the warriors, rendering the magical attacks ineffective. As Zhang Feng fled for his life, he found himself ensnared in a grave crisis. The earth spike spell. The swift mechanical insect's most vulnerable spot was undoubtedly their underbellied, as astute as Herbert was. He could clearly perceive the unfolding events. Quick, eliminate him! Miguel, Tracers, and Herbert, too, had recognized the approaching horde of mechanical puppets. How many mechanical puppets are there, exactly? Can't you calculate this, Herbert? I do not know. My lord, merely the ones in our line of sight exceed 1,000, and that number continues to escalate. Herbert's expression grew increasingly grave. Corian Moss, you scoundrel! How dare you toy with me? You claimed that only a little over 100 mechanical puppets were stationed outside the city. Yet here we are confronted by more than 1,000, and the numbers keep rising. This accursed wretch! I will make him understand that provoking me will not just bring retribution upon himself, but also upon the entire Moss family. Miguel bellowed. The suddenly emerging legion of swift mechanical worms had already spiraled beyond his control. Quick, kill him! First, eliminate this scoundrel! Miguel snarled, pointing at Zhang Feng, his teeth clenched. Yes, my lord! Herbert acquiesced, chanting a spell as he waved his staff, causing spikes to erupt from the ground. Despite being hindered by the slow spell, the fifth-level swift mechanical worms displayed astonishing agility, leaping aside as the ground trembled beneath them while simultaneously advancing. Base 23. Prepare to fire all 10 cannons simultaneously. Zhang Feng sensed through the legacy pearl that Base 23 was merely 2 or 3 miles away and promptly issued the command to attack. A game of cat and mouse. The role shall be reversed. However, I shall not commit the folly of underestimation that if I can strike decisively, I will not grant you a chance to retaliate. Ding! Cannons fully charged. Fire! Zing, zing! 10 cannons discharged in unison. Beams of light shooting forth from the earth. Miguel and Herbert, perched upon their flying carpet, became prime targets to the magicians, both possessed an acute sense of danger, and upon the completion of the cannon charge, they sensed an immense threat. Yet, the speed of the laser cannon was far beyond their capacity to evade. Before they could react, they were struck, their wide eyes filled with terror. Boom! Boom! 2 bursts of flames ignited in the sky. The once mighty scion of the Tracer's family and his loyal attendant reduced to ashes. To die so swiftly is far too merciful, Zhang Feng scoffed. Chapter 28. Annihilation in the capital of the Rienal Empire. Caecilia City stood a magnificent castle-like edifice, rivaling even the imperial palace at the heart of Caecilia. This was the headquarters of the Tracer's family. At the center of the castle-like structure lay a grand hall. At the entrance, 2 rows of golden-armored guards stood proudly. Within, several household servants were stationed. In the middle of the hall stood rows of plaques made of an unknown purple metal, each inscribed with various names. Among them, the topmost row boasted a dozen plaques, the largest of which dwarfed the others, exuding an imperial demeanor, inscribed with the title Marquis Clemens Dan Tracers of the Rienal Empire. In the Rienal Empire, this name was known to all. Although it was an imperial state, the emperor's authority was curtailed by several prominent families, of which the Tracers were a key player. The Tracers held sway over 1/6 of the empire's military, including one of the famed 4 Knight Orders, the Iron Blood Heavy Armor Knights. This was a force potent enough to disturb the emperor's peace at night. The second row of plaques in the hall contained significantly more, exceeding 100. Beneath it lay a third and fourth row. Suddenly, One of the plaques in the second row cracked with a sharp sound, releasing a plume of thick smoke. This disruption was jarringly out of place in the solemn hall. The household servants below were taken aback, and upon inspecting the name on the plaque, their expressions shifted dramatically. There, inscribed plainly, were the words Miguel Tracers. "It is the young lord!" Quickly, informed the head of the family. A servant dashed away in haste. Moments later, a flurry of individuals burst into the hall, leading with a noble-looking man clad in a purple robe, his face marred by a deep frown. "The master has perished. The life and death plaque is shattered. My son has met with misfortune." The man's lips twitched, clearly in agony. "Investigate. Find out who killed my son. I will ensure his entire family pays the price. I will make him wish he had never been born," the man in purple roared with fury. A muscular man clad in black armor and a white-robed magician bowed in respect to the purple-robed man before silently exiting. Outside Victoria's City, Miguel Tracers and Herbert were swiftly annihilated by the laser beams from the base's cannons, leaving a throng of warriors and magicians momentarily stunned, soon engulfed by panic. The young lord is dead. Lord Herbert too. How can this be? He had just ascended to the rank of a 6th-level magician, merely awaiting certification at the Magicians' Guild. How could he fall so easily? What shall we do now that the young lord is dead? The Marquis will not spare us. Not only us, but our entire clan will suffer the consequences. Kill this Stamber. Eliminate him. Bring his corpse back. Perhaps the Marquis will show mercy to our kin. A chorus of angry shouts erupted, as everyone realized that their survival was no longer a viable hope. Accompanying the young lord in his endeavors, his demise meant their own certain doom in the eyes of the Tracers family. Now, they pinned their hopes on vanquishing the young lord's nemesis, praying it would secure the safety of their families. The deaths of Miguel Tracers and Herbert did not quell the battle. Rather, it ignited a fierce escalation. With Herbert's aerial control lost, the 5th-level swift mechanical worms, empowered by their tremendous speed, swiftly vacated the battlefield. Zhang Feng, not yet reassured after retreating into Base 23, immediately utilized a wormhole to transport himself and Amanda to the main base, reaching a zone of absolute safety, finally able to catch his breath. He shifted his focus back to the battlefield that he beheld hundreds of warriors from the Herodis family launching frenzied assaults against the swarm of swift mechanical worms. The warriors formed a defensive line at the forefront, their swords ablaze with magical energy, bolstered by the ongoing effects of their spells. The black, hardened exoskeletons of the swift mechanical worms were impervious to ordinary blades, withstanding even attacks from lower-tier magical beasts. Yet before these warriors, their defenses crumbled like tofu. This was a world of martial prowess, where the might of fighting spirit and magic surpassed anything Zhang Feng, as an earthling, could truly comprehend. The swift mechanical worms suffered staggering losses. Yet the warriors too endured significant casualties that as the numbers of mechanical worms swelled, they began to resemble a tide of insects. Typically, several mechanical worms would surround a single warrior, though each worm was of the 1st level. Their offensive capabilities were remarkably keen. Their metallic claws, pincers, and mandibles could easily penetrate the defenses of the warriors. With each swipe of their claws, they summoned a rain of blood, coupled with their massive size and rapid speed. Every moment saw multiple warriors reduced to mere fragments. Every moment saw more swift mechanical worms being slain by the warriors. Essentially, for every 2 swift mechanical worms that fell, a warrior's life was extinguished. It was worth noting that most of the swift mechanical worms were of the 1st level, while the warriors, empowered by magic, could reach combat prowess of the 4th, or even 5th level, a staggering ratio indeed. However, for the swift mechanical worms, the gravest threats did not arise from the warriors, but from the magicians. These magicians primarily range from the 3rd to 4th levels, and their magical assaults, even when faced with greater challenges, could easily obliterate swift mechanical worms. Fireball spells, ice spikes, water curtain projectiles rained down upon the horde of mechanical worms, while area of effect spells decimated swathes within the swarm, leaving a litter of twisted metal and debris in their wake. Zhang Feng's brow furrowed. If this continued, even if the swift mechanical worms triumphed through sheer numbers, they would inevitably suffer catastrophic losses, leading to a Pyrrhic victory to this juncture. Base 23 could no longer provide assistance. Targets 2 or 3 miles away on land were beyond the reach of the laser cannons. Bore underground, circumvent the warriors and eliminate those magicians, Zhang Feng commanded. The foremost swift mechanical worms continued to engage the warriors, while a rear contingent seized the chaos of battle, burrowing into the earth with their claws. Meanwhile, the magicians found themselves in dire straits. The might of the mechanical puppets had surpassed their expectations. Even the smallest among them, less than 2 meters long, required a full effort to destroy. As they unleashed successive magical attacks, they could feel their internal magical energy rapidly depleting. Though they constantly replenished their energy through magic crystals, some weaker magicians had already turned pale that it seemed that before long. Some would exhaust their magical strength and lose their combat capability. They could only hope to eliminate those detestable black insects before their magical energies were entirely spent. Just as they pondered this, the ground beneath their feet trembled violently, and countless black worms erupted from the soil. Not good. Those wretched insects can burrow. They are mechanical puppets. A cacophony of terror accompanied by piercing screams erupted. The physical prowess of the wizards was not significantly greater than that of ordinary individuals. They relied solely on magic for ranged assaults. Once the enemy closed in, the consequences would be catastrophic. Quick-reacting earth element wizards hastily began chanting spells, casting earth-mound spells that solidified the ground beneath their feet into a substance harder than stone. Some of the rapidly emerging mechanical insects, still half-buried, were either immobilized in the soil or stuck, unable to move. The attack power of 3rd and 4th level wizards was far beyond what a mere 1st level mechanical insect could endure. Yet it was too late that in the blink of an eye, dozens of mechanical insects had fully emerged. They descended upon the scene like a pack of wolves among a flock of chicks, slaughtering indiscriminately. Even the 1st level mechanical insects, with their speed and close combat capabilities, were beyond the means of 4th level wizards to withstand. In mere moments, no wizards remained standing in that field, and the ground was strewn with dismembered limbs and pools of blood, bearing silent witness to the brutality of the battle. Without the support of the wizards, the golden light that enveloped the warriors began to fade. The enhancement from magic could double a person's combat strength, but it also had a side effect. Once the enhancement ended, there would be a period of weakness, reducing their combat prowess to less than 30% of its usual capacity. The golden light dissipated. Some warriors, unaccustomed to the abrupt change, stumbled as they lost their footing. The mechanical insects showed no concern for their opponent's weakness. They ruthlessly brandished their cold, sharp claws, reducing all foes before them to mere fragments. Chapter 29. The mighty tiger-striped mechanical insect. A swarm of mechanical insects busily cleared the battlefield. The weapons of the warriors, the wands of the wizards, and their storage tools. Everything of potential value was gathered together, while the lifeless bodies were unceremoniously discarded into the energy conversion furnace, contributing to the energy reserves of the mechanical army. The remains of the fallen mechanical insects no longer required repair. They were consumed by their comrades. With a mine at his disposal, Zhang Feng was not lacking in ordinary metals and alloys. The purpose of this devouring was evolution. Zhang Feng gathered all the 2nd-level mechanical insects, directing them to consume the remains, with a focus on evolving into 3rd-level entities. After the battle, over 2,000 mechanical insects were lost, including more than 80 4th-level ones, which was particularly distressing for Zhang Feng. The total loss among 3rd and 2nd-level insects exceeded 100, leaving behind only the 1st-level ones. After the remains were consumed, the surviving 200 2nd-level mechanical insects all evolved into 3rd-level ones, causing their numbers to surge above 300 among the spoils. The warrior swords contained a special metal, unknown on Earth, greatly enhancing their sharpness. Even an ordinary person wielding such a specially crafted sword could effortlessly cut through steel. Under the influence of magic, the warriors exhibited astonishing combat power, and these weapons certainly played a significant role. Meanwhile, the nearby mechanical insects displayed a strong desire to consume, seemingly fascinated by these swords. However, without the command of their master, they refrained from touching the spoils. This intrigued Zhang Feng, it was known that mechanical insects lacked intelligence. Their current display of yearning could only be attributed to instinct. Zhang Feng first instructed the mechanical insects to retrieve a sword and deliver it to the main base for analysis. Then he attempted to have a third-level mechanical insect consume a sword. Minutes later, the originally glossy black shell of the mechanical insect revealed a hint of yellow stripes, though the area of the stripes was minimal, mainly appearing on the claws and other parts. After contemplating, Zhang Feng commanded the insect to continue consuming. After devouring 10 swords, the yellow stripes covered its entire body, giving it an imposing appearance akin to that of a tiger's skin. However, further consumption yielded no change in the stripes, indicating that the limit for the third-level mechanical insect's absorption was 10 swords. Standing among its pitch-black companions, this tiger-striped mechanical insect exuded an aura of distinction. Regardless of its practical effectiveness, it certainly appeared formidable. With a thought, Zhang Feng summoned an ordinary mechanical insect to confront the tiger-striped one. Soon, the ordinary mechanical insect received its command and initiated the attack. Clang! The sharp claws struck against the tiger-striped shell, leaving only a white mark without even a crack. Zhang Feng's eyes brightened. It was known that the alloy content in the claws of the mechanical insects was significantly higher than that of the sleek shell. In battles of the same level, a strike from the claws would invariably result in a breach. Yet now, the tiger-striped shell remained unscathed, indicating that after consuming the warrior swords, the tiger-striped mechanical insect had significantly enhanced the strength of its exterior. At that moment, the tiger-striped mechanical insect began its counterattack. Its claws flashed out like lightning, leaving a blur in their wake as they slashed forward. The ordinary mechanical insect's speed and reaction were equally adept. Raising its glossy claws to block. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as the black claws shattered. However, the tiger-striped mechanical insect maintained its momentum, striking directly against the ordinary mechanical insect's glossy shell that a burst of sparks flew. And the ordinary mechanical insect was rendered inoperative. The battle unfolded with astonishing swiftness. Zhang Feng barely had time to intervene before the ordinary mechanical insect was slain. Ha! Excellent, so powerful. The performance of the tiger-striped mechanical insect exceeded expectations. It appeared not only imposing, but had also increased its combat effectiveness several-fold. Compared to ordinary mechanical insects, the speed of the tiger-striped ones remained unchanged, yet the quality of the metallic materials had undergone a significant transformation, making them incomparable. Zhang Feng knew precisely what to do next. With over 300 swords, he evolved more than 30 tiger-striped mechanical insects that he conservatively estimated that while the speed of the third-level tiger-striped mechanical insects was considerably inferior to that of the fourth-level ones. In a direct confrontation without considering retreat, the ordinary fourth-level mechanical insects would inevitably be the ones to fall. From now on, you shall be known as tiger-striped mechanical insects. I aim to forge a legion of tiger-striped mechanical insects in the shortest possible time. Zhang Feng declared with great ambition. At this moment, the analysis results from the main base were also in. The warrior swords contain a metal called gold iron. This metal is not scarce in the universe, but its production is regionally concentrated. During the height of the Atlantis civilization, the area under its control lacked significant gold iron deposits, which is why it was not included in the manufacturing of the mechanical insects. However, this does not imply that the mechanical insects are imperfect. The most formidable aspect of the machines produced by the Atlanteans is their ability to continuously evolve. As long as they consume advantageous materials, evolution is achievable. Newly produced mechanical entities exist only in their primitive state, and through consumption and evolution, their combat strength will progressively increase. Any initial shortcomings can be compensated through devouring. After hearing the series of analyses from the main base, Zhang Feng nodded in agreement. It aligned perfectly with his earlier thoughts. Next came the relics of the wizards, and Zhang Feng eagerly anticipated even greater surprises. Over 200 wands were entrusted to the number 23 sub-base, and soon, mithril was extracted from them. In total, there were several kilograms. With an average content of around 60 to 70 grams per wand, which was inferior to the first wand obtained. After all, the wand had belonged to Angela's close friend, Lemia. It was only natural for a close confidant of a princess to possess a more advanced wand. However, Zhang Feng's greatest gain from the wizards was not the wands, but a plethora of storage rings that he first set his sights on 2 storage bracelets and a spatial ring, all relics belonging to Miguel Trezes and Herb. These storage rings and bracelets appear to be made of an unknown substance. Even after being struck by the number 23 sub-base artillery, they remained undamaged. Now that their owners had perished, these items were unclaimed. Zhang Feng merely dripped a drop of blood onto them, easily acknowledging them as his own. All three storage tools possess considerable space. The two storage rings were approximately 7 to 8 meters in size, while the storage bracelet reached over 20 meters, several times larger than the 10-meter space of the Moonlight Ring. That it was only logical, as Angela was merely the princess of the Bernard Kingdom, while Miguel was the legitimate heir of the Gragas family, holding a higher status and belonging to the Renal Empire. Thus possessing some fine items was entirely expected. Upon examining the contents of the three storage tools, Zhang Feng was immediately astounded that in one of the storage rings, a neatly arranged array of magical scrolls was found, the quantity so vast that it could rival the displays in the first-floor hall of the Edison Magic Goods store. Beside the magical scrolls were numerous bottles of magical potions, similarly abundant, carelessly piled up like refuse. The other ring contained a chaotic assortment of items, including 2 large chests of gold coins and 3 large chests of silver coins, which alone occupied a significant portion of the space. The remainder consisted of some magical scrolls, magical potions, and a collection of magic crystals. The magic crystal serves as a universal currency among the sorcerers of the continent, holding a value tenfold that of gold coins. Furthermore, the magic crystal not only functions as currency, but is also imbued with rich energy that can be absorbed by sorcerers to replenish their magical power, making it the quintessential item for restoring magic during battles. However, Zhang Feng harbored little enthusiasm for such artifacts. If given the opportunity, he would prefer to exchange them all for gold coins, as that would appear far more gratifying. What truly astonished Zhang Feng was the storage bracelet. As his consciousness delved into it, he was greeted by a dazzling sight of 4 small mountains shimmering in gold. The first to catch his eye were, naturally, the mountains of gold and silver. Chapter 30. Evolution, Level 2 Main Base. Wow! Zhang Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, his mouth watering at the sight. These small hills of gold and silver coins must weigh dozens or even hundreds of tons. Just imagine the sensation of having such an abundance of gold and silver laid out before you. When faced with 2 chests overflowing with gold and silver coins, he could still maintain his composure. But now his mind ignited in a blaze of desire. His first instinct was to withdraw all the coins immediately, throwing himself into a pile of gold, rolling about with exuberance. Oh, gold, so much gold! By the gods! If I were to return to Earth, I could buy up all of Wall Street. Ha, villas, yachts, luxury cars, beautiful women. Ha, all mine. Even in this world, if I were to fail, I could still sneak into that so-called Stamborn nation, build a few castles, and indulge in a harem of beauties. 3 ways, 4 ways. Nonsense. I demand the night with 18 maidens. Ha! Zhang Feng instinctively voiced the desires of his inner self, a revelation of his youthful innocence. Amanda watched her masteress frenzy with a hint of bewilderment. How could a formidable puppeteer, commanding thousands of mechanical puppets capable of uprooting the Thérèse's family's influence in the Bernard Kingdom, be so enamored with these mundane possessions? Well, Amanda conceded that the sheer quantity of these gold and silver coins was indeed staggering, but was it truly enough to elicit such a loss of composure? For the strong, acquiring gold and silver should not be an arduous task. With a bit of effort, one could amass a fortune in no time. After venting his exuberance, Zhang Feng's emotions gradually settled. He tossed the gold and silver coins into the air, relishing the delightful clinking sound, then blew on them to hear the buzzing sound against his ear, a blissful smile gracing his face. My lord, are these the only treasures contained within this storage bracelet? Amanda couldn't believe that the scion of the illustrious Thérèse's family would carry only these trivial trinkets. Well, it seems there are 2 more metallic mountains, Zhang Feng replied, his thoughts guiding him to summon forth 2 additional hills. Point 1 was a crystalline purple, the very essence of the magic crystal. The other, a silvery gray, resembling mithril. Magic crystal. Mithril? Oh heavens! This time, it was Amanda who was taken aback, her breath heavy, her face flushed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Zhang Feng couldn't help but shiver at her reaction. It was as if she were beholding a naked maiden before her. He found himself silently deriding her. Fully aware that his earlier display had been even more unbecoming, of course. He understood that both the magic crystal and mithril were valuable commodities, worth dozens of times more than gold and silver. Especially mithril, which was precisely what he currently needed most. Yet, the deeply ingrained belief formed since childhood meant that the visual impact of gold and silver appearing before him far outweighed the thrill of encountering magic crystals or mithril. After reconsidering his earlier behavior, Zhang Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Rubbing his nose, he inquired, "Main base, what is the weight of each of these metals?" In response to the master, "The gold mountain weighs tons. The silver mountain weighs tons. The magic crystal mountain weighs tons. And the mithril mountain weighs tons," the mechanical voice of the main base replied. Although the volumes of these metallic hills were comparable, their weights differed significantly due to the much lower density of magic crystals and mithril compared to gold and silver. Zhang Feng pondered for a moment, then returned the gold, silver, and magic crystal mountains back into the storage bracelet, leaving the mithril to be distributed across the various bases for storage and upgrades. Upgrading the Level 1 main base to Level 2 requires 10,000 units of energy and 100 kilograms of mithril. The duration of consumption is 24 hours. The energy and mithril are now prepared. Shall we proceed with the upgrade? Initiate the upgrade, Zhang Feng commanded without hesitation. With a soft beep, the main base emitted a red glow, halting production to enter an upgrade state. This otherworldly planet, known locally as the Limek continent, was, by Zhang Feng's understanding, many times larger than Earth. Remarkably, it also had a single sun, and the cycle of day and night lasted the same 24 hours as on Earth. An extraordinary phenomenon indeed. The upgrade from Level 1 to Level 2 main base would take 24 hours, or 1 day. Zhang Feng felt a flicker of anticipation within. For mechanical civilization to progress, resources remained a critical vulnerability. Although he now possessed tons of mithril, seemingly a vast quantity, Zhang Feng knew that as the main base upgraded, his mechanical army would officially transition to a Level 2 civilization, necessitating an even larger supply of resources. Thus, the 10 tons of mithril would undoubtedly prove insufficient. This underscored the importance of adhering to the agreement with the Edson Magic Supplies store. "Amanda, today I will instruct my mechanical puppets to hunt a batch of magical beasts. Tomorrow, you shall represent me and take these magical beast materials to trade with Adamson. However, you must exercise caution. Having slain the scion of the Teresa's family today, we cannot predict the repercussions that may arise. I will deploy numerous mechanical puppets to protect you, and should the situation turn dire, retreat immediately. The magical beast materials can be discarded, but your life must be preserved." Zhang Feng's words deeply moved Amanda, who felt grateful to have aligned herself with such a master, one who valued her life more than the precious magical beast materials. Unbeknownst to her, in Zhang Feng's eyes, those materials were the most expendable of all. Residing near the magic domain forest, magical beast materials were virtually inexhaustible. "My lord, are you concerned that the Edson family may conspire with the Teresa's family to harm you? If that is the case, you need not worry." "Oh, what do you mean?" "The Edson family and the Teresa's family are two prominent families of equal standing within the Rainal Empire. Their relationship is neither hostile nor particularly close. When it comes to genuine interests, even father and son can turn against one another, let alone such a tenuous bond that if you can assure the Edson family of a consistent supply of magical beast materials, not only will they refrain from harming you, but they will also seek to ensure your safety. Your security guarantees their interests." Amanda's implication was starkly clear. Naked self-interest, that I in the realm of profit, all relationships become insipid. Zhang Feng understood this principle well, and with Amanda's subtle guidance, he grasped the importance of securing the Edson family's support, or at the very least, ensuring their neutrality at this critical juncture. Having just fought a battle, Zhang Feng realized that his formidable mechanical army was not an invincible force on this high martial planet. The hundreds of individuals Miguel had assembled in a single hour had dealt significant damage to his forces. Had the Teresa's family truly set their sights on him, the outcome would remain uncertain. To survive, before achieving overwhelming dominance, Zhang Feng needed to rally all available support and mitigate unfavorable factors. the greater the quantity of magical beast materials he could provide. The more his value would rise, tipping the scales of the Edson family's favor in his direction. Thus, Zhang Feng promptly issued a hunting command to his swift mechanical worm army, with around 20,000 swift mechanical worms at his command. He had no qualms about operating under the cover of night. Consequently, that evening became a nightmare for the magical beasts in the vicinity of the Victoria region of the Magic Domain Forest. Countless magical beasts were besieged and slain by swarms of swift mechanical worms, their carcasses dragged to the vicinity of base 23 from the vantage point of a tree large enough for several people to embrace. Two green lantern-like eyes darted back and forth, watching as several terror lizards were surrounded and killed by a terrifying swarm of emaciated black insects that a few of the black insects rummaged through the terror lizard's head, seizing the crystal core before retreating into the dense forest. Soon, several plump, flying black insects arrived to carry off the carcasses strewn across the ground. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the massive tree, revealing a large feline creature almost identical to a black panther from Earth, but more than twice its size, adorned with a single horn atop its head. This horned black panther now wore a visage of terror. The black insects surged through the forest like a tidal wave, forcing the once dominant ruler of this domain to seek refuge. Suddenly, the black insects seemed to have discovered him, clattering as they charged in his direction. The fur of the horned black panther stood on end in alarm. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences of being encircled by this swarm of black insects. Their attacks were sharp and their movements swift. Even more terrifying was their seemingly boundless stamina. Even someone as formidable as he would face inevitable doom if ensnared. The unicorn black panther dared not hesitate. He immediately leaped from the tree and fled into the depths of the demonic forest. The situation had escalated beyond what a mere 6th-level magical beast could contend with. Clearly, he must report to the Great King. Those voracious black insects appeared insatiable. If the Great King did not intervene, there would be no sanctuary left for magical beasts in this dense thicket. Chapter 31. The grand debut of Tier 2 units Ding. Tier 2 main base upgrade complete, with the mechanical voice resonating. A jet-black spherical structure, rich in sci-fi aesthetic, materialized before Zhang Feng, resembling the first-tier main base. Although it stood at a similar height of several meters, its form was subtly distinct, overall larger than its predecessor. The first-tier main base was a sleek black circular edifice, with its artillery concealed within. Prior to launching an assault, its presence was entirely unnoticeable. Furthermore, the internal living quarters were exceedingly cramped, accommodating but a single individual. The Tier 2 main base was similarly a black circular structure, yet from the outside, one could discern several cut-out square patterns, akin to numerous irregular panels affixed to its surface. Most notably, a small semicircular radar protruded from the apex of the spherical building. As the mechanical voice indicated, this radar could detect targets within a range of thousands of kilometers and relay the information to the base's AI for analysis, the base's bottom. Instead of being anchored to the ground, there existed a track-like mechanism, signifying its capacity for mobility. Though its speed was lamentably slow, it nonetheless represented a significant advancement. The Tier 2 main base currently possesses a total resource reserve of energy, 392,800 units. Ordinary metal, 100, 028, 500 tons. Synthetic metal, 100, 040, 023 tons. Secret silver in tons. Its production capacity is 300 basic combat units per day, or 1 Tier 2 subbase. The Tier 2 main base has certain aerial and terrestrial defensive capabilities. It is equipped with 1 main cannon, 5 secondary cannons, and 100 small cannons. Attack charging. Small cannons require 0.5 seconds to charge, secondary cannons require 1 second, and the main cannon requires 3 seconds. The mechanical units currently available for production are primary power source, which can be installed on combat units, granting them evolutionary capabilities, free from the constraints of base level. Combat units equipped with a primary power source will be elevated to Tier 2. The maximum evolutionary tier for the primary power source is Tier 10, Mechanical Scorpion, a Tier 2 land-based unit specializing in long-range physical attacks, capable of launching metal bullet columns from its tail and pincers. With a range of 10 kilometers, it requires a certain amount of energy and metal for combat. Production necessitates 100 energy units, 10 tons of ordinary metal, 1 ton of synthetic metal, and 1 kilogram of secret silver. Production time, 5 minutes. Standard tank bug artillery, a Tier 2 land-based unit specializing in long-range energy attacks, firing lasers from its turret with a range of 10 kilometers. It requires energy replenishment during combat. Production necessitates 100 energy units, 50 tons of ordinary metal, 5 tons of synthetic metal, and 1 kilogram of secret silver. Production time, 5 minutes. Charmed Demon Fighter, a Tier 2 aerial combat unit capable of engaging in air-to-air and air-to-ground battles within a planet. It requires energy replenishment during combat. Production necessitates 100 energy units, 5 tons of ordinary metal, 5 tons of synthetic metal, and 1 kilogram of secret silver. Production time, 5 minutes. Self-destruct Mosquito, a Tier 2 expendable unit capable of launching suicide attacks on targets within the planet. It approaches enemies at high speed before detonating its power source, resulting in mutual destruction. Production necessitates 1 energy unit, 1 kilogram of ordinary metal, 1 kilogram of synthetic metal, and 10 grams of secret silver. Producing a Tier 2 sub-base requires 10,000 energy units, 10,000 tons of ordinary metal, 5,000 tons of synthetic metal, and 100 kilograms of secret silver. That a Tier 1 sub-base can autonomously upgrade to Tier 2, requiring 10,000 energy units, 10,000 tons of ordinary metal, 5,000 tons of synthetic metal, and 100 kilograms of secret silver. That a Tier 2 sub-base lacks the capability to produce further sub-bases, yet retains all other functions akin to the main base, should the main base be destroyed. A selected Tier 2 sub-base will upgrade to a main base. Upgrading the Tier 2 main base to the next level necessitates 1 million energy units, 100,000 tons of ordinary metal, 50,000 tons of synthetic metal, 1 ton of secret silver, and 1 ton of purple gold. Upon concluding the mechanical report, Zhang Feng's smile broadened radiantly. The Tier 2 units were even more formidable than he had anticipated, while the Tier 1 units possessed solely close combat capabilities. The combat prowess of the swift mechanical bugs, though sharp, was limited by their singular attack method. For instance, when confronting Miguel Trezors and Herb on their flying carpets, they could only lure their opponents within the range of the base's artillery before seizing the opportunity to eliminate them. Before entering the artillery's attack zone, the swift mechanical bugs were left utterly defenseless, merely enduring blows. With the emergence of Tier 2 units, encompassing aerial combat, terrestrial warfare, and long-range strikes, the combat potential had escalated exponentially. Allocate energy and secret silver resources to commence the upgrade of all sub-bases. The main base will immediately begin production of Tier 2 units, with each type produced in a 1:1 ratio. Zhang Feng commanded without delay. His intense curiosity compelled him to witness these extraordinary units without further ado. Ding! A few minutes later, a soft sound echoed as the door to the Tier 2 main base's production workshop swung open, revealing a massive, glistening black, scorpion-like structure emerging. With 6 mechanical legs, 2 formidable pincers, and a curling mechanical tail, everything exuded a striking sci-fi allure. The moment Zhang Feng laid eyes on it, he was instantly reminded of the Scorponok from Transformers 2. Aside from its dark hue, the resemblance was astonishing. Wow! 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 This is so cool! So cool! So cool! Zhang Feng was utterly exhilarated, unable to contain his excitement. Surely, any Transformers aficionado could empathize with his current elation. The sheer thrill of having something once deemed unattainable materialize before him was beyond the reach of mere words. He rushed forward, reaching out to caress the cold, metallic surface of the mechanical scorpion, this dreamlike weapon of war now belonging to him. Such thoughts filled him with a sense of fulfillment. Its appearance was undeniably impressive, having completely captivated Zhang Feng with its aesthetics. However, mere appearance was insufficient. In a world where strength reigned supreme, combat capability was paramount. Stepping back a few paces, he pointed toward the nearby 10 Tier 1 swift mechanical bugs and commanded the mechanical scorpion. Eliminate those creatures. Simultaneously, he issued an attack order to the Tier 1 swift mechanical bugs. Both sides sprang into action. The speed of the Tier 1 swift mechanical bugs was undoubtedly unrivaled among land combat units. Yet as they took their first steps, the mechanical scorpion's tail and pincers sprang into action. A thunderous roar akin to a heavy machine gun echoed as the mechanical scorpion unleashed its 3 attack points, each boasting a firing rate nearing 10,000 rounds per minute, surpassing even the famed Gatling gun of the M134 model in America. Furthermore, the caliber of the bullets reached an astonishing 20 millimeters by earthly standards. This could be deemed artillery. Simultaneously firing from 3 points, the barrage unleashed approximately 30,000 20-millimeter rounds per minute, culminating in a tempest of metal. Clang, 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 a single bullet was insufficient to breach the exterior of a Tier 1 swift mechanical bug. But it could certainly leave a significant dent. Moreover, the immense impact thwarted its advance, causing it to stumble. However, the assault it faced was not simply a single bullet, but a veritable storm of projectiles. The roar of the heavy machine guns continued unabated as the 10 swift mechanical bugs struggled amidst the hail of bullets, unable to advance a single step. Their exteriors were riddled with dents. Their mechanical legs shattered one by one, and within moments, their shells were torn apart, ultimately reduced to scrap amidst the showers of sparks, even in a scenario where Tier 2 units faced off against Tier 1. Achieving such an overwhelming victory with a 1-to-10 ratio was exceedingly favorable. Wow! If this creature were on Earth, it would be invincible in ground combat. Zhang Feng exclaimed, elated and dancing with joy in that brief span. Several other units had also been produced. The standard tank bug artillery bore a striking resemblance to a terrestrial tank, albeit with a short, stout barrel and supported not by tracks, but by 8 mechanical legs. Compared to tracks, these legs were far more adaptable to various terrains. It is essential to note that not every location is graced with flat ground or roads for passage. In mountainous forests, terrestrial tanks would be rendered ineffective. However, with the advanced robotics technology of Atlantis, the standard tank bug artillery, equipped with 8 agile mechanical legs akin to those of the swift mechanical bugs, traversed rugged terrain with ease. Perhaps it was precisely due to these 8 mechanical legs that it earned the moniker tank bug. The standard tank insect turret's assault is remarkably fierce. The speed of its laser, coupled with the precision targeting of its electronic eyes, guarantees a hit once a target is locked on. The enchanting Yao Mei, a native flying beast from a 5th-level cultivation planet within the cosmos, boasts an unparalleled speed among its kind. Among the myriad races governed by the Atlanteans, Yao Mei's aerial velocity stands supreme. The Atlanteans designed their weaponry based on the principles of biomimicry, thus in the development of fighter jets. They have emulated the flight mechanics of Yao Mei, leading to the creation of the Yao Mei fighter aircraft. These aircraft glide through the skies in utter silence, transforming into mere shadows at Zhang Feng's command, vanishing from sight. The self-destructing mosquitoes, each the size of a fist, emit a buzzing sound as they take flight, their speed nothing short of monstrous. Zhang Feng is convinced that anyone ensnared by these creatures will undoubtedly face dire consequences. As all military units make their grand appearance, Zhang Feng exudes confidence. In 2 days' time, once these forces are fully mobilized, should he encounter an ambush of Miguel Trez's caliber again, he would be far from the helpless state he endured previously. Chapter 32. Some individuals are not to be provoked. In the Bernard Kingdom, the city of Aruz serves as the royal capital, exuding a certain grandeur despite being eclipsed by Kaiserlia. Towering stone walls, over 20 meters high, stand resolutely, while the broad streets paved with blue stones teem with bustling crowds, a testament to its prosperity. The royal capital, naturally a hub for nobility, is steeped in an air of regal presence, with the populace exuding an unflappable demeanor. Yet a palpable tension now permeates the capital's thoroughfares. Occasionally, lavish palanquins swiftly pass under the protection of armed escorts, prompting speculation among the masses regarding the cause of such urgency that even the aristocrats seem to have lost their usual composure. Within the royal palace, after a day of fervent debate, the coalition of prominent families evidently gains the upper hand. Your Majesty, your wisdom is unparalleled. The dignity of our nobility must not be trifled with. That Stambo is but a lowly peasant, daring to slaughter our noble kin. Yes, slaughter. If we do not mete out severe punishment, what will remain of the Bernard nobility's prestige? We shall surely become the laughingstock of other kingdoms. Indeed, That scoundrel must face harsh retribution. The dignity of the nobility cannot be compromised. Our kin must not have perished in vain. The hall resounds with the furious outcries of elder statesmen. This matter originated with Miguel Trez's misstep. Angela attempts to argue, but her voice is swiftly drowned out by the cacophony of more irate voices. Oh, Princess Angela, I bear you no disrespect, yet I believe this incident should not involve the Trez's family. Indeed, Princess Angela, the Trez's family is not one we can afford to provoke. The Reynal Empire already casts a covetous eye upon us. We must not provide them with any pretext. Rumor has it that the arrogant Stambo has also incurred the ire of the young lord. We implore His Majesty to dispatch troops to swiftly eliminate that scoundrel, lest further calamities arise. Amidst the chorus of pleas, the previously silent king finally resolves. The Bernard Knights, the Claude Knights, and the URU Infantry Battalion shall consolidate today and set forth tomorrow to eradicate the Stambo puppeteer. These three legions comprise nearly the entirety of the kingdom's elite forces. And the corners of the noble lord's mouths finally curl into smiles. Despite the absence of the Mose family, the involved family's united strength compels even the king to bow, instilling a sense of pride among them. His Majesty is sagacious. Father, this decision will lead the entire kingdom to ruin, Angela cries weakly. If I do not make this decision, the kingdom will indeed face annihilation. The king retorts, dismissively departing. The triumphant nobles cast victorious glances at Angela before dispersing. You will soon learn that a formidable puppeteer is not one to be trifled with. Angela sighs in resignation. As the debate rages on within the hall, Corey wanders aimlessly through the streets, the joviality of the crowds seemingly irrelevant to him. Days prior in Victoria City, seeking vengeance against the loathsome Stambo, Corey had instigated the ire of the young Lord Miguel Trezes. Rallying the Trezes family's elite to confront Zhang Feng, in Corey's estimation. While the detestable peasant possessed numerous mechanical puppets, they would be no match for the elite warriors and mages of the Trezes family. Yet he never anticipated that young Lord Miguel would vanish without a trace. Corey had waited a whole day at the city gates without sight of any Trezes family members returning. Could it be that the hundreds of warriors and mages from the Trezes family had all perished at the hands of that wretched Stambo? Such a notion was beyond Corey's comprehension. It was precisely to facilitate their scheme that he had conspired with the young lord to withdraw the city defense forces. Otherwise, the area of conflict would have been under their watch. Allowing for some intelligence, later, Corey dispatched a servant to gather information, only to learn of bloodstains spotted several kilometers south of the city. This revelation deepened his anxiety. Was it possible that the young lord had truly met his demise? The thought sent shivers down his spine. After all, the young lord had ventured forth at his urging, and should any misfortune befall him, the Trezes family's ferocity would surely not spare him, nor his kin. Some individuals are simply not to be provoked in Corey's eyes. The Trezes family undoubtedly belongs to that category, and yet, driven by a moment of folly, he had unwittingly drawn their ire, a path to his own ruin. As he continued to walk, lost in thought, he suddenly sensed the surrounding clamor fade into silence as a robed mage appeared before him. Corey's countenance shifted. A white-robed mage in the Limit continent. It is common knowledge that only those of the 7th rank or higher are entitled to don a white robe. The 2 staves and twin stars emblazoned on this mage's chest further attested to his formidable status as an 8th rank mage. Casting aside all notions of pride and disregarding the throng of pedestrians, Corey immediately bowed deeply, addressing him with utmost respect. "Great mage, how may I be of service to you?" At that moment, Corey appeared entirely subservient. Before an 8th rank mage, he, a so-called noble of the kingdom, was nothing more than a speck of dust. The most powerful individual in the Bernard kingdom was merely a 6th rank mage. "Are you Corey?" the white-robed mage inquires with a cold tone. "Yes, that is I. I am unaware of—" Corey felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing something was amiss, and was about to continue speaking when he was abruptly interrupted. "Then come with me." The white-robed mage effortlessly tore a magic scroll, and in an instant, the two vanished into thin air, seemingly unnoticed by the bustling crowd around them. Moments later, they materialized outside of Aru's city, where a contingent awaited them. Upon their arrival, a muscular warrior clad in black armor approached. Have we captured the target? Indeed. Very well. Let us proceed. After this brief exchange, Corey was unceremoniously tossed into a wooden cage cart. To his despair, he discovered that several other carts contained his kin, including his father and mother. This was likely the reason the Mose family had not appeared at the palace. At the front of this procession, a purple banner billowed in the wind, adorned with a beautifully embroidered Durand flower, the insignia of the Trezes family, confirming his suspicions, with the strength of the Trezes family. Ensnaring an entire kingdom's so-called nobility was a trivial task. Corey realized that his actions had brought calamity upon his family. The Mose family, with a lineage spanning thousands of years, was now on the brink of annihilation because of him. In that moment, Corey felt only hatred, pure hatred. He did not despise the Trezes family. In his view, their actions were entirely justifiable. Rather, he loathed that despicable Stambo. Had that peasant not dared to affront his noble dignity, these events would never have transpired. Wretched Stambo! Should the opportunity arise, I shall feast upon your flesh. Corey raged inwardly. In Kaiserlia City, the Trezes family. So, you were saying my son was harmed by that Stambo? Marquis Clemens Dan Trezes, draped in purple robes, appeared grim. Indeed, my lord. However, I find it perplexing that none of the elite operatives we have stationed in the Bernard Kingdom returned alongside young Miguel. Hundreds of warriors and mages. And not a single one escaped. That if it were not for the Stambo puppeteer's unimaginable power, I would suspect there is more to this tale. The white-robed mage spoke with a respectful tone, yet not overly obsequious. As an 8th-rank mage, his significance allowed him to maintain an air of dignity even in the presence of Marquis Trezes. You mean to say that the people of the Kingdom of Bernard have intervened? Do they possess such audacity? I have conducted a memory search on Corin, and the reality is that the Kingdom of Bernard has not been involved. However, does the Lord not see this as a golden opportunity? Young Master Miguel cannot have sacrificed himself in vain. If his death can be exchanged for a kingdom, it would indeed be a contribution to our Trezes family, the AS for whether the Kingdom of Bernard participated. As long as we assert it, it shall be so. The white-robed mage's eyes gleamed with wisdom. Excellent, Master Benson. Just as you have said, if we declare it, then it shall be. To exchange my son's life for a kingdom is to ensure his death holds purpose. I trust the old fogies of the Empire will not choose this moment to trouble me. The Marquis of Trezes resolved instantly. The Ironblood heavy-armored knights will assemble immediately, coordinating with the Mondan Infantry Legion to set out in 3 days to eradicate that wretched puppet master and to flatten the Kingdom of Bernard. I shall make them aware that there are some whom one should not provoke. What shall be done about the Mose family? Execute them all. Leave not one alive. Especially that Corin, daring to exploit my son, he is deserving of the most excruciating demise. The Marquis of Trezes ground his teeth. Yes, my lord. Master Benson, the white-robed mage, bowed and withdrew, inwardly lamenting Corin's fortunate fate, for during the memory search, he had already shattered Corin's soul, leaving him in a vegetative state, thereby sparing him from much suffering. Chapter 33. The Attack from the Dragon in the Realm of Limerick. The most enigmatic location undoubtedly lies within the Enchanted Forest, and no one knows how long this forest has existed. Ancient myths even suggest that it was present long before humanity graced the continent. Here, the footprints of humans are scarce. This is the paradise of magical beasts, the northern edge of the Enchanted Forest. There lies a chasm, hundreds of feet deep and thousands of meters long. Were it on Earth, it would surely be a renowned sight. Yet in Limerick, it remains an obscure locale, with similar formations scattered throughout the Enchanted Forest. Nevertheless, a well-meaning adventurer bestowed upon this great rift the name of Argo's Canyon. A black-horned leopard cautiously leapt down the cliffs, escaping the clutches of a mechanical insect. After what felt like an eternity, during which it nearly fell multiple times, it finally reached the entrance of a massive cave. Standing on the platform before the cave, the leopard's demeanor grew increasingly tense. The entrance loomed several feet high, appearing bottomless, with only the sound of deep snores emanating from within, as the snores resonated. Swirling gusts of wind carried with them the pungent scent of sulfur. The horned leopard hesitated, fully aware of the grave consequences of disturbing the slumbering entity within, yet the urgency of the situation left it no room for choice. Summoning its courage, the leopard spoke. "Great dragon Argos, your humble servant Hegel seeks an audience." To hear a leopard articulate human speech would undoubtedly astonish Zhang Feng. Were he present, the snoring halted, and the leopard's heart raced. It quickly bowed its head, adopting a posture of utmost reverence. "Hegel, do you not know how I despise being disturbed from my dreams? Speak quickly, and if you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, prepare to become my dinner." A voice reverberated within the cave, causing Hegel's ears to buzz, yet it dared not show any sign of discontent, replying in a trembling voice. "Your Highness Argos, if it were not of utmost importance, how could Hegel dare to disturb your slumber? It is just that a horde of foreign creatures has unexpectedly appeared near the northern edge of our territory, close to Victoria City. They are remarkably powerful, swift, and their numbers are alarmingly vast, launching a brutal slaughter upon your subjects that if this continues, I fear." Hegel faltered, the implication of his words clear. Alarmingly vast. What level of strength do they possess? How many are there?" queried the dragon Argos. Most of these foreign beings are of level 1, with very few reaching level 2 or even 3, that their numbers are approximately 2 to 3,000. Hegel, still unaware of the recent qualitative advancements of the mechanical army, relayed his limited knowledge. Upon hearing Hegel's words, a barely perceptible sigh escaped the cave that in his anxious state, the leopard failed to notice the sound that, of course, even if he had, he would not have thought much of it, for in his eyes, the dragon Argos was an invincible entity. "It seems I have slept longer than I should have. The world has nearly forgotten the majesty of Argos that in that case, I shall venture forth to stretch my limbs and teach those little brats a lesson, allowing them to understand that the dignity of a dragon is not to be trifled with," Argos declared, stepping out of the cave, his colossal form completely overshadowing Hegel. Roar. A metallic howl erupted from deep within the jungle, sending Zhang Feng's heart racing from 10 miles away. What ancient power have I provoked? His suspicions were confirmed. In an instant, he received word that a hunting squad of 100 swift mechanical insects had been exterminated. Zhang Feng quickly switched to the nearest hunting squad's footage, where he beheld a colossal lizard-like creature hovering above the treetops, its fiery red body adorned with bat-like wings that fluttered to keep its massive frame aloft. Its scales glimmered, suggesting formidable hardness. A serpentine tongue flicked in and out, nostrils sparking with embers, and a long, spiked tail maintained its balance in the air. A Western dragon. The concept filled Zhang Feng's mind. This world indeed harbored Western dragons. Oh my! At that moment, the dragon Argos seethed with fury, feeling his dignity had been affronted. The situation unfolded as he and Hegel entered the jungle, where they easily located a group of the foreign creatures engaged in hunting. Though the combat prowess of these black, insect-like entities did not warrant concern for the dragon, the sheer magnitude of their numbers and the potential power behind them compelled Argos to tread carefully. If he could assert his authority and drive them away without resorting to war, that would be optimal. After all, Argos was a dragon fond of peace. Otherwise, he would not have distanced himself from the constant strife of Dragon Island to recluse in this less-than-ideal canyon for red dragons. But the truth was that during Argos' mother's pregnancy, she had been injured by a human warrior, affecting the unborn hatchling. Thus, upon hatching, Argos was significantly weaker than other dragons. Typically, a red dragon, even without training, could achieve level 8 strength upon reaching adulthood merely by eating and sleeping. With effort, breaking through to level 9 or even 10 was certainly feasible. Yet, Argos had only just attained level 7. One can imagine the plight he faced among the dragon kin who revered strength. From a young age, he had suffered bullying from his peers, and even after reaching maturity, the most unattractive female dragon would not deign to mate with him. Consequently, heartbroken and despondent, Argos departed Dragon Island and began a nomadic existence. Fortuitously, he eventually discovered this small canyon, where he has lived for centuries. The surrounding intelligent beings began to refer to him as His Highness Dragon Argos, named after the canyon itself. Argos Canyon lies at the fringe of the enchanted forest, where the creatures are not as formidable as those found deeper within. The strongest among them seem to barely reach levels 3 or 4. In this domain, a level 7 dragon reigns supreme. This is precisely why Argos has grown fond of this place. His childhood experiences shaped a character that feared the strong and bullied the weak, leading to his initial hesitation. However, upon unleashing his power, he discovered just how feeble these black insects truly were. Such diminutive and lowly creatures dared to challenge the dignity of a level 7 red dragon. Argos was utterly incensed. After obliterating the group of swift mechanical insects before him, Argos flicked his tongue, swallowing several of the insects whole, only to wrinkle his brow and spit them out. These black bugs were both tough and gritty, entirely inedible. Unsatisfied, Argos scanned the area and spotted another group of swift mechanical insects not far away, immediately flapping his wings and soaring toward them. Zhang Feng, snapping back to reality, thought, "Damn it, this giant lizard is relentless. Do my swift mechanical insects not have the capability to fly?" In recent days, Zhang Feng had directed the upgraded Level 2 subbase to produce Level 2 troops at full capacity, and now they were beginning to take shape. However, in his judgment, the greatest threat to himself should stem from humanity. Having slain so many noble scions, he and Amanda were certain that humanity would not simply let this transgression go unpunished. Thus, Zhang Feng stationed all secondary troops along the front lines near Victoria City.as for the forest. He regarded it as a hunting ground, deploying armies composed of the initial production of first-level rapid mechanical worms that had not yet been upgraded. Consequently, the emergence of this colossal dragon took Zhang Feng completely by surprise, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Retreat. Scatter towards Base 12 and annihilate it with the base's artillery. I shall also try my hand at being a dragon-slaying hero." Zhang Feng promptly issued the command. Base 12 was the nearest outpost. Upon receiving the order, the swarm of rapid mechanical worms immediately dispersed, preparing to flee. The dragon in the sky, however, seemed intent on not sparing any creature that had provoked its ire. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a torrent of flames, instantly engulfing 100 rapid mechanical worms, which melted into pools of molten iron in mere moments. A swift kill. This was a true instant annihilation. Damn! The temperature of that flame is utterly outrageous. In the blink of an eye, another 100 rapid mechanical worms were obliterated, and the dragon let out a triumphant roar that echoed through the skies. Suddenly, Argos's gaze sharpened as he fixated on a gleaming black mass several miles away, which was none other than Base 12. That without further hesitation, the red dragon lightly flapped its wings and maneuvered its immense body forward. "Ah! You dare not tread the path to heaven, yet you intrude upon the gates of hell. Must we employ the main cannon to eliminate this great lizard?" "No need, my lord, according to the classification. This vile creature possesses a combat strength of level 7, and for a level 2 base, it can be dispatched with merely the secondary cannon. Even the smaller artillery can suffice," the mechanical voice responded. "Ha! So the base artillery is truly formidable. Very well, charge the secondary cannon. It seems I am destined to become a dragon-slaying hero. I have heard that bathing in dragon's blood renders one invulnerable. I wonder if that is true." Zhang Feng chuckled with pride, already savoring the fruits of victory in his mind. Chapter 34. The dragon's descent. The red dragon Argos fixated intently on the gleaming black hemisphere before him, recognizing its material and hue as akin to that of the mechanical worms. Without a doubt, it was a companion of those wretched insects. Suddenly, the iron plate atop the black hemisphere lifted, revealing several dark cannon barrels. As the barrels grew increasingly luminous, initially, Argos paid little heed, but soon his eyes widened in alarm, and his scales bristled in response. Search for the latest updates at the magic crystal cannon. Moreover, it was a magically potent cannon. After years of traversing the continent, Argos was well acquainted with such wonders. The energy emanating from it intensified, and Argos could clearly sense that if struck, even his formidable scales would offer little defense, potentially leading to his demise. Without a moment's hesitation, Argos chanted a string of draconic incantations, and with a resounding bang, several massive spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through Base 12. Boom! A deafening explosion followed as the energy that had just coalesced in the secondary cannon detonated. unleashing a powerful shockwave that overturned nearby rapid mechanical worms and even a small hill 100 meters away, sending dust soaring dozens of meters into the air. The secondary cannon of the Level 2 base required merely 1 second to charge. However, for a formidable Level 7 dragon, a single second was ample time to execute multiple attacks. Ding! Base 12 has been attacked and destroyed, the mechanical voice announced. Zhang Feng sighed, yet he felt no profound sorrow, with 30 bases at his command. The loss of one was inconsequential. The secondary base is ill-suited for engaging nimble targets at close range. Deploy Level 2 troops, Zhang Feng commanded, and mechanical scorpions, standard tank worm artillery, and self-destructing mosquitoes promptly teleported through the wormhole to the nearest base. Hastening towards the dragon, the charmed demon aircraft glided gracefully through the skies, heading straight for the battlefield. With the crisis averted, Argos exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be consumed by rage. As a magnificent red dragon, he had just been threatened with death. Had he not reacted swiftly to annihilate the enemy with spikes, the consequences could have been dire. After his fury subsided, the desire for destruction took over. Argos's eyes blazed with fury as he unfurled his massive bat-like wings and charged towards the nearest group of rapid mechanical worms. Employing the same tactic, he opened his maw wide, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire that engulfed over 100 rapid mechanical worms, reducing them to molten iron. The colossal red dragon rampaged across the land, and the rapid mechanical worms, designed for close-quarters combat, had no means to retaliate. Yet, Argos's trouble soon approached, with a series of crisp clicks. A swarm of 2-meter-long mechanical scorpions scurried forth. Naturally, Argos did not regard them as a threat. In the eyes of a great dragon, these 2-meter-long mechanical scorpions were scarcely different from the smaller black insects. The mechanical scorpions raised their tails and pincers, aiming at the dragon soaring above. The resonant sound of heavy machine guns filled the air. Each mechanical scorpion could unleash nearly 30,000 rounds per minute if all 3 firing points engaged simultaneously. And now, there were at least 100 scorpions on the ground. This meant that a barrage of metal projectiles, totaling millions of bullets per minute, descended upon the dragon in the sky. Argos flapped his wings, tilting his body to evade the onslaught. However, the scorpion's targeting system swiftly tracked him. The sound of bullets striking his scales resonated like metal clashing, and even the dragon's formidable body could not ignore the impact, causing him to sway in midair. That a single or even 10 attacks from Level 2 beings would not inflict harm on a Level 7 entity, but 100 would undoubtedly yield different results. The relentless barrage of bullets pelted his scales, leaving indentations, and some scales even peeled away, revealing flesh beneath. A pained roar escaped Argos's throat. The recent barrage had struck him primarily due to his negligence. Now, he needed to take matters seriously. He would show those lowly beings the terror of a Level 7 dragon when it was truly enraged. To provoke a great dragon could only lead to one outcome: death. Argos flapped his wings and swiftly maneuvered to evade the relentless metal hail. Simultaneously, he prepared to send those wretched insects to the depths of hell. As he raised his claws to initiate an attack, a swirling mass of black mist suddenly approached. What is that? Instinctively, Argos sensed that this dark mist was no benign presence and could pose a threat. Yet, the dignity of the dragon prevented him from retreating in panic. The black cloud rushed towards him with astonishing speed, enveloping him in an instant. The next moment, a cacophony of explosions erupted, igniting flames in the sky. Success! Zhang Feng, who had been monitoring the battle, felt a surge of joy. However, he knew that a Level 7 dragon would not be easily vanquished. Self-destructing mosquitoes, maintain your assault. Charge the secondary cannons at Base 11. Prepare for attack. This was Zhang Feng's ultimate strategy. Defeating a Level 7 dragon with mere Level 2 troops was a daunting task. The gap between tiers could not always be bridged by sheer numbers. Just like this flying behemoth, if it sensed danger, it could flee at any moment. Level 2 troops could inflict some damage, but they could not deliver a fatal blow. And if the creature escaped, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. The continuous assault of hundreds of self-destructing mosquitoes left even Argos disoriented. Suddenly, all attacks ceased. As the smoke hung in the air, a solitary dragon emerged with a resounding roar. Yet this dragon no longer exuded the same majesty it once did. Its scales were tattered, bloodied, and its flight was now shaky and slow. The self-destructing mosquitoes had bought enough time for Base 11 that the 5 secondary cannons completed their charge and fired in unison. Zing, zing, zing. 5 beams as thick as water barrels surged towards the dragon in the sky. Argos's eyes bulged in alarm. An overwhelming sense of danger compelled every ounce of potential within him to surge forth. He flapped his wings with all his might, dodging 3 of the beams. But the remaining 2 were unavoidable. Boom, boom. The powerful energy of the secondary cannons tore 2 gaping holes in the dragon's body. Argos felt darkness enveloping him as he lost control and plummeted to the ground. Boom! The massive body of the red dragon crashed into the earth, creating a substantial crater, and its precious blood now spilled like cheap water. Argos felt his vitality waning, his eyelids growing heavy. His once formidable claws now felt as if they were made of lead. And the wings that could once soar to the heavens now felt alien, unable to move. Swish, swish, swish. A rustling sound filled the air as countless black insects and giant scorpions closed in around him. However, the anticipated surge of monstrous creatures devouring one another did not transpire. The swarm suddenly parted, revealing a robust human emerging from their midst. How could a human infiltrate a horde of demonic insects? Moreover, judging by his demeanor, he was evidently the leader of this wretched swarm, and no wonder a magic crystal cannon was present here. Dragons are an intellectually advanced race, their intelligence undoubtedly on par with that of humans. In an instant, Argos grasped the gist of the situation. Despicable human, you resort to such base tactics against me that if you possess the courage, let me go, and once I regain my strength, we shall engage in a fair battle. Arrogant lizard, you are already captured by my master. Do you still remain oblivious? Very well, I shall now take your life in my master's stead. The newcomer was none other than Amanda, faced with this level 7 dragon. Zhang Feng would not reveal himself until he was certain of the opponent's demise. Though his body had been altered by the Heritage Pearl, it remained fragile. A single breath of dragon fire could obliterate him. Therefore, Amanda was the optimal representative as a level 4 warrior. She would have some leeway even if the opponent struck unexpectedly. Chapter 35. The Master Servant Contract. Thank you, my lord, for granting me this opportunity to slay a dragon. Amanda drew her long sword. Placing it against the dragon's neck, her face alight with excitement that as a level 4 warrior, the chance to slay a dragon was something she had never dared to imagine before. The legends of dragon slayers were widely circulated along the Lemmic Road. Those brave individuals were revered as heroes, admired by countless souls. However, in recent years, tales of dragon slaying had become increasingly rare. Just considering the might of Dragon Island was enough to instill fear in any human nation. Even the formidable Radiant Empire and the Radiant Church dared not provoke Dragon Island lightly. Dragons are a powerful and vengeful race. Once they set their sights on someone, it leads to unending trouble. Furthermore, Dragon Island holds an unwavering vendetta against dragon slayers. This reality has led even the most powerful individuals to refrain from engaging in dragon slaying, or at least not to do so publicly. Earlier, Amanda had already analyzed the gravity of the situation with her master. The master's response was succinct. I do not know if Dragon Island will seek vengeance upon me after I slay this great lizard. I only know that if I do not kill him, I will face incessant troubles in the future. Given her master's words, Amanda had no reason to hesitate. Becoming a dragon slayer was an honor of the highest order. Gazing at the sword poised at his throat, Argos felt a chill running deep within. Was he truly to perish? Moreover, the dragon's body was a treasure trove. Upon his death, he would undoubtedly be dismembered. Dragon blood, dragon bones, dragon tendons, dragon hide, dragon horns, dragon teeth. All were excellent materials for crafting magical potions, scrolls, or even staves. The mere thought of such a fate sent shivers down his spine. Esteemed human, please spare my life. I am willing to sign a soul contract with you, obey your summons, and fight alongside you. Argos did not wish to die. He immediately contemplated a more valuable existence in relation to this human. The long sword held by Amanda halted midair, signing a soul contract with a dragon. Becoming a dragon knight was the dream of countless warriors. However, dragons are exceedingly proud creatures and typically do not entertain such notions. The number of dragon knights on the Lemic continent is minuscule, and each knight possesses immense power. Often at the pinnacle of level 9, that once one becomes a dragon knight, they ascend to the core of power even within the Radiant Church, receiving noble titles. What is a soul contract? At that moment, a swift mechanical insect beside them spoke. Zhang Feng had been monitoring the situation through the perspective of the mechanical insect. Amanda understood that this was her master's influence. Therefore, she respectfully replied, "My lord, a soul contract is generally utilized between humans and magical beasts. After subduing a magical beast, humans often sign a soul contract to bind it to their will. In a typical soul contract, the relationship between both parties is equal. Unless summoned during battle, they do not interfere with each other's actions. This means that when a human is in danger and requires combat, the magical beast will respond to the summons and fight alongside the human, and vice versa. There is also a type known as a master-servant contract, wherein one party loses their freedom and must completely obey the other, that a mere thought from the master can lead to the demise of the servant. Should the master perish, the servant will also follow suit, whereas the death of the servant will not affect the master." Amanda's explanation lacked clarity, but Zhang Feng grasped the essence of her words. The soul contract mentioned by that great lizard would likely pertain to an equal relationship. "Correct?" Zhang Feng inquired. "Indeed, my lord." Amanda paused briefly before adding, "The few dragon knights on the continent have all entered into equal contracts. Their dragons are referred to as partners rather than mounts." Zhang Feng's voice was light and untroubled as he guided the swift mechanical insect to the front of Argos, directly asking, "I can consider your request. However, I do not require an equal relationship in the soul contract. I only seek a master-servant contract. Are you willing to accept?" Argos's eyes widened in fury at the words. "You insignificant human! You dare to aspire to be my master? You wish to sign a master-servant soul contract with me? What do you refuse? I am a noble and magnificent dragon, among the existing dragon race. None have ever signed a master-servant contract with a human. Should you coerce me into such an agreement, even if I consent, the elders of my kind would not let you off lightly. This would bring shame upon the entire dragon race. Such actions benefit neither you nor me." Argos's voice was laced with a facade of bravado. "That is of no concern to you. You now have two choices. Sign the master-servant contract or face death." Zhang Feng's tone was resolute. Argos's expression shifted dramatically. He realized that the other party was entirely capable of carrying out their threat. Although Argos had always been a dragon lacking in fortitude, bullied by his peers since childhood, he had developed a cowardly disposition. Nonetheless, to enter into a soul contract with a weak human was already a humiliating affair. If it were a master-servant contract, would it not mean he was to become the world's only servant dragon? Zhang Feng did not allow him much time to ponder, maneuvering the swift mechanical insect to raise its claws. Even in Argos's current state, he was not one that could be easily slain by a swift mechanical insect. However, he understood that once the claw descended, the surrounding black insects would swarm, and he would have no further chances. "I am willing to sign the master-servant contract and become your loyal magical pet." Argos had never been a dragon that prioritized dignity over life. In his view, preserving his existence was paramount. Moreover, having been scorned by his peers since childhood, being the weakest dragon in existence made it somewhat acceptable to become the world's only servant dragon. Perhaps, by following this master, he might even encounter a stroke of good fortune. With this thought, Argos no longer hesitated, enduring the pain as he tore a scale from his body with his massive claws. The scale was the size of a basin, shimmering with an alluring red light. Argos began to chant in the dragon tongue, then opened his mouth to expel a spray of dragon blood, witnessing the red glow of the scale flicker and fade. A humble expression crossed Argos's face as he respectfully stated, "Great master, as long as you drip a drop of your blood upon this scale, the master-servant contract will be fulfilled." The swift mechanical insect hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Amanda, and upon seeing her nod, it felt reassured that as a level 4 warrior and a noble from the Bernard Kingdom, she surely possessed the discernment to recognize the authenticity of the contract. As the saying goes, one may not have eaten pork, but they have seen pigs or you in this world. While dragon knights were few and far between, those who signed contracts with magical beasts were commonplace. In a short while, amidst a protective circle formed by a mechanical army, Zhang Feng appeared before the dragon. Argos understood that this human would henceforth be his master, bowing his massive head in deference. Not daring to display any sign of disrespect, Zhang Feng pricked his finger on the claw of the swift mechanical insect, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the dragon's scale. The scale glowed red once more, and then a demonic visage suddenly emerged, its mouth gaping as it lunged toward Argos. It vanished in an instant, merely a fleeting shadow. It seemed that this contract held some substance after all. Zhang Feng was unaware of the underlying principles. Yet he understood that it was not without binding constraints that the master-servant contract was established. A surge of awareness suddenly flooded Zhang Feng's mind. He realized that Argos's life was now entirely in his hands. With but a thought, he could extinguish the creature's soul. Likewise, should Argos undertake any actions detrimental to him, he would face immediate retribution from the contract. For Argos, the fondness he felt toward Zhang Feng grew exponentially, perceiving all of the latter's actions as being for his benefit. This was a remarkable power of the master-servant contract. It not only allowed the master to control the life and death of the servant, but also cultivated an innate loyalty within the servant toward the master. Main base. Please examine this object. It is truly remarkable. Zhang Feng casually handed the piece of scale armor to a swift mechanical insect, instructing it to deliver it to the main base for further study. He hoped that with the advanced technology of the Atlantis civilization, the mysteries within could be unraveled, ideally leading to the mass production of contract products, which would be splendid indeed. Chapter 36. Let the battle come. Fiercer than ever, the mighty dragon Argos lay gravely wounded on the ground, barely lifting his head. His scales flared in disarray, and two massive gashes in his abdomen exposed his innards, had he been human. Such injuries would have surely resulted in death. Yet, Argos's body had staunched the bleeding, with the wounded areas now enveloped in a thin, newly formed layer of flesh, visibly indicating that his life was no longer at risk. Zhang Feng scratched his head, marveling at the dragon's tenacious vitality, yet feeling a twinge of concern. A half-dead dragon servant was not what he desired. I possess magical potions. I am uncertain which may be of assistance to you. If any are useful, feel free to choose. With a wave of his hand, he produced a mountain of magical potions from his spatial ring, stacking them on the ground. Even Argos was momentarily taken aback, having lived for centuries. He was somewhat familiar with human society. The ability to so casually produce such an abundance of magical potions was certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Argos found himself increasingly respectful of his new master. Esteemed master, Argos's physique is excessively large, and given the unique constitution of dragons, relying solely on magical potions for recovery would be wasteful. That if provided with sufficient sustenance, Argos could restore his health within a month. Argos's voice carried a hint of weakness. As he began to consider his master's interests due to their servant contract, Zhang Feng regarded Argos's imposing form, spanning several dozen feet, and chose to trust his words that a month is not an excessively long period. Yet Zhang Feng felt a sense of impatience. The thought of having such a magnificent dragon as a steed, yet being unable to ride it immediately, was indeed frustrating. Moreover, considering the massacre of numerous noble youths in Victoria City just days prior, it was only a matter of time before retribution from humanity arrived. Zhang Feng had envisioned showcasing this dragon to bolster his own stature. Do not concern yourself with waste. As long as your injuries heal swiftly, use the magical potions liberally. After all, they were freely obtained, and Zhang Feng felt no remorse. Thank you, Master. Argos expressed his gratitude for his master's generosity. Unlike magical scrolls, magical potions require no activation of magic. They take effect simply by ingestion or application to wounds. While Zhang Feng was unaware of the potion's specific uses, both Amanda and Argos were well informed. Amanda took a vial of shimmering white potion and poured it onto the wound closest to Argos's heart. The potion's effects, combined with the dragon's formidable regenerative abilities, took immediate effect as the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, with countless granulations sprouting forth. However, mere moments later, the healing slowed and eventually ceased. The potion's energy had been expended. Amanda quickly retrieved a second vial and poured it on. Zhang Feng shook his head, pondering how the height of humans leads to wasteful fabric and clothing. The dragon's immense size resulted in an extravagant consumption of magical potions during its healing. Clearly, being large had its drawbacks. If only a more compact and agile dragon were at hand. Zhang Feng chuckled mischievously to himself that at this moment, the main base had completed its analysis of the scale armor that formed the contract. Master. This piece of scale armor contains an array pattern, a product of a runic civilization. The so-called contract intertwines a predetermined program with the soul, should the recipient act contrary to the program. The designated punishment will be executed, potentially leading to the destruction of their soul. Is that so? Can you now produce such a contract program? Although Zhang Feng did not fully comprehend the intricacies, the notion of intertwining program with soul sounded remarkably impressive. Impossible! The main base must upgrade to level 5 before similar technology can be developed, that if you wish to manufacture it prematurely, a research-type robot is required to decipher this program. Upon hearing the main base's response, Zhang Feng felt a twinge of regret. The so-called research-type robot needed a source of life to be created. As for upgrading the main base to level 5, that was an aspiration far beyond reach. It seemed this matter would have to be postponed for now. With Argos at his side, should the need arise, he could always employ the magical contract once more to acquire more servants. After depleting a mountain of magical potions, Argos' injuries were largely mended. Now, the dragon feasted upon the monstrous prey dragged over by the swift mechanical insects. With a gaping maw, Argos devoured the meat, producing chilling sounds of crunching bones. The dragon's appetite was astonishingly prodigious. With just a couple more days of rest, Argos' wounds would be entirely healed. In the sky, a dark cloud-like formation silently drifted past. It was the enchanting battle aircraft. On the ground, swift mechanical insects surged like a tide, sweeping away all beasts in their path, accompanied by countless mechanical scorpions and tank-like artillery. After the main base evolved to level 2, supported by ample resources and energy. All sub-bases synchronized their upgrades to level 2 within mere hours. Following several days of development, Zhang Feng's mechanical empire now encompassed 35 level 2 sub-bases, yielding approximately 10,000 level 2 mechanical units daily. Furthermore, after Amanda generously gifted Adamson a batch of magical beasts, including 1 level 5 beast and 5 level 4 beasts, the Edson Magic Supplies store fully recognized the immense power of this puppet master, Stambo. Especially after Adamson discovered that these beasts were freshly slain rather than mere stock. Doubts regarding Zhang Feng's capability to supply magical beast materials long-term vanished entirely. Thus, the great puppet master Stambo, Zhang Feng, established a long-term secret trade with the Edson Magic Supplies store, exchanging magical beast materials for substantial quantities of mithril. Of course, Zhang Feng remained ever vigilant against potential retaliatory measures from human nations. The radar range of the level 2 sub-bases extended thousands of kilometers, sufficiently covering a significant portion of the Bernard Kingdom. The vast Limit Continent is incomparably larger than Earth. Although the Bernard Kingdom is merely a small kingdom, its expanse can reach tens of thousands of kilometers. The capital city, Yaluz of the Bernard Kingdom, was under constant surveillance by the base radar. The moment the kingdom's 3 elite legions set forth, Zhang Feng received the news. The mechanical army began to mobilize out on the ground. Countless dark, swift mechanical insects, mechanical scorpions, and tank-like artillery moved under the cover of night, lying in ambush along the route the 3 legions would take to enter Victoria City. Given the sparsely populated nature of the Limit Continent, coupled with the Bernard Kingdom's limited territory and Victoria City's proximity to the Demon Domain Forest, few people noticed the presence of the mechanical army. Those few unfortunate souls who crossed paths with the mechanical forces were swiftly torn to shreds. Stealthy maneuvers were paramount. Only through a surprise attack could the battle be concluded with ease. Zhang Feng firmly believed that if he were to show leniency and spare those along the way due to a misguided sense of compassion, within mere hours, the Bernard Kingdom's forces would undoubtedly discover the ambush location of the mechanical army. Such a naive mistake was not one that Master Zhang Feng would commit. Due to the infantry legion's encumbrance, the Bernard Kingdom's 3 legions would require at least 4 to 5 days to march from Yaluz to Victoria City. During this time, Zhang Feng was determined to seize every moment for production. Production! Each day, the main base established a new sub-base. Currently, with over 30 level 2 sub-bases, the mechanical units produced daily could reach over 10,000. With each passing minute, the strength of Zhang Feng's mechanical army grew. Additionally, the mechanical insect forces continued their relentless energy collection. The energy gathering speed of level 2 mechanical insects was several times that of level 1 insects. And with their numbers steadily increasing, Zhang Feng's energy reserves, aside from daily production needs, were also swelling, nearing 1 million, sufficient to sustain a high-intensity battle. Swift mechanical insects operated with minimal energy requirements, yet the tank artillery and base artillery consumed vast amounts. With ample supplies at hand, Zhang Feng felt an unwavering confidence that he could ensure the so-called elite legions of humanity would not return. Let the war come, fiercer than ever, through this battle. I shall make the Bernard Kingdom tremble at the mere mention of my name. Zhang Feng's ambition soared high. Chapter 37. Ambush. The demon domain forest was shrouded in darkness. Even in daylight, the light filtering through the trees appeared dim. A solitary black panther, cautiously perched upon a large tree, swiftly consumed a wild, rabbit-like creature. Hegel, a connoisseur of fine cuisine, usually savored his prey, relishing in its deliciousness. However, at this moment, he was devoid of any appetite. Hegel could hardly believe that the once great and invincible dragon, His Majesty Argos, had been slain by those detestable outsiders. That Argos launched an assault on the swift mechanical insects. Hegel, in order to avoid the fray, chose not to follow too closely, instead observing from a distance. Initially, Argos's attacks were remarkably fierce, rendering the black insects almost powerless before the might of the great king. Hegel felt this was only to be expected. However, the subsequent turn of events greatly exceeded his expectations. That a swirling mass of black mist enveloped His Highness Argos, followed by several beams of white light, and to Hegel's astonishment, the great king was ultimately vanquished. Hegel did not witness the final fate of Argos, but he surmised it likely involved being devoured by those black insects. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine, that if even the mighty dragon Argos fell victim to such treachery. The black insects were indeed terrifying. Hegel no longer wished to reclaim his territory. He only desired to hide as far away as possible, that he was now fleeing deep into the enchanted forest, where the beasts grew increasingly formidable. That a 6th-level beast like Hegel could still claim dominance in the northern region of Argos Canyon. But here, he could only scurry like a frightened leopard. Life was certainly no longer as carefree as before. Yet Hegel resolved to remain here, tail tucked, rather than return to the northern side of Argos Canyon. The expedition force of the Bernard Kingdom set forth as scheduled, mounted upon a 3-meter-tall rhinoceros beast. Clad in splendid armor and wielding a nearly 10-meter-long lance, Bivis exuded an aura of formidable authority. As the commander of the kingdom's most elite force, the Bernard Knights, Bivis took pride not only in being a member of the royal family, the youngest earl of the kingdom, but also in his status as an 8th-level warrior, the sole 8th-level warrior in the realm. Achieving such a rank before the age of 50 was indeed a source of pride, even on the vast continent of Limerick. This time, the Bernard Knights, the Claude Knights, and the URU Infantry Brigade, the 3 elite regiments of the kingdom, were mobilized simultaneously, with the Bernard Knights taking the lead. Bivis had been personally appointed by His Majesty the King as the overall commander of this operation. ASA Royal. Bivis was not merely brawn without brains. Prior to his departure, he had gathered various intelligence reports, consulted numerous relevant personnel, and thoroughly investigated the strength of the expedition's target, the puppet master of Stamber. The intelligence indicated that this puppet master was exceptionally powerful, potentially commanding thousands of mechanical puppets. Such a figure was indeed astonishing. Prior to this, the highest recorded number of puppets controlled by any puppeteer on the continent was nearly 1,000. Were these words spoken by another, Bivis would have been skeptical. Yet, it was his own niece, Princess Angela, who relayed this information. Bivis understood Angela's character all too well. She would never deceive him. Of course, the comical truth behind Angela's revelation regarding the wretched commoner's strength was her hope that her uncle would reconsider and refrain from engaging the puppet master. Recalling Angela's anxious expression at the time brought a tender smile to Bivis's lips that he held deep affection for his niece, though at times her notions were rather naive. Thousands of mechanical puppets indeed constituted a formidable force, albeit most of them possessed only first-level combat capabilities. According to Angela's suggestion, recruiting them for the kingdom would be prudent, especially since the puppet master was only around 20 years old. With the kingdom's resources, he could potentially develop significantly. Alas, that arrogant Stamber had managed to offend nearly every noble in the kingdom. This rendered it nearly impossible for him to become an ally, that if he could not be utilized, he must be annihilated. The greater the potential of the adversary, the more imperative it was to extinguish them in their infancy. This was Bivis's philosophy of life. As for the adversary's thousands of first-level mechanical puppets, they were certainly no match for the 3 elite regiments of the kingdom. With this in mind, Bivis resolved to afford the puppet master no opportunity for escape, aiming for a decisive and lethal strike. Relay the order to the Clawed Knights and the URU Infantry Brigade to accelerate their march. We shall reach Victoria City within 30 to 40 miles before nightfall. We aim to arrive before darkness falls. Yes, Commander. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers erupted in cheers. Having departed from the royal capital of Aru's city 5 days prior, even the warriors were beginning to feel fatigued, let alone the ordinary soldiers. Reaching Victoria City before dusk was a universally understood imperative. Count Bivis was renowned for his generosity towards his soldiers, and the spirited hospitality of the young women in Victoria City was widely acknowledged. Everyone believed that an evening spent there would be delightful. The Bernard Knights and the Clawed Knights each boasted 5,000 cavalry, with every knight reaching at least second-level warrior status and several hundred achieving third-level certification, along with over 100 attaining fourth-level certification. This formidable strength represented the elite of the Bernard Kingdom. Behind these 2 knightly regiments marched 20,000 soldiers of the URU Infantry Brigade. The abundant spiritual essence of the Limerick continent endowed the young men with robust physiques. Resembling sturdy bears, the URU Infantry Brigade served as the royal capital's defense force, composed of soldiers meticulously selected from among millions of citizens, each standing nearly 2 meters tall, clad in armor and wielding massive axes. Exuding an imposing presence, the lengthy procession surged forward with enthusiasm when suddenly the ground trembled and countless colossal black insects erupted from the earth. Giant black insects. What manner of beasts are these? Insect monsters? No. The chilling cries of terror echoed, and the entire marching army descended into chaos. Akin to boiling water, in an instant, the 30,000-strong human army found themselves submerged in a sea of black insects. The grotesque reproductive rate and low production costs allowed Zhang Feng to amass an army of mechanical soldiers exceeding 100,000 in this short span. Among them, the basic combat unit. The swift mechanical insect comprised over half, totaling 70,000, while other ranged mechanical units appeared formidable. Zhang Feng felt that the swift mechanical insects were the most suitable for large-scale military operations, that a simple charge could pulverize the enemy. Thus, his focus remained on producing swift mechanical insects. Their status as the fundamental ground combat unit of the Atlanteans was not without reason. On the battlefield, the elite of the 2 knightly regiments were the first to respond. Each of the 10,000 warriors possessed at least second-level strength. Mounted on well-trained warhorses, their knightly lances poised to inflict considerable damage upon the swift mechanical insects. When Bivis, an 8th-level warrior, unleashed his fury, he resembled a harbinger of death. Channeling his energy, he enveloped himself in a purple aura, and wherever his lance struck, swathes of swift mechanical insects fell. Even his mount, a 4th-level beast, trampled the swift mechanical insects underfoot. Suddenly, Bivis's eyes widened in alarm. Protect the mage squad. But it was already too late. Numerous swift mechanical insects erupted from beneath the ground, catching the mage squad completely off guard. The claws of the swift mechanical insects swung mercilessly, sending blood and gore flying, leaving severed limbs strewn about. Aware of the mage's formidable prowess, Zhang Feng had taken special care when laying the ambush. The responsibility for countering the mage squad fell to over 300 striped mechanical insects and 1,000 third-level swift mechanical insects. Alongside thousands of second-level swift mechanical insects in support, Once unleashed, the power of the mages was unmatched even by warriors of the same level. Yet, the mages possessed a glaring weakness. Their physical frailty and near absence of close combat abilities rendered them vulnerable to slaughter once approached. A few high-level mages reacted swiftly. Benjamin, a fourth-level mage and the squad leader, drew his staff to retaliate the moment the insect swarm emerged. However, they found themselves in a precarious situation. The insects had mingled with their companions. If he launched an attack, it would not be the detestable insects that suffered first, but his own allies. In that moment of hesitation, the opportunity to strike was lost. Suddenly, a massive black insect, measuring over 3 meters, rushed in like a bolt of lightning, its powerful pincers cleaving Benjamin in half, followed by its metallic maw snapping down, severing his head. That a tragic fate befell the fourth-level mage, who had not even the chance to cast a single offensive spell before meeting his demise. With a thunderous momentum, the swift mechanical insect swept through the mage ranks like a tempest. Bivis watched in anguish as the mages, more precious to the kingdom than jewels, fell one by one to slaughter, his heart aching beyond measure. Chapter 38. High-space espionage. In the midst of the fierce battle, no one noticed several small black dots gliding silently across the sky, hovering above the battlefield. Beep! A faint alarm sounded, prompting Zhang Feng to switch the view. High above, approximately 10,000 meters in the air, several enormous winged beasts hovered, upon which young mages perched, utilizing peculiar instruments to observe the unfolding conflict below. The radar of the secondary base is extraordinarily powerful, capable of detecting objects with remarkable clarity within a radius of thousands of kilometers, even on the ground, let alone the creatures soaring through the skies. The latest updates reveal that the vast expanse above the Great Forest of Magic is teeming with various aerial predators. When the radar system first detected this flock of winged beasts, they were mistakenly identified as ordinary raptors, failing to raise any alarms. Now that they linger above the battlefield, the main base promptly relays this information to Zhang Feng. Spies. It remains uncertain whether they hail from the Kingdom of Bernard or the Renal Empire. This question is easily resolved. Zhang Feng consults the base's records on the matter and quickly discovers that these avian creatures are indeed flying in from the distant Renal Empire. It seems the Renal Empire can no longer endure the silence and is preparing to take action. Amanda is correct. Eliminating those few minor nobles will prompt the Kingdom of Bernard to retaliate. With Miguel Trezes dead, the Renal Empire will surely not let it rest. Observing the overwhelmingly superior mechanical army on the ground, a smile graces Zhang Feng's lips. There's no need to deploy long-range attack units against the insignificant forces of the Kingdom of Bernard. This battle is but a spectacle for you. In due time, the great puppeteer, Zhang Feng, will undoubtedly have surprises in store for you. Revealing one's trump cards prematurely diminishes their effectiveness. True aces must be reserved for the final act. Since you are eager to watch, I shall grant you an ample view. However, as recompense, you must pay a price. As Zhang Feng spoke, he sensed that the mages atop the winged beasts had nearly grasped the unfolding situation, and he then issued a command. A dozen enchanting aircraft silently pierced the sky, racing toward the winged beasts. The young mages perched upon the creatures remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis. Oh, Kadir, are you certain those black, gargantuan insects are indeed mechanical puppets? Absolutely. This information was personally acquired from Master Banson. It cannot possibly be erroneous. They resemble true magical insects. This puppeteer is truly remarkable. Indeed. Yet, how unfortunate that he has crossed our Trezes family. Such a powerful puppeteer is destined for destruction. Wait, wasn't Master Banson's intel stating that most of these mechanical puppets are of the first tier? Yet from the battle below, those formidable black insects clearly exhibit second-tier combat prowess. Some express their concerns. It does seem that way. However, does it truly matter? First tier or second tier, do you perceive any difference? They are merely destined to confront a worthless army like that of the Kingdom of Bernard, should they encounter the Empire's elite. Their fate will be but shredded remnants. Indeed. Our Ironblood Knights Order has personally set forth to achieve victory at minimal cost. Remember, the warriors of the Ironblood Knights are all at least third-tier fighters. With elite warriors reaching the 4th tier, and in conjunction with a mage support, can they not handle these paltry mechanical puppets? This declaration immediately dispelled the last remnants of doubt in the young man's mind, and the mages resumed their jovial banter. Ha! Have you seen how laughable the mages of the Kingdom of Bernard are? They didn't even get a chance to strike before being entirely devoured by those insects. Ha! Truly, the Bernardians are fools. Mages are inherently fragile, lacking even the most basic defenses, making them so easily approached by mechanical puppets. They are simply courting death. Ha ha! Just as the young mages reveled in their merriment. The winged beasts emitted a frantic cry. Not good. We have been discovered. Doesn't that puppeteer's mechanical puppet have flying capabilities? Perhaps it is some flying magical beast. Enough of this chatter. Flee quickly. Though the winged beasts are 4th-tier magical creatures, they excel only in flight and possess no offensive capabilities. If the enemy gets too close, we will be in dire straits. Hurry! Several winged beasts flapped their wings and turned to flee. The speed of the enchanting aircraft is unmatched on this planet. Though classified as 2nd tier, they are not at all inferior to the 4th-tier flying beasts that eye in the blink of an eye. A dozen enchanting aircraft had caught up. Beep, 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 beep. A series of laser projectiles fired and several winged beasts fell from the sky, struck down. One mage suddenly tore apart a magical scroll. And with a resounding bang, he vanished into thin air. The other mages hastily produced their own scrolls, poised to tear them as well, but the enchanting aircraft would not grant them that opportunity. Beep, 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 beep. Another barrage of laser projectiles struck with precision, instantly reducing those mages to a spectacle of flames, adding a vibrant touch to the monotonous sky. One messenger will suffice. Let the rest remain. Zhang Feng scoffed coldly from the living quarters of the main base. At this moment, the resistance of the 3 major legions of Bernard had grown increasingly feeble. The elites of the 2 knightly orders struggled in their death throes, managing to inflict some casualties on the rapid mechanical insects. As for the soldiers of the URU infantry brigade, they were utterly useless. These warriors, towering and robust, were not fighters. Lacking the support of fighting spirit, their great axes merely rebounded upon striking the hardened exoskeletons of the rapid mechanical insects, causing their hands to shatter while the insects themselves remained unscathed. The claws of the 2nd-tier rapid mechanical insects, swift and lethal, easily slaughtered the human soldiers. This war was fundamentally imbalanced. Mere minutes into the conflict, the URU infantry brigade had been entirely decimated. Witnessing the dwindling number of comrades, Bivis recognized that continuing the fight would result in total annihilation. What repercussions would the obliteration of the 3 elite legions have for the Kingdom of Bernard? The mere thought filled Bivis with a desire to spew blood. Without the support of the 3 elite legions, the Kingdom of Bernard would be reduced to a mere morsel upon the continent, easily devoured by any who wished to partake. Break out, retreat! Bivis bellowed, channeling his fighting spirit to amplify his voice, which resonated across the battlefield, clear in the ears of every soldier. With almost the entire URU infantry brigade fallen, there was no longer any necessity for retreat. The 2 knightly orders had also suffered significant losses, their remaining numbers barely exceeding 3,000, spurring them to urge their steeds forward in a desperate attempt to break free. However, it was already too late. The 3,000 knights were engulfed by the tens of thousands of mechanical insects, akin to a sandcastle on a beach being overwhelmed by rising tides, each wave claiming a substantial portion. Especially those striped rapid mechanical insects, they were the bane of fighters. While the exoskeletons of ordinary rapid mechanical insects were hard, warriors could easily cleave through them when channeling their fighting spirit. But the striped mechanical insects were beyond the capabilities of mere warriors to confront. Often, when warriors struck down with their radiant swords, the sound of metal clashing echoed, yet the striped mechanical insects remained utterly unscathed. Merely pushed back a few meters before lunging forward once more to deliver a fatal blow. One by one, the warriors fell, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with dismembered limbs. Bivis pressed on, striving against the odds. As an 8th-tier warrior, the accumulation of fighting spirit within him reached an exceedingly terrifying level. However, the relentless onslaught of those massive black insects was infuriating, demanding that he maintain his fighting spirit at peak levels at all times to slay them. After half an hour, even the formidable Bivis began to feel fatigued, signs of exhaustion creeping into his fighting spirit that moment. The surrounding battles had largely ceased, and Bivis happened to catch sight of a nearby skirmish, where a man enveloped in purple fighting spirit was striking fiercely. Yet, the brilliance surrounding the man was clearly waning. Ultimately, after impaling a single insect, he was overwhelmed by a horde of yellow-striped insects, reducing him to a mere slurry. Bivis let out a sigh. That man was Urchil Woomart, an important member of the noble Woomart family, having achieved the rank of commander of the Clawed Knights at just over 30. A powerful 7th-tier warrior. Although Bivis and Urchil did not share a cordial relationship, witnessing his demise evoked a sense of sorrow for the fallen. With Urchil's death, the surrounding battles came to a halt, leaving Bivis alone as the relentless tide of insects surged forth. He summoned the last remnants of his fighting spirit, his face etched with a tragic resolve as he charged forward. Chapter 39. The beast tide approaches. In the kingdom of Bernard, Victoria City, thousands gathered outside the northern city gate, with mountains of food and drink piled high. All the nobles and officials, including the city Lord Kevin, stood at the forefront of the crowd, having forsaken their usual comforts to endure the evening sun's warmth, engaging in conversation. Occasionally, someone would rise on tiptoe to gaze down the road, seemingly awaiting an important figure. "Oh, my lord, are you certain the Earl's entourage will arrive in Victoria today?" A rotund fellow wiped his brow and inquired. "Of course. Otherwise, do you think I gathered so many people and toiled here for half the day just for amusement?" Just yesterday, the esteemed Earl personally sent word through a magical scroll, urging us to prepare for his arrival, that if Baron Lunan truly feels overwhelmed, he may return to his estate to rest. The tone of Lord Mayor Kevin was tinged with displeasure. To be frank, he could not fathom the suffering of other nobles that possess a level 5 mage. While his physical prowess may not rival that of a warrior of the same rank, it far exceeds that of an ordinary person. No. The Earl is the backbone of the kingdom. His tireless journey of hundreds of miles to reach Victoria City is for the sake of our peace. What is a little hardship to us?" exclaimed the rotund Baron Lunan hastily. As the topic shifted, someone immediately inquired, "Lord Mayor, I have heard that the king is exceedingly furious about the recent killings of noble offspring and has dispatched an elite knight brigade to hunt down that puppeteer. Is this true?" "Indeed, it is true." Lord Kevin nodded affirmatively. "That puppeteer is merely a lowly commoner, emboldened by a modicum of power, daring to slaughter the scions of nobility. This is an affront to our entire aristocratic class. If he is not executed, will all commoners not rise in rebellion? His Majesty has dispatched the Bernard Knight Brigade, the Clawed Knight Brigade, and the URU Infantry Division, 3 elite forces. Even if that puppeteer hides deep within the magic domain forest, he will be found and slain. The mobilization of 3 elite brigades. That wretched Stambo puppeteer is truly pitiable," remarked a nearby nobleman, prompting nods of agreement from the others. That moment, a sharp alarm suddenly echoed from the city wall. "Monsters! Countless monsters! They are advancing towards Victoria City." A soldier on guard, his complexion ashen, rushed to report to Lord Kevin. "What? Is it a beast tide? How could we have had no prior warning?" Lord Kevin exclaimed in alarm. "My lord, in previous beast tides, the monsters always approach from the southern direction of the magic domain forest. But this time, the horde is coming from the north that I cannot say for certain if it is indeed a beast tide," the soldier replied, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "The north? Is that not the direction from which Count Bevis is approaching?" Kevin found it hard to believe. "Lord Mayor, we must hurry into the city." The nobles nearby showed little concern for the circumstances. They understood that the beasts were advancing rapidly, and if they did not enter the city soon, their lives would be in jeopardy. The more timid among them had already begun to sneak toward the city gates. "The beast tide is upon us. Quickly, into the city!" The news spread, and chaos erupted at the city gates as everyone shouted and rushed. Crash! Countless barrels of wine were overturned and shattered, their contents spilling across the ground. Various roasted meats, glistening with grease, rolled about in disarray. Yet at that moment, anyone with even a modicum of sense would not lower their heads to retrieve these items that a few dim-witted individuals, glancing around and seeing no sign of the monsters. Bent down in an attempt to snatch a piece of roasted meat for a taste. However, as they did so, they were immediately trampled by those rushing from behind. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, but in that moment, no one could spare a thought for him. That in mere moments, the cries ceased, leaving behind a body, trampled underfoot. The city guards promptly sprang into action to maintain order, allowing the nobleman to enter the city first. Followed by the others. The crowd was vast, and just as half had entered, a dark wave of monsters surged from the north. "Quick, shut the city gates. Close the gates," Lord Kevin commanded loudly. "But my lord, there are still many citizens outside." The captain of the city guards, Alistair, hesitated, pointing toward the throngs of people below. "Captain, do you intend to defy the mayor's orders? If we do not close the gates soon and allow the monsters to breach the city, the lives of all within will be at stake. Are the lives of the hundreds outside more important than those of the tens of thousands within? As mayor, I cannot gamble with the lives of the entire city," Kevin admonished with authority. "Yes, Lord Mayor," Alistair quickly acquiesced, mentally chiding himself for his earlier words. Seeing Alistair comply, Kevin felt a wave of relief wash over him. The figures of the monsters were becoming increasingly discernible at their current pace. If the gates were not secured, they might indeed breach the city, putting their lives in peril. That a level 5 mage is but a triviality in the face of a beast tide. "Why must the gates be closed? We have yet to enter. Open the gates. Do not close the gates. The monsters are coming. Quickly, open the gates. You lot! How dare you leave me outside?" A chorus of shouts and curses erupted from outside the gates. However, the citizens were merely common folk, while the guards at the entrance were all robust, with several being warriors. Their collective strength was beyond that of the ordinary populace. Creak! The gates slammed shut, leaving the citizens outside to despair as they continued to pound on the gates. The ground trembled as the monstrous horde surged forth like a tide. The landscape transformed into a black deluge, countless beasts brandishing their sharp teeth and claws. The sight was enough to make even those atop the walls tremble. Those trapped outside felt an overwhelming sense of despair. With some fainting in terror, shutting their eyes tightly. Activate all city defense systems. Magic crystal cannons. Charge all magic crystal cannons with energy. Do not be stingy with the crystals. Fire as soon as the monsters approach. Mages. Where are the mages? Hurry to the walls. All warriors of the city, ascend the walls to assist the city guards in defense. Adventurers, gather together. Should the city fall to the beasts, none will survive. Those who wish to live, come to the walls. No one who ascended to the position of mayor is without merit. Kevin immediately mobilized every resource at his disposal to fortify the city walls in preparation for the impending monster assault. However, the beasts did not charge directly at the citizens outside as anticipated. Instead, they halted just outside the city, gathering in ever greater numbers. The expressions of the humans atop the walls grew increasingly grim. Clearly, the sheer number of monsters exceeded their expectations. The small Victoria city had not faced a beast tide of this magnitude since the one over 80 years ago, which had involved fewer than 10,000 beasts. Even then, it had nearly overwhelmed the population of over 10,000 within the city. Had it not been for the astronomical expenditure of magic crystals and the subsequent activation of the city's defense systems, Victoria City would have been bloodily razed long ago. This time, the beast tide numbered several multiples of that past encounter. Could Victoria City weather this storm? Boom! A dazzling firework erupted atop the walls. It was Kevin shattering a magical scroll to relay information to the royal capital of Arliss. "Lord Mayor, these monsters appear strikingly similar to the mechanical puppets of that Stambo puppeteer," Alistair remarked. Stepping forward, he asked the captain of the city guards. He had witnessed the formidable puppeteer brandishing several 4-meter-tall, obsidian mechanical puppets with great flair. Their dark, gleaming exteriors resembled spiders, albeit more elongated and streamlined, equipped with powerful pincers and razor-sharp teeth, as though they were purpose-built instruments of slaughter. That it was only after this reminder that Kevin realized it was not merely a resemblance. They were indeed identical. Chapter 40. War Indemnities. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of thunder rolled closer, as the monsters parted like a tide, revealing a massive, dark, hemispherical structure towering over 10 meters high at the front of the horde. The secondary base was equipped with treads, allowing it to move at a moderate pace, and its interior life pod was considerably spacious, approximately several dozen square meters in size. With large glass windows, Zhang Feng stood within, observing the unfolding scene with clarity. As he came to negotiate with Victoria City, his personal safety was paramount. Although his body had been modified by the legacy orb, in this world of martial prowess, unforeseen events could arise at any moment. Should a formidable foe appear and eliminate him in an instant, it would spell disaster. Thus, Zhang Feng had chosen to conceal himself within Base 31, bringing it along. This way, should any danger arise, he could swiftly escape through a wormhole. He had not anticipated that the emergence of this colossal base would utterly shock the citizens of Victoria City. Everyone gaped in astonishment, and Zhang Feng, too, became a figure of intrigue in their eyes. Clad in garments fashioned from beast hides, his stature, while somewhat diminutive in the eyes of the Limic people, was rendered formidable by his resolute expression and his commanding presence amidst the beasts. The vision and perception of both mages and warriors far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. A distance of a mile was but a trivial matter to them. Heavens, what is that great black sphere? It seems to have emerged from the horde of monsters. Could it be some colossal beast? I reckon it resembles a high-grade mechanical puppet. Look, there is someone inside. It is that Stambo fellow. Indeed, could it be that those outside the city are not beasts, but his mechanical puppets? Oh, heavens! What is he planning? Does he not realize that Count Bivis's army is soon to arrive? Does he intend to breach Victoria City before the arrival of the esteemed Count? An immediate hum of discussion erupted on the city walls. Following the initial panic, those with discernment began to settle, recalling that they had gathered outside the city to welcome the esteemed Bivis. Count Bivis was on his way. What was there to fear? There is no need for concern, for the 3 elite legions of the kingdom, under the leadership of Count Bivis, will arrive shortly. Moreover, I have already dispatched a magical scroll to the imperial capital to report on our military situation. As long as we hold the city, once Count Bivis arrives, all will be secure. Reinforcements will continue to arrive, and these mechanical puppets are no match for the kingdom's forces. Rest assured, His Majesty the King will not abandon us. As Mayor Kevin's words faded, Zhang Feng interjected, his voice amplified through the loudspeakers of Base 31, resonating clearly in the ears of everyone atop the city wall. People of Victoria City, heed my words. I am General Wang Zhang Feng of the Mechanical Empire. Just moments ago, my army vanquished the disorganized rabble attempting to assault my mechanical empire, and we now return to Victoria to demand justice. For during my recent visit to your city, I was subjected to an unjust treatment, nearly harmed by a despicable renal that if you fail to provide a satisfactory response, the mechanical army of the empire will cleanse the city in blood to avenge me. Upon finishing, fearing disbelief among the citizens, he waved his hand, and several swift mechanical insects emerged, grasping flags and suits of armor in their mandibles, racing to the base of the city wall to drop their burdens before swiftly returning. Immediately, the guards dispatched to retrieve these items. Oh, heavens! This is the banner of the Bernard Knights. Those warriors value this standard more than their own wives, allowing no one to touch it. How could it possibly be in the mouth of that great black insect? Has the Bernard Knights truly been annihilated? This is the battle flag of the Clawed Knights. The magical patterns on it are unmistakable, and this is the standard of the URU Infantry Battalion. I have seen it with my own eyes. I can vouch for it with the honor of the Ilock family. I would never mistake this unique, magical aura. Several seasoned noble mages stepped forward to validate Zhang Feng's claims. With that, doubts evaporated, and true panic engulfed the city walls. Mayor Kevin furrowed his brow, realizing the terrifying power of an adversary capable of silently annihilating the kingdom's 3 elite legions. They claimed to be the Mechanical Empire. Yet no such empire existed on the continent of Limic. Surely, they were fabricating a name to obscure their true identity. Esteemed General Wang Zhang Feng, I am Kevin, the mayor of Victoria City, that I sincerely apologize for the treatment you endured in our city. We are willing to compensate for the losses you have suffered. However, I must ask, what must we do to satisfy you? Kevin dared not utter a harsh word. Above all, His primary objective was to stabilize the overwhelming mechanical army outside. I have always been merciful, since you were willing to apologize. I can accept your contrition. However, due to your actions, my mechanical army of over 100,000 has traversed the treacherous demon domain forest, clashing with beasts along the way, resulting in countless sacrifices and substantial energy expenditure. You must compensate for the costs of our deployment. The mechanical voice echoed atop the city walls. Kevin offered a wry smile, replying helplessly, "We of Victoria City are prepared to compensate you, General Wang. With 200,000 gold coins and 50,000 magic crystals, that I wonder if this would be satisfactory." Zhang Feng scoffed, his tone laced with anger. "Do you truly regard me as a mere rustic, unacquainted with the ways of the world? 200,000 gold coins and 50,000 magic crystals is barely 1/10 of our deployment costs. This is not compensation, but an affront to our mechanical empire. If the mayor continues to display such insincerity, we shall have no choice but to engage in battle." Mayor Kevin's expression shifted dramatically. He discerned that the demands were exorbitant, indicative of an insatiable appetite. Cautiously, he inquired, "What sum does General Wang seek?" 2 million gold coins and 20 tons of mithril. Should you fail to provide even a single coin less, we shall immediately breach your defenses and lay waste to the city, leaving no one behind. For the safety of your lives and property, I hope Mayor Kevin will not make any foolish decisions. Zhang Feng's tone was frigid, offering no room for negotiation. The enormity of the sum caused everyone present, including Mayor Kevin, to gasp in shock. "Please, esteemed General Wang, grant me a moment. Such a staggering amount is beyond the authority of a mere city mayor that I must consult with His Majesty the King to obtain his approval before I can provide you with a response." "Very well. I shall grant you 1 hour, Diff. After 1 hour, you have not prepared the resources for delivery. My mechanical army will launch an immediate assault, razing the city to the ground." "Understood. We shall reconvene in 1 hour." "Esteemed General," Mayor Kevin bowed respectfully, turning away with his expression immediately cooling. He whispered to his companion, "Alyssa, what are our chances? I have witnessed the combat prowess of those mechanical puppets. While numerous, they should not withstand the might of our magic cannons. However, I have never encountered that black sphere. I know not what it is. Yet, I instinctively feel it poses a significant threat. Amanda Nord is allied with this puppeteer, so he must be aware of the capabilities of our city defenses. Given his audacity to reveal himself, he likely possesses some form of protection." Alyssa spoke in a hushed tone. "Then we shall refrain from engaging. Should we fail and provoke this harbinger of death, it could spell disaster for all of Victoria City. The defense of the city is in your hands. Exercise utmost caution." Despite the promise of an hour's deliberation, Mayor Kevin remained vigilant, the city mayor. He possessed a unique means of contacting the king, that a magical scroll transmitted messages with speed rivaling that of telephones on Earth. Kevin had difficulty believing the report of the 3 legions' annihilation. But the flags displayed outside the city left no room for doubt that he fully understood the outrageous nature of the demands made by the adversary. The gold coins posed little concern, but 20 tons of mithril represented nearly half of Bernard Kingdom's entire stockpile. The kingdom had no mithril mines, and accumulating such reserves had been an arduous task. Surprisingly to Kevin, the king promptly acquiesced to the demands without hesitation. The astute Kevin quickly realized that the claims made by the so-called General Wang were likely true. If the 3 elite legions had remained intact, how could His Majesty so readily concede to such exorbitant demands without a fight? Unlike ordinary individuals, Kevin, as a city mayor, considered the broader implications, while the average person might focus solely on preserving their life. Kevin pondered the consequences for the entire kingdom should the 3 elite legions fall. Without these elite forces, Bernard Kingdom would become a tempting target, vulnerable to any who sought to feast upon its resources. Mayor Kevin found himself increasingly anxious about his future. Chapter 41. Blossoming everywhere, Zhang Feng felt no trepidation regarding the demands he had set forth, with the complete annihilation of the 3 elite legions. Bernard Kingdom had become a toothless and clawless tiger. Now, with tens of thousands of swift mechanical insects at their gates, should they choose to resist, it would be tantamount to courting death. The forces of the Renal Empire may arrive at any moment. I must maintain my strength. Otherwise, why would I grant you the opportunity to choose? I shall breach the city and plunder all its resources." Zhang Feng coldly scoffed, surveying the soldiers on the city walls, poised for battle, and the formidable magic cannons lined up in rows. He could not help but acknowledge that the opponent's military might was one of the primary reasons for his decision to refrain from a direct assault. The human warriors would suffice, after several engagements. Zhang Feng was confident in the capabilities of his mechanical army. However, he had heard tales of the formidable power of the magic cannons. Victoria City boasted a city defense system that, once activated, would envelop the walls in an energy shield while simultaneously deploying more giant magic cannons. The might of these cannons, if they struck directly, could potentially slay even a 7th-level dragon like Argos. This prospect filled Zhang Feng with trepidation. It appeared he had underestimated the strength of humanity in this world. To establish dominance on this continent, they undoubtedly possessed life-preserving secrets. Without Zhang Feng having to wait the full hour, Mayor Kevin prepared all resources 20 minutes ahead of time and sent them down from the city walls via ropes. These items were certainly not sourced from Victoria City, but rather were resources allocated from the kingdom. 20 tons of mithril is simply not something that a city without mithril mines can provide. Esteemed General Wang, His Majesty the King has graciously consented to your request and expresses profound regret for your experiences within our realm. Mayor Kevin spoke with utmost courtesy. Yet his demeanor remained dignified and assertive as a city lord and a long-standing noble of the Bernard Kingdom. He possessed both refinement and pride. Zhang Feng, however, was unperturbed by these niceties. Instead, he pondered the unexpected ease with which the other party acquiesced. Could it imply that his bargaining power was waning? That seemed unlikely. The amount was determined based on intelligence provided by Amanda, and it should have represented the maximum threshold that the Bernard Kingdom could bear. Regardless, he resolved to be more assertive next time. If King Bernard were privy to Zhang Feng's thoughts, he might well contemplate a leap from a great height. This mithril constituted more than half of the Bernard Kingdom's long-term reserves, rendering the 2 million gold coins a trifling sum in comparison. A swarm of mechanical insects promptly advanced to transport these resources back to Base 31, distributing the mithril evenly among the various bases. And in the next moment, it began to be transformed into countless mechanical warriors. Our magnificent mechanical empire is merciful. In light of your sincere apologies, we shall consider this matter resolved. However, should there be a next time, I, General Wang, will not hesitate to unleash a bloodbath upon the entire city to cleanse the shame with blood. After delivering this ominous proclamation, Zhang Feng was immediately transported back to the main base via a wormhole. They gazed at the retreating tide of mechanical puppets. The entire military and civilian populace of Victoria City breathed a collective sigh of relief. Mayor Kevin, ever vigilant, monitored the mechanical army until they had retreated several dozen miles into the enchanted forest before issuing orders to open the city gates and welcome the abandoned citizens. Many, having narrowly escaped death, wept tears of joy, while relatives who had been separated within the city embraced one another, sobbing. Every individual rejoiced at the withdrawal of the mechanical army, yet Kevin's expression remained somber. He understood that the true calamity for the kingdom was only just beginning. To the north of Victoria City, a recently concluded battle bore the hallmarks of a victor's unique rewards. Countless mechanical insects were mobilized to scour the battlefield along the sprawling road that extended for dozens of miles. To prevent the spread of disease, all corpses were incinerated in energy conversion furnaces, contributing to the energy reserves of the mechanical army. Various weapons, storage bags, and other potentially valuable items were meticulously collected, forming small hills of loot. Among these were a staggering 10,000 specialized swords for warriors, crafted from iron and gold, which delighted Zhang Feng immensely. This indicated the potential to evolve 1,000 additional striped mechanical insects. Coupled with the 20 tons of mithril extorted from Victoria City, Zhang Feng considered himself fortunate. The appearance of several flying magical beasts and inquisitive sorcerers on the battlefield had alerted Zhang Feng to an impending crisis, instilling within him a sense of urgency. Establishing sub-bases and producing mechanical units. All bases under Zhang Feng's command were operating at full capacity, resulting in a rapid increase in mechanical warriors. Furthermore, the construction of sub-bases was underway. His mechanical empire now boasted 35 subbases, all concentrated within the territories previously governed by Argos, including the Argos Canyon, which had also been established as a subbase. However, Zhang Feng found this insufficient. The vastness of Limit continent dwarfed that of Earth by an unfathomable margin. For instance, the Bernard Kingdom, merely a weak power on Limit, nonetheless boasted a total area significantly larger than that of Russia, Earth's largest nation. Yet the territory currently occupied by the mechanical army scarcely exceeded 1,000 miles in radius, a mere blemish upon the boundless expanse of the enchanted forest. My bases are all concentrated north of the Argos Canyon. Such a small area lacks strategic depth for security, should enemies invade and defeat us. All bases could easily be obliterated. I must keep my mind sharp and not become complacent simply because I have vanquished the 3 major legions of the Bernard Kingdom. This is a world of formidable martial prowess. Argos, at merely level 7, already possesses such formidable combat capabilities. Relying on the strength of a single being, rather a dragon, has caused me considerable trouble, and I ultimately subdued them through overwhelming swarms and self-destructing mosquitoes. If I continue to flaunt my victory over the 3 elite legions of the Bernard Kingdom and extort from Victoria City, should I inadvertently attract the attention of some perverse entity, it could spell disaster. Not to mention the potential retaliation from the Rhaenal Empire, which may well be beyond my capacity to handle. The legions of the Rhaenal Empire are unlikely to be as inept as those of the Bernard Kingdom. Moreover, my ease in annihilating the 3 legions of Bernard stemmed from their overconfidence and the surprise assault of the mechanical insects, which prevented their combat prowess from being fully realized. Otherwise, even if I emerged victorious, it would have been through a harrowing battle. Thus, the legions of the Rhaenal Empire pose a significant threat to me. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. As the esteemed general of this magnificent mechanical empire, I ought to establish additional strongholds to avoid being caught off guard. I must ensure that sub-bases flourish across this continent, thereby maximizing my security. Having contemplated these truths, Zhang Feng promptly dispatched 5 squads of alluring fighter jets, carrying bases 36 to 40 in various directions. These 5 sub-bases represented the entirety of his recent accumulations. The rest had been activated and were in full production of mechanical troops. Each squad consisted of 5 seductive fighter jets arranged in AV formation, relaying images of their journey back to him. Zhang Feng sat within the living quarters of the main base, with Amanda standing beside him, both intently observing the 5-part 3-dimensional display. The first squad of seductive fighter jets flew southward, and the deeper they ventured, the taller the trees became. The fighter jets, swift in their flight, covered over 10,000 kilometers in under an hour, maintaining an altitude exceeding 20,000 meters and emitting nearly no noise. They glided past unnoticed. Although they soared high above, every detail of the ground was transmitted back with clarity. However, most of the terrain was obscured by dense forests, rendering it difficult to discern the specifics of the surroundings. Occasionally, unknown magical beasts would leap from the thicket and traverse the treetops. In sparser areas of the forest, one could witness scenes of magical beasts hunting or engaging in daily activities. Some aerial magical beasts were also present, yet the seductive fighter jets adeptly evaded them, avoiding any potential conflict. Setting aside the inherent dangers, Zhang Feng could not help but acknowledge the enchanting allure of the enchanted forest. Compared to Earth's Amazon, it was as if a grand sorcerer were dwarfed by a novice. Just as Zhang Feng reveled in the beauty surrounding him, a long, echoing howl emanated from below the dense thicket, followed by beams of light shooting upwards towards the seductive fighter jets, now at an altitude of over 20,000 meters. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the speed of the seductive fighter jets, they were unable to evade in time, resulting in their instant obliteration, transforming into a cascade of fireworks in the sky. The wreckage of the aircraft trailed a dense plume of smoke as it plummeted through the forest, startling a group of small beasts. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps drew nearer, as a colossal magical beast approached that a Tyrannosaurus Rex. This was Zhang Feng's immediate reaction. This creature was a living Tyrannosaurus Rex, towering over 20 meters, standing upright on its hind legs. With short and stout forelimbs and a long, thick tail swinging back and forth for balance. My lord, this is a thunder dragon, a type of dragon magical beast, typically possessing level 7 prowess. Its eyes can emit electricity, capable of slaying flying magical beasts. The presence of thunder dragons here poses a significant threat to our bases, Amanda explained earnestly beside him. Ling Feng nodded, though internally he harbored grievances, questioning why the thunder dragon had taken offense to the seductive fighter jets gliding through the sky, leading to their destruction. In human society, such behavior would be deemed the actions of a violent vandal. The thunder dragon, seemingly uninterested in the wreckage of the seductive fighter jets, circled the vicinity before departing. The nearby meteorite-like, yet-to-be-activated subbase barely registered on its radar. Shortly after the thunder dragon left, the previously inconspicuous meteorite emitted a faint sound, floating upwards amidst a halo of red light. Beep. Base 36 has begun activation. Chapter 42. We should collaborate with the puppeteer. 5 seductive fighter jets glided ghost-like above a desolate expanse, easily outpacing several flying magical beasts pursuing them from behind. After flying several thousand kilometers, they found themselves once again surrounded by nothing but desolation. Selecting a relatively tranquil area, the 5 jets landed safely, deploying a meteorite-like object. For the latest updates, search for Beep. Base 40 has been activated. With the announcement, the meteorite, glowing with red lights, floated in the air. Following a series of melodious metallic sounds, a massive dark hemispherical structure, approximately 10 meters tall, materialized out of thin air, its broad tracks sinking half a meter into the sandy ground, indicative of its immense weight. This is base number 40, the farthest outpost established under the Blossoming Everywhere initiative. The outpost has just been activated when a multitude of mechanical troops, numbering in the thousands, were transmitted through a wormhole, plunging headlong into the nearby sands to conceal themselves, safeguarding the base's security. Additionally, a dense swarm of mechanical mining ants began to scatter in all directions. While flora and fauna are sparse in the desert, the energy conversion furnace of the Atlantis civilization is remarkably potent, potentially harboring suitable energy sources or minerals. Simultaneously, base number 40 commenced the production of mechanical troops, and moments later, the first mechanical scorpion emerged from the outpost. The production capacity of the base can reach up to 300 mechanical units daily, in just a few days. The mechanical empire will undoubtedly become a formidable force within this desert. This is the only squadron of the Enchantress Fighter Wing that has successfully landed. The fortunes of the other 4 squads were far from favorable, all meeting their demise midway. Among them, base number 38 suffered the most misfortune, being struck by a city defense magic crystal cannon while passing over a human city, along with the wreckage and the dormant base meteorite, which were taken back to the city as spoils of war. Through the footage transmitted from the base meteorite, Zhang Feng observed with clarity the astonishment of the opposing forces upon discovering that the flying objects were, in fact, mechanical puppets. They promptly shrouded the information in secrecy and concealed the wreckage. Furthermore, it was evident that they regarded the base meteorite as a component of a high-grade mechanical puppet, and even summoned a renowned mechanical puppeteer from other cities for research, hoping to replicate such flying mechanical puppets themselves. Zhang Feng harbored no concerns regarding the potential decryption of the base's technology. This planet, while brimming with martial prowess, pales in comparison to Earth in terms of technological civilization. If they were to decipher the intricacies of the Atlantis civilization's technology, it would indeed be a most extraordinary occurrence. Fortunately, due to their apprehension of irreparable damage, they refrained from disassembling the wreckage for study. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly caused Zhang Feng considerable distress. However, this means that base number 38 cannot be activated for the time being and must remain a dormant piece on the board. Among the successfully established 4-inch overseas bases, 3 are nestled within the Demon Domain Forest, with distances from the main base exceeding 10,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers, and 40,000 kilometers, respectively. The last one lies in a desert over 100,000 kilometers away. Zhang Feng spent several more days producing multiple outposts, ensuring that each overseas base harbored 3 outposts, thus creating a tripod of mutual support. Just as Zhang Feng's mechanical empire flourished, the external situation became tumultuous. Upon receiving the news of the complete annihilation of the three elite legions of the Bernard Kingdom, the ironclad knights of the Trazes family, who had initially been advancing towards Zhang Feng, swiftly adjusted their march, turning their aggression towards the Bernard Kingdom. Within 3 days, they had besieged the royal capital of Yaluz. The commander of the ironclad knights, Bowen Trazes, presented a clear rationale. Miguel Trazes, the legitimate heir of the Trazes family, was murdered in Victoria City, and the Bernard Kingdom bore undeniable responsibility. Moreover, Commander Bowen provided ample evidence that hundreds of elite members of the Trazes family had met the same fate within the Bernard Kingdom. Achieving such a feat would undoubtedly require the kingdom's complicity or support. As for the puppeteer from Stambor, Commander Bowen firmly believed that he was merely a smokescreen deployed by the Bernard Kingdom. Even if such a figure existed, he would be an ally of the Bernard Kingdom. Faced with the relentless advance of the ironclad knights and the Mondan infantry corps, the Bernard Kingdom lacked even the resolve to resist. The last remaining elite legion, the Yaluz Guard, cowered within the city, too fearful to venture out for a decisive battle. All the nobles reconvened in the palace's deliberation hall, but unlike before, the atmosphere was fraught with panic. Despair etched upon every face. We are a vassal state of the Renal Empire. How can they brazenly wage war against us, disregarding their sovereign status? Do they not fear that other vassal states will be disheartened? Indeed, perhaps this is merely the unilateral action of the Trazes family. We should immediately appeal to His Majesty, the Emperor of the Renal Empire, through our personnel in Kaiserlia City, requesting him to uphold justice for us. Excellent. If this is merely a private endeavor by the Trazes family, perhaps there is still hope for the Bernard Kingdom. Your Majesty, you must make a decision swiftly. This time, the ministers were united in purpose, fully aware that as long as the Bernard Kingdom existed, they remained hereditary nobles. Without the Bernard Kingdom, their noble titles would vanish. More critically, the reputation of the ironclad knights was far from commendable. Approximately a century ago, the ironclad knights had been tasked with subduing a small principality that defied the will of the Renal Empire. Upon their victory, to eliminate future threats, the knights had seized the opportunity amid the chaos of occupation to slaughter all the noble families of that principality. Given this precedent, who could predict the horrors that might unfold should Yaluz City fall? King Cyril, over 60 years of age, remained remarkably robust, that a sorcerer by nature. He boasted a physique akin to that of a warrior. Typically composed, even when the nobles had pressed him to deploy forces against the puppeteer from Stambor just days prior, he had shown not a trace of impatience. Yet now, he paced restlessly within the grand hall, unable to conceal his agitation that he wished to present a facade of calm and composure before his ministers. But the dire situation rendered him restless. Without the support of the Renal Empire, the Trazes family would surely not dare to openly engage us in battle. To appeal to the Emperor of the Renal Empire would be akin to delivering ourselves to the slaughter. King Cyril frowned and remarked, had our 3 elite legions still been intact, we could have withstood their assaults for a time. Using the city walls and foundational defense systems to buy time to seek aid from other vassal states and major powers like the Empire of Light, perhaps we could have alleviated the crisis. However, now, even if other nations were willing to assist us, we may not endure until that moment. The king's words cast a pall of silence over the entire hall. Was the Bernard Kingdom truly doomed to perish in such a manner? Even more chilling was the fact that the ironclad knights were the ones poised to extinguish it. The thought of their own families facing a similar fate filled the noble lords with anguish. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Father, I have a plan that may relieve the siege on the capital. Clad in opulent royal attire that accentuated her delicate figure, Princess Angela stepped into the hall, having changed out of her earthy-colored sorceress robes. What idea do you have, Angela? King Cyril inquired, curiosity piqued by his daughter's words. As you mentioned, Father, if we can endure for a while, the Renal Empire, pressured by international scrutiny, may withdraw their forces. While I harbor no confidence in defeating the ironclad knights, I do have a notion for resisting their assaults for a time, Angela stated, casting a glance at the gathered nobles before continuing leisurely. I believe we should collaborate with the puppeteer Zhang Feng. What? Collaborate with that executioner? Is the princess referring to that lowly Stambor wretch? This is unacceptable. That wretch is also our adversary. As anticipated, Angela's proposal was met with a chorus of dissent. Why not, in this world? There are only eternal interests, not eternal enemies. Do you not grasp this fundamental truth? Angela's voice rose, silencing the clamor. The nobles were taken aback by the princess's unexpected strength, which contrasted sharply with her usual gentle demeanor. Once the desired effect was achieved, Angela continued, "Indeed, Zhang Feng is our enemy. However, he has slain Miguel Trezes, making him an even more relentless foe of the Trezes family. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We have a foundation for cooperation. Furthermore, if we do not take this course of action, do you truly believe you can survive this calamity? Or would you prefer to see your ancestral line extinguished rather than ally with a formidable puppeteer?" Angela's series of pointed inquiries plunged the nobles into contemplation. Compared to the ironclad knights, perhaps the puppeteer would be the lesser of two evils. Yet, Your Highness, even if we are willing to cooperate, will the puppeteer consent? After all, we have just emerged from a conflict. The speaker of this question clearly felt a stirring of interest. "I believe he will." Angela's tone was resolute. The Trezes family has deployed the ironclad knights and the Mondan infantry corps. A force so formidable that neither we nor Zhang Feng can contend with it. Moreover, the Trezes family is backed by the even mightier Renal Empire. If Zhang Feng possesses even a modicum of wisdom, he will recognize the peril and choose to collaborate with us. Angela spoke eloquently, and the nobles nodded in agreement. "Well said. Truly the daughter of this king. A sound argument. What does everyone else think?" King Cyril asked. "We concur that Princess Angela's words are indeed wise." Amidst the clamor of agreement. Chapter 43. The army approaches the city, seeking collaboration, that in the kingdom of Bernard, outside the ancient city of Yaris, a formidable force of 100,000 soldiers has completely besieged this millennia-old capital. Beneath the fluttering banners, robust warriors stand tall and resolute. Their polished, gleaming armor and the intimidating axes they wield evoke a sense of foreboding. Their steeds are a type of herbivorous, secondary magical beast known as wind cattle. With the head of a bull and the body combining the strength of a bull with the agility of a horse, they gallop with the swiftness of the wind, possessing the speed of a horse along with the endurance and carrying capacity of a bull. They are remarkably unflappable, making them an exceptional choice for war mounts. However, the number of wind cattle is limited, making them unaffordable for the cavalry of smaller nations. For instance, even the elite Bernard Knights and Claude Knights of the Kingdom of Bernard are merely equipped with lynxes. Lynxes, hybrids of magical beasts and wild animals, are inferior even to first-level magical beasts, let alone wind cattle. Equipping the entire army with wind cattle is a testament to one's strength. The Thérèse family, with its millennia of heritage and substantial wealth, has only managed to provide wind cattle for its most esteemed Iron Blood Knights. The Iron Blood Knights have fought countless battles, with a record of more victories than defeats. And in the past century, they have not faced a single loss, largely due to the invaluable role of their steeds. The number of mages is also indicative of a knight order strength. The Iron Blood Knights Mage Corps consists of 2,000 mages, half of whom are novice first-level mage apprentices. Their primary duty is to operate magical weapons such as magic crystal cannons, similar to magic scrolls. These magical weapons require a minimal amount of magical power to activate, meaning only mages can wield them. These first-level mages are not significantly stronger than ordinary individuals in direct combat, making them perfectly suited for operating magical weaponry. The remaining 1,000 mages are primarily 3rd and 4th level, with several dozen reaching 5th level. Among them, 9 are 6th level mages. The leaders of the Mage Corps, both the commander and deputy commander, are robed in white. The 2 deputy commanders are 7th level mages, while the commander, Master Banson, is an 8th level mage that is a once mighty empire now in decline. The Renard Empire lacks 9th level archmages, making the 8th level mages the highest ranking in the empire. This illustrates that the Iron Blood Knight status as one of the 4 knight orders of the Renard Empire is well earned, not merely nominal. At this moment, Commander Bouin Thérèse stands beside the Mage Corps, engaged in discussion with Master Banson. Indeed, a discussion, not a command. Given Master Banson's stature and position, even the head of the Thérèse family, Marquis Clemens d'Anthérèse, seldom resorts to a commanding tone with him. let alone others, across the continent. While mages are not exceedingly rare, their status is unequivocally superior to that of martial warriors of equivalent rank to an 8th-level mage. In both combat prowess and standing, rivals a 9th-level warrior without hesitation. This is the ancient capital of Yaris. Observe its timeless charm, how it captivates the heart. The thought that it will soon belong to the Therese family stirs an uncontrollable excitement within me. Master Banson gazes at Yaris, his expression one of rapture, complemented by the flowing white robe of a mage, exuding an ethereal aura. Yet, the bustling mage corps behind him and the armored warriors, brimming with lethal intent, betray his essence. He is a formidable presence capable of annihilating an ordinary army with but a gesture. Seizing Yaris will ensure that the Renar Empire remembers our achievements for eternity. Buin exclaims in agreement. Fortunately, that puppet master Stambo resolves some minor inconveniences for us. Otherwise, the so-called 3 legions of the Kingdom of Bernard would have been an incessant annoyance, akin to bothersome flies. Nonetheless, that puppet master appears to be far more formidable than we anticipated. Our losses in skilled mages to procure intelligence indicated that he commands several tens of thousands of mechanical puppets, all boasting substantial combat capabilities at the 2nd level. The legions of the Kingdom of Bernard stand no chance against them. Bowen's tone reflects unease. Worry not. The number of mechanical puppets is indeed greater than we imagined, yet they are not as terrifying as you suppose. The legions of the Kingdom of Bernard faltered due to their own hubris. The Mage Corps was unable to fulfill its role and fell victim to those pests that as long as we avoid making the same mistake, we shall encounter no issues. Banson's voice exudes unwavering confidence. Confidence rooted in his own prowess and the might of the Iron Blood Knights. Reflecting on this, Buin begins to feel that his concerns may be unwarranted and shifts the conversation to, Master Banson, may I inquire how long it will take to breach Yaris's defensive system? Though Yaris is merely the capital of a kingdom. Over a millennium ago, an extraordinary hero emerged from the Kingdom of Bernard. The 9th-level pinnacle Archmage Master Frederick Point, one of Master Frederick's significant contributions, was enlisting the alchemists of the Church of Light to construct a foundational defense system for the capital city of Yaris. While this system may not surpass our imperial capital of Kaiserlia, it is still quite formidable. Additionally, with the millennia of accumulation in Yaris, the supply of magic crystals is assured. Given our current strength, it will take us at least 3 days to dismantle it. Banson is clearly not one to indulge in baseless arrogance. His wisdom is one of the essential qualities of a mage. Very well. I shall prepare. The day we breach the foundational defense system will mark our conquest of Yaris. Bowen's expression is resolute. Under Master Banson's command, all mage apprentices spring into action, busily and efficiently operating magical weapons to launch attacks. The colossal magic crystal cannon emits a dazzling white light, bombarding the foundational defense system of Yaris, creating ripples across the energy shield. Meanwhile, Angela has already arrived at Victoria City via the magical teleportation array, hastening towards the demonic forest without pause. Zhang Feng lounges in the living quarters of the main base, legs crossed, observing the approaching Angela and her entourage on the screen. What brings her here? Could it be that she fell head over heels for this general at first sight and has come to elope with me? Zhang Feng chuckles lewdly. In truth, he has a good idea of Angela's intentions. The base's radar can monitor several thousand kilometers, and the capital city of Yaris is well within that range. The Therese family's army has surrounded Yaris, leaving the city defenseless and subject to passive assault. All of which Zhang Feng has been privy to in the face of imminent peril for the capital and the potential downfall of the nation. Angela's sudden appearance, given their mutual rapport, is all too clear. In this world, there exist only eternal interests, no eternal friends, and no eternal enemies. This principle is well understood even by Zhang Feng, who does not believe that the cunning rulers of the Kingdom of Bernard would fail to grasp it. Bring them here, Zhang Feng commands. And mere minutes later, a squad of swift mechanical insects intercepts Angela's group. Princess, be careful. The sudden appearance of the mechanical insects startles the accompanying guards, who quickly shield the princess behind them. Stand aside. Angela, composed, steps forward past the guards and addresses the mechanical insects. Esteemed puppet master, I know you can hear me. Angela has matters to discuss. May I request an audience? As a princess, her use of the term audience reflects her humility. To see the beautiful Princess Angela once more is a delight to anyone. Zhang Feng's words cause Angela's cheeks to flush slightly. Chapter 44. Approaching Yaris with the Iron Blood Knights, that a squad of swift mechanical insects leads the way, and Angela and her companions dare not delay. Following closely behind, that in just 10 minutes, they reach the nearest subbase. No. 19 that Angela is not unfamiliar with this black hemispherical structure. The Lord of Victoria's City, Kevin, had previously used a magical scroll to relay images of the mechanical army's invasion back to the capital city of Yaris, which Angela, as a princess, has naturally seen. She knows that Zhang Feng is within this black hemispherical structure, yet through the transparent glass, the upper portion of the hemisphere reveals an empty room devoid of occupants. Roar! Just as Angela ponders this, a metallic-sounding roar echoes from above. The expressions of those present shift, and the guards exchange glances, their faces betraying unease. Soon after, a massive, lizard-like magical beast soars through the sky, flapping its wings. A dragon! It's a dragon! Quick! Protect the princess! Oh heavens! How could there be a dragon here? The guards erupt into chaos. The dragon's might instills a sense of utter helplessness. The chances of encountering a dragon in the demonic forest are slim, and their misfortune in this journey is undeniable. Yet, contrary to expectations of an attack, a magnetic voice resonates from the sky. Beautiful Princess Angela, greetings. A colossal red dragon gracefully flapped its wings, hovering in the air, while Zhang Feng stood atop its massive head, clad in resplendent black armor that accentuated his youthful stature with striking elegance. It is you. You are indeed a dragon knight. At that moment, Angela's astonishment transcended the bounds of language. Powerful dragon knights were a rarity across the entire continent. To become one was not merely an extraordinary honor, but it also signified the potential to stand at the pinnacle of this land. A dragon knight, regardless of their previous status, once they expressed a desire to be recruited, would undoubtedly attract the utmost sincerity from formidable factions, including the Church of Light. Such a knight could ascend to become the most esteemed noble. Even in opposition to the mighty Rhinel Empire, a dragon knight would not face the peril of death. Yes, a once great empire. The Rhinel Empire lacked the strength to slay a dragon knight and could not bear the consequences of such an act. After the initial shock subsided, Angela found herself contemplating more pressing questions. Prior to this revelation, she had been somewhat confident in persuading Zhang Feng, but now, upon learning of his identity as a dragon knight, her confidence evaporated entirely. A dragon knight, who was also a formidable puppeteer, had no reason to fear the iron-blooded knights of the Trezes family, did he? Even if he were to be overwhelmed, a dragon knight could escape without being hindered by the military of a declining nation like the Rhinel Empire. Only mutual benefit could forge a close alliance between two factions. It seemed that the Duchy of Bernard could offer little to this powerful puppeteer. Was there any rationale for him to collaborate with an adversary? Angela felt a surge of self-doubt. Zhang Feng reached out to pat Argo's long crimson horn, prompting the dragon to descend gracefully to the ground, lowering its head to touch the earth. With a resounding thud, Zhang Feng leaped down from the dragon's head. This time, Amanda did not accompany him. In such a scenario, Zhang Feng did not deem her presence appropriate. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of mechanical clashing resonated as a swarm of swift mechanized insects intentionally or unintentionally surrounded Zhang Feng. Unbeknownst to Angela, not far away, a group of colossal scorpions and standard tank insect cannons had their sights set on her. Any slight movement on her part would result in immediate obliteration. With the formidable dragon Argos, the rapid mechanized insects, the giant scorpions, and the standard tank insect cannons, along with the adjacent base 19, Zhang Feng felt no threat to his safety. Might I inquire, Princess Angela, what brings you to visit? Zhang Feng was the first to break the silence. I have come primarily to express my gratitude to you, esteemed puppeteer, during our perilous encounter in the Forest of Demons. It was your timely assistance that saved my life, that I have yet to repay this debt of gratitude, and it weighs heavily on my conscience. As a princess of the kingdom, Angela quickly played the card of friendship to bridge the distance between them. Heh, It is but a trifling matter. If that is all, my thanks have been conveyed. Farewell, princess, Zhang Feng remarked, patting Argos's head, signaling his intent to depart. Wait, Angela exclaimed urgently. Zhang Feng smiled slightly and turned around. Teasing this usually graceful and beautiful princess seemed to bring him a sense of delight. Observing her expression, Angela suddenly felt a pang of being outmaneuvered, yet the initiative lay firmly in his hands, leaving her with no recourse but to continue. Esteemed puppeteer, in truth, I have come to discuss a matter of importance. At this point, Angela found it somewhat challenging to articulate her thoughts. Initially, she had approached the meeting with a mindset of mutual benefit, believing that collaboration would be advantageous for both parties. However, it now appeared that the benefits leaned more heavily in her favor, rendering her the one in need. Moreover, just days prior, her father had dispatched the kingdom's most elite troops, vowing to eliminate Zhang Feng. Strictly speaking, she was not his ally, but rather an adversary. Is it true that the capital of Bernard, Yalu's city, is besieged by the iron-blooded knights? Have you come for that reason, Princess Angela? While Zhang Feng was no gentleman, he could not bear to see a beautiful woman in distress, especially one he held in high regard. With the words now spoken, Angela felt liberated from her reservations. Taking a deep breath, she directly stated, Indeed, Yalu City is surrounded by the iron-blooded knights and the Mongdan infantry corps, totaling a force of 100,000, and is in grave peril. Were it not for the protection of the city's defensive system, it would have likely fallen by now that we require your assistance. She paused momentarily, assessing Zhang Feng's unflinching expression, which betrayed neither joy nor anger, and continued, You have slain Miguel. The Trezes family will not rest until they seek vengeance. This ancient family is a mutual enemy. If you are willing to aid us, you will be regarded as a friend of the kingdom of Bernard. The kingdom is prepared to stand alongside you in the fight against the Trezes family and even the Rhinel Empire. Angela decided to lay all her cards on the table, as the Rhinel Empire was resolutely intent on devouring the kingdom of Bernard, and the kingdom had lost all hope of survival. After her declaration, silence enveloped them, stretching out like an eternity until Zhang Feng's voice broke through. Very well. I shall dispatch troops to assist you. Elation erupted, not only for Angela, but also for the attendants surrounding her, whose faces lit up with expressions of sheer joy that a powerful dragon knight, who was also a puppeteer, was undeniably a better ally than an enemy. And with his clear commitment to help, perhaps the siege of Yalu's city would not be so insurmountable after all. You are willing to assist us? May I ask why? Angela still found it hard to believe that events had unfolded so unexpectedly favorably. As you pointed out, the Trezes family and the Rhinel Empire will not spare you, nor will they spare me. So why should we not join forces? You can return to the imperial capital, or you may rest here. I will quickly assemble my forces and confront the iron-blooded knights at Yalu's city. Having said this, Zhang Feng leaped onto the dragon's back. Argos let out a resounding roar and took to the skies. Zhang Feng, ever the flamboyant character, made his exit in a most theatrical manner. Chapter 45. Reinforcements boom. Boom, boom. Rows of magic crystal cannons continued their relentless assault, and the energy shield surrounding Yalu's city appeared considerably weakened compared to 2 days ago, particularly after the bombardment from several enormous magic crystal cannons. The energy shield trembled, revealing signs of imminent collapse. Zhang Feng observed all of this through the base's screens. This continent of Limerick is indeed peculiar. Although it is a realm of cultivation, it boasts such powerful magic crystal cannons and energy shields capable of enveloping an entire city. It is worth noting that even the Atlantis Legacy base requires an upgrade to level 3 before energy shield technology becomes available. This standard cultivation civilization of Limerick falls short of Earth's technological advancements. How could it possibly possess energy shields? It defies all logic. Anomalies often signal hidden truths. It seems the Limerick continent harbors some unknown secrets. Unraveling these mysteries may expedite the upgrade of the base. Regardless, I must first contemplate the timing of our deployment. Zhang Feng mused aloud. After agreeing to Angela's request, he did not immediately mobilize to TO him. Saving Yalu's city was imperative, but determining how to maximize his benefits required careful consideration. Main base, how much longer can that energy shield hold? Based on the current intensity of cannon fire, the energy shield of Yalu's city can withstand for 1 hour. 51 minutes and 24 seconds, the mechanical voice replied. It seems the time is nigh. If I arrive too early, the people of Yalu's city may not feel the urgency of their situation and thus not express their gratitude. If I arrive too late, many lives may be lost, and I could be blamed for my apparent negligence. Only by arriving now, at their most perilous moment, can I make my grand entrance as the savior, thus earning their profound appreciation. Mobilize the mechanical army. With Zhang Feng's command, several enchanting warplanes swiftly ascended, silently cutting through the sky towards Yalu's city, thousands of kilometers away. These warplanes did not head directly into battle, but instead descended gradually in a desolate area several dozen kilometers away, releasing 2 meteor-like bases along with dozens of rapid mechanized insects and mechanical scorpions. Boom! The meteor-like objects struck the ground, creating deep craters that a swarm of dark, massive insects immediately burrowed into the earth, leaving only the remnants of the meteor-like objects. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as a group of wind horse knights approached. Though they numbered only 10, the sheer weight and wind-like speed of the wind horse made their charge quite formidable. What is happening? Go investigate, commanded a second-level mage, the sole magic user among the group, while the others were all martial artists. Yes, my lord, replied one of the martial artists as he dismounted and made his way toward the craters. The second-level sorcerer instinctively sensed something amiss and reached for the magic scroll. Their mission was to scout the surrounding area and report any suspicious occurrences immediately. Although he did not believe anyone in the Bernard Kingdom would dare to provoke the might of the Trezes family army, it was always prudent to exercise caution. Suddenly, a series of thuds resonated across the land as a swarm of enormous black scorpions emerged from the ground. Be careful! A warrior reacted swiftly, but it was already too late. The mechanical scorpions aimed their tails and pincers at the source of the disturbance, and the roar of heavy machine guns echoed, unleashing a metallic storm from all directions, enveloping a group of 10 along with their mounts in an instant. The second-level sorcerer fared particularly poorly. To prevent him from relaying any information, nearly half of the firepower was initially concentrated on him, reducing his already modest strength to mere pulp. The other warriors struggled briefly, but under the onslaught of the metallic storm, they met their demise, their bodies torn apart by the bullet's tremendous force that in less than a minute, the battle was wholly concluded. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction at the large screen. The threat had been eliminated, and a meteor-like black stone began to levitate. Beep! Subbase 42 activated. Meanwhile, in another direction of Yara City, a similar event unfolded. Beep! Subbase 43 activated. The 2 sub-bases were established approximately 50 to 60 miles apart on the eastern and western sides of Yara City. This distance allowed the mechanical army to reach the battlefield at maximum speed, while ensuring that the movements of troops went undetected by the Trezes family's forces. With these 2 sub-bases as a foundation, a tide of mechanical soldiers began to arrive through wormholes, quietly advancing towards Yara City. The entire process was remarkably swift and orderly, as the established protocols of the mechanical army ensured that each step was executed flawlessly. Despite the presence of over 100,000 troops, with no errors whatsoever. Moreover, the cooperation of base radar allowed for comprehensive monitoring of the conditions on the ground and in the sky. Master Benson suddenly lifted his head, glancing towards the east and then the west, revealing a contemplative expression before ultimately shaking his head. His instincts told him that something was amiss in those 2 directions. Yet he sensed no anomalies. The mechanical army exhibited neither life signs nor magical fluctuations. Otherwise, with the prowess of the white-robed sorcerer, he would have certainly detected them. Nonetheless, Master Benson remained uneasy. Selt, take a team and scout the surroundings personally. I have a feeling something is about to happen, but I cannot pinpoint what it is. That I trust my instincts will not deceive me. Be exceedingly cautious. Yes, Master Benson, replied a sorcerer clad in a brown robe, his chest adorned with a badge depicting a staff and 2 stars, signifying his status as a 5th-level sorcerer. Watching the sorcerer depart, Master Benson felt slightly reassured that he turned to Captain Bowen and said, Captain Bowen, the energy shield is about to be activated. Prepare for the assault. Understood, Our warriors have been itching for action. Bow and Traces responded promptly, issuing commands. Oh, the soldiers erupted into cheers. Roar! 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 The knights of the Iron Blood Heavy Cavalry raised their lances, while the soldiers of the Mondan Infantry Brigade brandished their mighty axes, raising their voices in unison. At this moment, chaos reigned within Yaris City, and no one held any hope of defending the city. Almost all the nobles crowded outside a side hall of the royal palace, where a magical teleportation array connected to the kingdom's main city, the only one established within the capital of Yaris. However, this grand array was firmly guarded by the palace's elite guards, preventing anyone from approaching. King Cyril understood that if he did not take such measures, the nobles of the capital would flee in a matter of moments. Without command, the army would be rendered leaderless, and if no one maintained order within the city, it would signify utter and complete failure. Naturally, blocking the magical teleportation array could not entirely prevent the nobles' escape. At this moment, magical scrolls had become the most precious commodities. All the noble lords were exerting themselves to acquire them, seeking sorcerers to escort them away. The distance that magical scrolls could transport was significantly shorter than that of the teleportation array. But as long as they could leave Yaris City and escape the encirclement of the Renal people, it was deemed sufficient. Angela, did you not say that the puppeteer had already agreed? Why has he not appeared yet? Cyril asked anxiously. Father, I believe Zhang Feng will arrive in time, that if he did not wish to assist Yaris City, he could have simply refused. There would have been no need to deceive us if he arrives too late. Then I am willing to take command on the city walls and share the fate of Yaris City. Angela pleaded. The men of the Bernard Kingdom are not all dead yet. We will fight. And it is not your place to intervene, Cyril declared, striding towards the city walls to oversee the battle personally. At this critical moment, the king revealed his decisive and sagacious nature, watching her father's tall and resolute figure retreat. Tears welled in Angela's eyes. She understood that her father had resolved to share the fate of Yaris City. Moreover, the Traces family would not spare him. Should Yaris City fall, anyone could escape, except for her father. Just then, with a thunderous boom, the energy shield surrounding Yaris City flickered several times before vanishing entirely. The true battle had begun. Chapter 46. The battle commences. A squad raced forward, kicking up a trail of dust across the vast terrain. The knights on their wind steeds scanned their surroundings cautiously, particularly 5th-level sorcerer Ralph, having received specific instructions from Master Benson, dared not allow even a trace of negligence. Suddenly, a faint sound of earth cracking emanated from below. Under normal circumstances, this would not have signified much. However, Ralph's expression shifted, and he shouted a warning to his companions. Be careful. At the same time, he tore apart an earth-based petrification magic scroll, enveloping the ground beneath the group in a yellowish glow. Just then, dozens of large, dark insects emerged halfway from the soil, some with their upper bodies exposed, others revealing merely their claws, becoming solidified and immobile in the suddenly petrified earth. Ralph breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to the 3 legions that had perished in the downfall of the Bernard Kingdom. Following the transmission of the footage of their annihilation, Master Benson had specifically created a water-based imprint scroll to allow all sorcerers and warriors to view the entire process. Thus, Ralph remained exceedingly vigilant, casting an earth-based binding spell scroll at the slightest disturbance in the ground. That was this decisive action that saved their lives. However, the crisis was far from over, beyond the range of the scroll's magic. Even more of the large black insects emerged. That a chill crept over Ralph. He knew that his group might struggle to escape disaster. Crack! A magic scroll was torn, transmitting the message. Almost simultaneously, the mechanical scorpions launched their assault. Rat-a-tat-tat. The attack of the mechanical scorpions was sharper than many aerial machine guns on Earth, with each barrel capable of firing tens of thousands of rounds per minute. Just one mechanical scorpion could unleash 30,000 rounds in a minute. Countless mechanical scorpions attacking simultaneously formed a wall of metal, instantly shredding the group before them into pieces. Zhang Feng was not entirely satisfied with this outcome. The movements of Ralph's party had already been detected by the base radar, and the mechanical units lay in ambush below. waiting to launch a surprise attack and eliminate the enemy to ensure the march remained undetected. By then, the number of mechanical soldiers had surged to nearly 200,000, appearing suddenly on the flanks of the Iron Blood heavy cavalry, ensuring the effectiveness of the ambush. However, it was unexpected that the sorcerer reacted swiftly and managed to relay the information before perishing. With the ambush foiled, the order shifted to a full-scale assault. The mechanical army no longer held back, deploying across the board. Leading the charge were the alluring battle aircraft. Now, Zhang Feng commanded 43 sub-bases, and with the increase in their numbers, the production capacity of the mechanical empire grew, increasingly terrifying. Each sub-base could produce 300 mechanical units per day. This meant that in just one day, Zhang Feng could manufacture over 12,000 mechanical warriors. Every minute, 10 mechanical warriors would emerge from the sub-bases. Such a frightening production speed was sufficient to amass an army of despairing proportions in an exceedingly short time. Presently, Zhang Feng's fleet of alluring battle aircraft numbered a staggering 50,000, densely covering the sky like an ominous cloud. Just as fifth-level sorcerer Ralph tore apart the magic scroll, Master Benson became aware of the events unfolding. However, all he observed were the swift mechanical insects and scorpions. He remained unaware of the presence of other troops since Ralph had not witnessed them himself. What are those giant scorpions? They seem quite different from the large black insects described in the intel. Could they also be mechanical puppets created by that puppeteer? I hope their numbers are not excessive. Master Benson's brow furrowed in concern. The energy shield of Yalu's city had been shattered, and now the army of mages was assaulting the city walls while simultaneously forming a formation to create an energy barrier, shielding their own ranks. Once they obliterated all the magic crystal cannons on the walls, Yalu's city would become a defenseless, inviting target at such a critical juncture. Master Benson was naturally averse to any unexpected developments. Captain Bowen, we may face attacks from both the eastern and western flanks. The enemy is that puppet master, Master Benson warned. What? That works in our favor. It saves us the trouble of seeking them out one by one. Since he is courting death, we shall oblige him. Bowen clearly did not regard the puppet master with much concern. Exercise caution, Captain Bowen. The fact that this puppet master has set aside grievances to assist the kingdom of Bernard indicates that he is no ordinary foe. Knowing the formidable capabilities of our Iron Blood heavy cavalry and the Mondan infantry, yet still daring to approach us, suggests he possesses considerable confidence, Master Benson cautioned. Bowen pondered for a moment and nodded. I understand. Thank you for the warning, Master. For now, Yalu City can still resist with the magic crystal cannons. I will direct the Iron Blood cavalry to turn around and crush those mechanical puppets. However, I must trouble you. Master, not at all. I shall dispatch a portion of the mages to support your assault. Just as they were deliberating their tactical plan, both men suddenly sensed an ominous premonition and looked up to see a dark cloud in the distance drawing nearer. Oh my goodness! What is that in the sky? Is it overcast? Those dark clouds are moving far too swiftly. Magical beasts, a swarm of flying magical beasts. The soldiers and mages began to cry out in alarm as they noticed the spectacle above. Master Benson's eyes narrowed. He recognized a terrifying possibility. No, these are not flying magical beasts. They are the puppet master's mechanical army. They are devoid of any magical energy fluctuations and are, in fact, mechanical constructs. Everyone prepare to resist. Direct the magic crystal cannons at the sky. Ulysses, quickly instruct the mages to envelop the entire position with an energy shield. Do not hesitate to expend energy and ensure its stability. Taylor, command the men to boldly unleash their magic and bring down those creatures in the sky. Master Benson issued commands to the two vice commanders, who were not only adept in leadership, but also 7th-level mages, capable of operating independently. Yes, Master Benson. Beep, beep, beep. The speed of the enchanting war machines far exceeded the human army's expectations, and in the blink of an eye, they had reached directly overhead, unleashing countless luminous orbs like a torrential downpour. The energy barrier enveloping the entire position flickered and dimmed, the mages visibly straining under the pressure. Simultaneously, Taylor directed a portion of the mages to mount a counterattack, the magic crystal cannons aimed skyward. Boom, boom, boom. Countless beams of light shot up, targeting the enchanting war machines soaring over 20,000 meters high. Although the war machines moved with incredible speed, their density was overwhelming, and instantly, hundreds were struck down and obliterated. However, this was a mere drop in the bucket compared to the vast number of over 50,000 that Master Banson's frown deepened. At this rate, the energy shield protecting their position would likely be breached within mere moments, resulting in catastrophic losses for the army. Moreover, unlike the City Foundation defense systems of Yalu's city, the energy shield at the position of the Trace's family army relied entirely on thousands of mages wielding magical weapons, consuming their magical energy in vast quantities every minute. Once breached, even the mages would suffer damage. Chapter 47. Flames of destruction. Laser beams, falling like snowflakes from the sky, continued to rain down, causing the energy shield of the Trace's family army to flicker and grow dimmer. The situation increasingly dire. Ulysses, Taylor, flames of destruction. Master Banson shouted with unwavering resolve. Bowen's tone carried an undertone of protest. Is there a better plan? The remaining matters shall depend greatly on you, Bowen, Master Banson remarked with significance. Ulysses and Taylor approached, their expressions grave. Prepare yourselves. Master Banson's tone was resolute. Yes. Swiftly, Ulysses and Taylor directed the mages to bring forth large boxes, opening them to spill forth an abundance of magic crystals, their dazzling purple hue illuminating the ground. The energy patterns within them pulsed with intensity, indicating their exceptional quality. The boxes piled high, like a small mountain of magic crystals. Master Banson extended his hand, and a nearly 2-meter-long staff, nearly matching his height, materialized in his grasp. Its ornate design featured 6 wings resembling a great halberd, with 3 on each side, and at its apex, a gem the size of a fist sparkled captivatingly. Ulysses and Taylor also produced their own staffs, though they paled in comparison to Master Banson's, still exquisite in their craftsmanship, approximately 1.5 meters long, adorned with smaller, glimmering gems. Are you ready? Yes, Master Banson. Then let us commence. The onslaught of the enchanting war machines showed no signs of abating, and Master Banson could not afford to delay. His expression grave, he waved his staff, and a radiant halo enveloped him, causing the magic crystals to lift into the air. They cascaded down, forming a ring-shaped low wall with an opening. Encircling the 3 of them, Master Banson raised his staff high, chanting an incantation. Ulysses and Taylor followed suit, their incantations harmonizing with his. The gems atop their staffs began to flicker, radiating a fiery red light that ultimately converged at the tip of Master Banson's staff. The crimson glow intensified, swirling into a vortex that drew in the surrounding energy, channeling it toward the center of the whirlpool. The low walls of magic crystals disintegrated instantaneously, dozens of miles away. The radar at Base 42 suddenly detected a powerful energy fluctuation, displaying a small bright spot on the screen. The bases of Atlantis shared information, and that bright spot simultaneously appeared on the main base's screen. The small point grew larger, resembling a whirlwind that engulfed the surrounding energy. Not good. The enchanting war machines scattered. At this moment, it was obvious that the enemy was preparing to unleash a formidable attack. Zhang Feng felt a deep unease welling within him and quickly issued the command. The enchanting war machines, previously arranged in a dense formation for offensive maneuvers, immediately began to disperse. However, it was all too late. Flames of destruction. Master Banson raised his staff to its full height, unleashing a fiery beam that shot skyward, expanding outward as it pierced the heavens, rolling like a crimson tide that engulfed the entire swarm of enchanting war machines. Before his eyes, the sky transformed into an inferno. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of thunderous explosions echoed in the skies as countless enchanting war machines lost power, trailing smoke, some even bursting into sparks as they plummeted. That it was as if a meteor shower had commenced. Coupled with the backdrop of the raging inferno, it presented a rare and stunning spectacle. In the blink of an eye, out of the 50,000 enchanting war machines, only a few thousand remained, scattering through the skies, fleeing into the distance like tiny black dots against the fiery backdrop. Roar! Long live Master Banson. Måste Victory. Måste Both soldiers and mages erupted in heartfelt cheers. Bang. Zhang Feng leaped up, knocking over the cup beside him. The tide of battle had turned drastically, far beyond his expectations. 50,000 enchanting war machines had vanished in the blink of an eye. He could scarcely believe his eyes. He had anticipated a formidable counterattack from the enemy, yet he never imagined it would be this devastating. To annihilate 50,000 enchanting war machines in a single stroke, this was utterly unfathomable. The radar clearly indicated it was no secret weapon, but rather an elderly man clad in white, executing a grand spell with the assistance of a few others, to obliterate 50,000 enchanting war machines in an instant. Zhang Feng felt a pang of distress. If the next strike were directed at the ground, his mechanical army, just the thought sent chills down his spine, and in that moment he felt an overwhelming urge to retreat. What kind of attack is this? How is it so powerful? Zhang Feng inquired of Amanda beside him. My lord, the instantaneous obliteration of an entire sky filled with enchanting war machines could only be achieved through a forbidden spell, Amanda replied. A forbidden spell? Zhang Feng had not anticipated encountering such legendary magic so swiftly within this magical realm. Indeed, my lord, Amanda hesitated, uncertainty evident in her tone, before continuing. However, casting a quasi-forbidden spell typically requires a 9th-level mage. The most powerful mage in the Ironblood Legion is Master Banson, who is merely an 8th-level mage. It is said that Master Banson can cast the quasi-forbidden spell Flames of Destruction with the aid of his assistants, that if I am not mistaken, this must be it. Flames of Destruction. So this is a quasi-forbidden spell. Then what would a true forbidden spell be like? It must be even more terrifying. The base radar transmitted the imagery back, revealing Master Banson, leaning on his staff, his flowing robe giving him an almost divine presence. Surrounding him, the once low wall of magic crystals had long been depleted, reduced to mere ashes, a testament to the immense energy expended during this assault. Beside him, Ulysses and Taylor were in a pitiable state, struggling to stand, clutching their staffs as they wobbled and finally collapsed to the ground. It seems they are not faring well either. Zhang Feng found some solace in this observation. My lord, Master Banson is merely an 8th-level sorcerer, having cast a spell akin to a quasi-forbidden incantation. He must have overexerted his magical energy and is likely in a state of extreme vulnerability, Amanda explained. Are there any others among this human army capable of unleashing such formidable magic? Zhang Feng immediately inquired. My lord, the radar indicates that the only ones who released the forbidden spell are Master Banson and his 2 assistants, totaling 3 white-robed sorcerers. I am confident that the Trezes family cannot possibly summon 3 equally powerful mages again, Amanda asserted with conviction. A chill coursed through Zhang Feng's eyes. Good. While you are weak, I shall strike. Since your magical energy is depleted, this battlefield is now mine. All mechanical forces, mobilize at full strength. Zhang Feng swiftly altered his commands. On the ground, a tide of black mechanical troops surged forward. In the sky, bewitching warplanes swooped back and forth. The vast, endless wave of black was enough to instill despair in any observer. The previously exhilarated human army instantly sobered. Chapter 48. The explosive mosquitoes make their mark. The standard tank insect artillery, boasting the furthest range, led the charge, closely followed by mechanical scorpions, with the rapid mechanical insects bringing up the rear. The mechanical force advanced rapidly in this formation, dousing the excitement of the human army with a cold splash of reality. Master Banson strained to hold himself upright, concealing his weakened state. However, the ever-observant Bowen could clearly see the slight tremor in Benson's legs, revealing just how feeble he had become. Energy shield. Protect the position, Bowen commanded loudly. Magic crystal cannons. First eliminate the remaining flying mechanical puppets. The absence of snowflake-like energy orbs raining down greatly eased the pressure on the sorcerers. And the energy shield shimmered back to life that moment. A layer of black mist approached rapidly at an extremely low altitude. What is that? Fire mages attack. Although visibility was poor, Master Benson's instincts told him that this was no benign presence. Fireball spells erupted, a barrage of fiery spheres hurtling toward the black mist. Boom! Boom boom! The fireball struck true, igniting the black mist in a series of explosions. But it was merely a fleeting effect. The mist was only slightly diminished. A trivial loss compared to its vast volume. Before the second wave of fireballs could be conjured, the cloud of black mist closed in on their position. Buzzing, the onlookers could now discern that these were swarms of mosquito-like insects. Each the size of a fist, yet their velocity was alarmingly fast. Their sheer numbers were staggering, rendering them an indistinguishable mass of darkness. Before anyone could comprehend the threat, the swarm of grotesque mosquitoes lunged toward the energy shield. Boom! Boom boom! The continuous sound of explosions grew louder. The black mass dwindled, and the energy shield thinned perilously. Finally, with a last flicker of light, the energy shield vanished entirely. The remaining few grotesque mosquitoes wasted no time in charging toward the human forces. And what infuriated Master Benson and Captain Bowen most was that these vile creatures were headed straight for the sorcerer's ranks. Fortunately, as the energy shield was about to dissipate, the sorcerers had already readied themselves. In an instant, countless spells and magical scrolls rained down upon the grotesque mosquitoes. After a significant portion was obliterated, a few, propelled by their unnatural speed, managed to breach the ranks. Boom, boom, boom. Countless sorcerers screamed as they were thrown back. Not all magical shields could withstand the onslaught of the explosive mosquitoes. Master Benson felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly losing consciousness. These young sorcerers represented the future of the Trezes family. Such heavy losses would undoubtedly leave the family gravely weakened. Even if they ultimately triumphed in this battle, Zhang Feng felt a sense of satisfaction at the devastation wrought by the explosive mosquitoes. When the chaos subsided, it was evident that at least 1/5 of the sorcerers had fallen. Of the 2,000 remaining sorcerers, over 15,000 remained. Among them, 9,000 were first-level apprentice sorcerers operating the magic crystal cannons, while 3,000, having exhausted themselves maintaining the energy shield, had nearly lost their combat effectiveness. Only about 3,000 sorcerers remained in fighting form. At this critical juncture, Master Benson understood that the moment of truth had arrived. Taking a deep breath, he straightened himself and proclaimed, "Warriors, now is not the time for sorrow. Nor can we afford to cower in fear. The honor of the sorcerers must not be tarnished. The honor of the Trezes family must not be sullied. Take up your weapons and annihilate these mechanical puppets to uphold your honor." Captain Bowen raised his gleaming axe and bellowed, "Warriors, there is no space for cowards on the battlefield. Fight for your survival by cleaving through those mechanical puppets with your weapons. For the honor of the Empire, charge." As Bowen finished his rallying cry, his mount let out a roar. The Bowen steed, a level 7 saber-toothed dragon, stood over 3 meters tall, stretching over 10 meters in length, its body clad in formidable scales, and a tail several meters long accounting for half of its length, with sturdy limbs that shook the ground beneath. Behind him, nearly 20,000 knights of the Iron Blood Heavy Armor Order roared in unison, their collective charge igniting the warriors' spirits in the sorcerers' ranks. Countless enhancement spells were unleashed, radiating vibrant light upon the Iron Blood Heavy Armor Knights. The Mondan Infantry Brigade also rallied, brandishing their massive axes and marching forward with great strides. The number of standard tank insect artillery reached 20,000, arrayed and prepared to unleash their full firepower. Zizizizi, the tank insect artillery, capable of energy attacks, unleashed a torrent of laser beams directly at the human ranks, the Knights of the Iron Blood Heavy Armor Order. Already possessing 3rd or 4th level strength, found their abilities elevated to 4th and even 5th levels under the influence of enhancement magic. Their spears shimmered with a luminous aura, easily deflecting the incoming laser beams. Not to mention the finely crafted heavy armor they donned. Though the tank insect artillery possessed only 2nd level strength, the mechanical army had never relied on one-on-one combat to defeat their foes. The swarm tactics constituted their most effective means of assault. That a laser beam was deflected, followed closely by another, and then a third, a fourth, The tank insect artillery fired in rapid succession. The dense barrage of laser beams began to inflict casualties among the heavy armored knights. Barrett, a warrior of the Iron Blood Heavy Armor Order and a 4th-level fighter, did not regard the mechanical puppets before him with any concern. All battle intelligence indicated that these mechanical puppets possessed merely 2nd-level strength, capable of annihilating the worthless knights of the Bernard Kingdom solely through their overwhelming numbers. In Barrett's view, the flying mechanical puppets posed a slight threat, yet with Master Benson present, there was no cause for alarm. In the eyes of all, Master Benson was a godlike figure. One of his forbidden spells could sweep away the multitude of mechanical puppets. Although the despicable puppeteer had ultimately resorted to treachery to breach the protective energy shield and had killed many excellent sorcerers, these setbacks were inconsequential. Now that the Iron Blood Heavy Armor Order had mobilized, the mechanical puppet's doom was at hand. Under the effects of enhancement magic, Barrett felt unprecedentedly invigorated, and he believed that as long as he could reach the enemy's front lines, he would be able to tear apart all mechanical puppets obstructing his path. Jedgel, shall we have a contest to see who can reach those mechanical puppets first? Barrett called out to his comrade, brandishing his knight's lance and deflecting a laser beam in the process. Very well, old friend. How about we place a small wager of 200 gold coins? Jedgel readily agreed. No problem. Just wait for your winnings. Old friend, I'll treat you to a drink afterward. Barrett laughed heartily, urging his steed to accelerate forward. Jedgel followed closely behind, the 2 men racing ahead. Zhang Feng monitored the entire battlefield through the radar and quickly discerned the issue at hand. Inflicting damage on 10 fingers is not as effective as severing one. The tank insect artillery's assault is failing to deliver significant harm to the enemy. Concentrate fire. 5 tank insect artillery units should focus their fire on a single target. Once that target is eliminated, switch to the next. The mechanical scorpions are also joining the fray. Under Zhang Feng's command, the mechanical army's tactics shifted instantly. Barrett felt the pressure of attack's lesson, his heart swelling with joy. Could it be that the enemy's energy reserves were waning? As a seasoned knight of the Iron Blood Heavy Armor Order, he was well aware of the immense energy consumption of mechanical puppets in battle. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock as he witnessed a surge of laser beams, multiplied several times, now targeting Jedgel. Jedgel, despite his attempts to shield himself from the onslaught, was relentlessly struck time and again. The radiant aura of his fighting spirit dimmed as several beams of laser pierced through his formidable armor. A towering figure, he let out a pained cry as a gaping hole was torn through his chest, causing him to collapse. Jedgel. Barrett had barely shouted his name when he noticed that even more beams were hurtling toward him. A shadow of despair crossed Barrett's eyes, for he understood that he too was unlikely to escape the same fate as Jedgel.